I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run. Stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I begun. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Took a deal, signed another deal. Post up in the hills on the real. Headed for a mill, travel with me still. Getting kills, all this pop appeal. Got these pop stars try popping in, and they getting pop for real. I ain't tryna build, I was tryna lead a mill. Getting to it, before I hopped up off the block, I was still going through it. Friends doing pills, and came faster than it should've. I was Buddy Hill, shooting at a pace soon as I pull up. Dropping buckets, hey, yeah, like it's nothing. In the kitchen chopping onions, yeah. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets, hey, yeah. Like it's nothing, hey. Earn my respect and burn a budget, hey. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Yeah, I'm dropping buckets. Drop some cash for me, don't worry about my past for me. I'm driving with no gasoline, this life I live's a fantasy. Yeah, I do this for my dogs, all my day ones and my family. My life gon' live through them if I end up in any tragedies. I hope y'all understand this shit got bigger cause it had to be. I always knew I had it, but just not at this capacity. I recognize the gravity, closer to the summit, stacking chips and counting nuggets. I've been stunting, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, in the kitchen chopping onions. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Hey, yeah, like it's nothing. Hey, earn my respect and burn a budget. Hey, tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby. Cause I'm dropping buckets. Earn my respect and burn a budget. Tears falling down, underdog is finally overcoming, baby, cause I'm dropping buckets.
I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped at that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait, what's going on here? Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it's
the barbershop. Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
I gotta tell you, hold the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits, some losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip, you choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Mute Monster got me. What's up, y'all? What's up? What's up? Another episode of the Barbershop. We in this building again tonight. This is going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great show. You know why? Simply because we got to talk about this. All right. All right. Night-ish. If you're in the building, man, if you want to come up here and put your expertise to work tonight, I would love to have you on the panel. Now, as we see here, yeah, I know I want you to have come on up here if you want to, Night-ish. But yeah, shout out to Night-ish. Shout out to Marriage and Politics and Sports, Arpain, who is with me right here tonight. Shout out to XDMC. One love to the panel and the chat. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? First of all, how are you today, Mr. Payne?
I'm cool, man. Can't complain. Another day, another dollar.
Absolutely, man. Good to see you, my
What's going on with you, man?
Oh man, you know, I got an issue.
Okay.
Can you be my therapist for a minute?
Yeah. You sure? All right, go ahead, man.
So I got a phone call today. Okay, this is proper barbershop talk. I got a phone call today, and on the other end of the phone, I heard this. Hello, is this Dwayne? I said, yeah, this is him. This is Mr. Dwayne. How can I help you? My name is Kale, and I just wanted to call and tell you that I really like your daughter, and I want to know if I could spend some time with her. I said, what kind of time? Just come over, and like watch some movies and have a good time, in your living space, not no bedrooms and nothing. I said, I know that. I was just wondering, could I come over and just spend some time with you? I really like your daughter. I've been knowing your daughter since second grade, and now we juniors in high school. And I just wanted to, let you know that I really like her, and I want to come over and spend some time with her.
So they're both 17, 16, 17,
yep.
17, 18?
So they're both of them are 17.
So what did you say?
You want to know what I said initially?
Yeah, well, go ahead, man. Lay it out there. Go ahead.
I said, nigga, who you say you asking for? Who? You said Marlena. No, you ain't asking. I don't know. I don't know you ain't talking about my child. Let me get my other brother up here. JT, what we know podcast in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, fellas? What's going on, man?
So you try to treat them like the bad boys, huh?
Yeah. And
is my mic good, man? My mic nice?
Yeah.
we hear you.
All right.
Whoa, pause. Is my mic good? Is my mic nice? Wow. That's wow.
That is not pause worthy.
You can find some shit in everything, man. God damn.
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, man. But yeah, so the nigga
that's some good credit though, man. You know how rare it is now, man, for a young man to call somebody's father and shit? Yeah. It's almost non-existent.
So he said, "Can I come over and watch a movie?"
So that's your daughter told him that though.
Yeah, she did.
You goddamn right. If you want to see me, you gotta talk to my father.
Yep. You want to see me, you gotta talk to my daddy. That's exactly what he told me.
Great shit, man. Golly.
Oh Lord, man.
What's up, Nidus?
So he came over. He's over here right now. Sitting in my lovely living room.
I told him your daughter
with my baby. And I told him the dog's gonna be in here. Oh, I got my damn Yorkie in there. And my Maltese. Oh yeah, they just sitting there. I said, yeah, do your fucking job. Do your goddamn job.
Oh, you got a Yorkie?
Yeah. She old. She done got old now.
Yeah.
She got old.
She done turned gray blue.
Yeah, she old, man. I done had that damn Yorkie since 2014, 2015. Yeah, she getting out.
Yorkies, man.
Yeah, she getting old, man. She done ran her course. Shit.
You losing your daughter, BMU? That's what I walked in on.
Hey man, that's great. Hey man, that's some great shit, man.
Wait, no, he got the look that I had when my kids was teenagers. You know, it's that look that you get. You know, but hey man, if you need to talk to somebody,
I'm gonna call you.
Call me. Call me, brother.
Well, shit, our man got daughters too. We all in the same boat.
My daughter's her first guy she was serious about. He came over, man. She was so serious about him. We had like a family dinner with her family, parents, all that shit.
That's dope.
Yeah. You know, let me tell you something though. She broke up with him because he wanted to be, he thought he could like have the run of the house and shit. He said, how come I can't go to your room? He said, my father would never allow that shit. She said, stop asking. And other stuff. He was going somewhere. He was going overseas for basic training. But she said that was part of it. She said, look, he was insisting that I would do some stuff that I would never do. So she cut him off. And she said, because that's the shit that I told her. She listened to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I told her, all my girls know, ain't nobody fucking in my house but me.
That's
nobody.
Yeah.
Right?
You know I can't be sitting in it. She was in
her 20s though when that was going on.
I couldn't be sitting in my living room and nigga back there pounding out my daughter. Nigga, I'll lose my fucking mind.
I don't care how old she was. She's like 22, 23. You're a grown woman, but you ain't nobody, no man thinks he could have any kind of leeway in my house to do that shit. No way.
Yeah. Hey, Loss, does it sound better now, brother? He said it's low. He said my mic was low. Let me make sure.
It's just the right tempo.
While you doing that, let me shout some people out. Lost in Translation in the building. He'll be here in a minute. Dirty Folks said, I need our pain to represent for all the men who ain't here.
There you go. No doubt.
Miss Locks to Smile in the building. It is so good to see
you.
There you go.
Now you sound like what's Earth.
Yeah,
now
man.
You got what's Earth levels.
Yeah, you on top of the mountain now, goddamn it.
All right, let me bring it to the middle. We good right now?
Yep.
Okay.
And then we got Highway 20 Skinny in the building.
Skinny, what's up, boy?
What up with your boy? All right, yeah, he said, yeah, better. All right, man, so I want to start this show out tonight. We always have a crash video here that we can crash out on real quick before we get started. And I want y'all to see this because this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, I'm just watching the ring camera. He touched one titty, he did.
One titty is over.
And it's over.
And you're through.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout out to my boy Freezer, man. Mandrea, what's up, man? You can come up too, Mandrea, if your wife lets you.
What's up, big head ass Mandrell? I ain't seen you in a long time, my brother.
Yeah, that nigga, he run that, he run the new foundation.
What's that?
Steps to LLC. You want him to come up. Tell us about it a little bit.
In conjunction with 4 Apples High.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, have you been listening, Mr. Bennett?
No, I'm just jumping on. What's up?
What's going on, man?
Salute, gentlemen.
Mr. Bennett, I'm going through it today, man. It's a young man in the house watching a movie with my daughter in my living room.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked it's happening now. It's just happening now?
Oh, yeah. This is the first dude she
First
introduced
time?
me to. Yeah, she's a bookie. She's a bookhead. So all of a sudden now she's,
Well, at least he knew to come and ask you.
Hey,
And,
Venus, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir.
What's
going on, Venus? Yeah. Wait, hold on, Mr. Bennett. You got? Are they all grown or are they still teenagers?
Yeah, my youngest one is 21.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we got grown ones, BMU. So you can come if you need the counsel.
They've been doing this since teenagers and stuff. So they, I
You all right? It looked like he done drank some spoiled milk. I hate the look on his face, Mr. Bennett. Why is he looking like that? Why is he? It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right, man.
It feels like penance right now.
Yeah, it's
because of all the stuff that he did back in the day.
Man, Mr. Bennett.
It's finally catching up.
It's catching up.
So
and that's what I told. And that's what I told the old lady. I told the wifey. I said,
"But wait for the first time you see her down there all hugged up."
So what?
Honestly, my kids. I gotta give credit to my kids. They're pretty covert in their. They don't do a lot of PDA around.
I'm not saying
or the missus or whatever. They'll be watching TV or whatever. But that's about it. I never told my kids engaged and stuff, and quite frankly, I don't want to see it. To be quite honest with you,
it's disgusting.
And I was never one to want to see with my parents. Like that's why all these freaks back in the day, man, talking about, oh yeah, we did in our parents' bed and stuff. I'm like, you was the nastiest, most
man. I couldn't bring myself to do nothing like that.
Nah, man, I don't even like doing it, and that's why again, if I visit some relatives or whatever, I prefer to stay in a hotel. I don't want to be doing it in my sister's house, any relative's house. If it's me and my wife there, I don't want to even do it if it's not mine or if I'm not paying for it, we ain't doing it there. I'm sorry. My sister's like, oh yeah, come out. You guys come out for the week. I'm like, nah, man, because we got some business to take care of here, and I don't want you hearing the bed knocking against the wall or something like that because we doing that. So no, thank you. But relatively, but you gotta stay with us for I got a bed, I got a spare room for you guys, and I was like, nah, man, I can't do it.
Mr. Bennett's a screamer.
My stuff won't work. I go limp. I'll straight up. I go straight up limp. I'm in a situation. If I'm not comfortable, it ain't happening.
I know that's right. No. All right, so. Thank you guys. Get those likes up. Thank you, CJ, for doing that, man. Get those likes up, guys. CJ, hold on, CJ. Because you've been rolling with your boy for a minute. I need to get you added as the old mod in here. Yeah. All right, it'll pop up on your screen in a minute, CJ. All right, so listen, guys, I want to show y'all this video so I can get my mind off of things. And yeah. And y'all tell me what y'all think about this. Here we go. What do I do with it? Oh, there it is.
With like all your exes, right?
Yeah, because that's what we do. Like, we support one another. Like,
I remember you were saying you cool with like all your exes, right?
Yeah, because that's what we do. Like, we support one another. Like,
still checking. Yeah, still checking.
Checking. I do have one friend who is my best friend. We tried to be intimate and it didn't work.
Like I can see where that would go.
Is that really an issue for you? Oh my God.
It wouldn't be an issue, but it would be an issue. It's like a connection there still, you know, it's like the communication will have to get cut.
So they couldn't call at all. They
Yeah, I
would be
wouldn't
like,
deal with the calling, I ain't gonna lie.
Eddie might as well go ahead and marry a nun. Cutting off my male friend, I don't like it. Like, my one guy friend, he's not going anywhere.
He could be on one night, he just shoot my shot.
Did we talk about respect?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's like it's putting you
So
in an
you think
uncomfortable
that-
spot.
Oh, wow. Check.
Absolutely check. Yes.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Bennett?
I can understand, and I really do, because I've actually had some friends like that where it was just platonic. It just wasn't going anywhere or whatever. And I know women who, again, growing up, I know women who was like, look, I only have male friends because I can't deal with females. I mean, I've heard that so much over time. So I think the friendship could be legitimate, but I would certainly say if we were talking about dating romantically, it would have to change. You know what I mean? So in order for me to have a certain comfort level with it, I even said the friends that I had, it's like, I'm not calling you just to have a conversation. My thing is just like, look, this part of your life, you know, it needs to be cut out. So again, I don't bother, you know, her and, you know, when we're both single, we talk or whatnot, but after she's married, absolutely not. You know, if anything, maybe on Facebook or whatever, happy birthday, whatever, congrats, whatever. But, you know, there's certain things that have to end. And so, you know, certainly, so I respect the fact that you may have friends, but if you're like still going out, hanging out, long conversations and things of that nature or whatnot, I wouldn't be comfortable with that. So again, I can appreciate her situation, having friends and friendships for that long. But if you're talking about having a romantic relationship beyond that, then friendship has to change. And sometimes your best friends,
I see that.
Some of the best friends I've had, we probably talk like once a year because of time and distance and things like that. You're just not there. That doesn't mean that they're not valuable to you, but you understand that, look, they got to be in a part of the world doing what they got to do. So if I had a female friend say, look, you need to be talking to your man. You don't need to be talking to me. As your friend, I would say, I wish you well, and you need to go in this direction. So again, I can appreciate the friendship, but as a friend, if I was on the other side of that, I'd be like, nah, if you thinking serious about this guy, yeah, I don't need to be around.
Yep, absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll wait till he turns his camera back on. I think he had to go do something real quick. But JT, what are your thoughts, man? I mean, because she said men and my male friend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on before we get back to that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show tonight. None other than the man himself, Sharon Bracy's in the building, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, my boy?
What's up, man?
Good day. Well, good evening, everyone. Good evening. How are we doing?
What's up?
What's up, man? What's going on?
So did you get a chance to see the video that we talking about, Sharon, right now?
Absolutely not. I was taking a nap. I was like, let me try to take a nap before BMU beat me up later. This way he won't be too bad at me.
So we always play an icebreaker video at the beginning just to start conversation. I'm gonna play it for you right now. Here we go.
Like all your exes, right?
Yeah, because that's what we do. Like, we support one another. Like,
Still
you know.
Oh, I remember you were saying you cool with like all your exes, right?
Yeah, because that's what we do. Like, we support one another. Like,
Still
you
checking.
know. Yeah,
They still checking.
Check in. I do have one friend who is my best friend. We tried to be intimate and it didn't work.
Like, I can see where that would go.
Is that really an issue for you? Oh my God.
It wouldn't be an issue, but it would be an issue. It's like a connection there still, you know, it's like the communication will have to get cut.
So they couldn't call at all. They
I
would be
wouldn't
like,
deal with the calling, I ain't gonna lie.
Eddie might as well go ahead and marry a nun. Cutting off my male friend, I don't like it. Like, my one guy friend, he's not going anywhere.
He could be on one night, he just shoot my shot.
Did we talk about respect?
Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's like it's putting you in an uncomfortable spot.
Oh, wow. Check.
Yeah, she did him a favor. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't, like, the conversation with me would have been that, yeah, I would have a problem with it. Right? The reason being is, and the thing is that at least they're talking about it over wine. You know what I'm saying? So that is the time where you are supposed to be honest, right? Now, what I've noticed is that there's a lot of men that are not honest, right? She's an attractive woman.
Yeah.
They trying to get the box.
Yep.
So they'll be like, I'm cool with it and all that stuff. And then once, they end up getting a little bit more heavier with her, then that's when they start revealing that they got the problem with it, when it's supposed to be over the wine. So when she said check, yeah, that's the end of the date. You know what I'm saying? I probably would have still had a little more time with her, whatever, and talk. But if she wanted to leave at that time, I would have let her go. At the end of the day, if we was on a date, hey man, that's all it is. It's the date. We had a conversation. She told me what it was. Guess what? It don't mean that we got to be mad at each other, nothing like that. She told me how she was, where she was laying at. I told her where I was at. She was like, no, whatever. Hey, look, we still got, the rest of the night. You know what I'm saying? At least another 2 hours, 3 hours, and then we can have fun, and then we go our own way. And that's it. That's all.
And also, I want to make a distinction because there were two things mentioned. First, he said exes, and then she said a male friend. I was talking specifically about the male friend, meaning somebody that you haven't been intimate with. But if you still cool with your exes and they're still around, I would definitely not be comfortable.
I figure that. I figure that myself.
We're forgetting one part that she said in there. She said, I have a male friend. We tried to be intimate, but it didn't work.
Yeah,
so that's the part.
I mean, but it's over with. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. As long as they ain't trying to make and try to force it and fit it, then there's no problem. At the end of the day, we go our separate ways. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Payne. We just going our separate ways. It's a problem with me to be in a relationship with you and you got exes and men and stuff like that. Nah, I'm straight. I'm good.
So let me just say real quick. It wasn't her that was supposed to say check. He was supposed to say check. He tried to lie at first to think he could handle it. As soon as she says, I'm going to still hang around the guys who were banging my ass out, he should have said check. He should have said, okay, this shit is over, because there's no way past forward. He still wanted some of those nice speaks. He was willing to lie. But, instead, he gave her the opportunity to say, oh, if you're not going to comply with the way I want you to be, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
He should have been the one to say, you know what? If that's how you are, because she's telling them how she is, we ain't going no further. Right. That's it.
But if she didn't have a bad attitude, I would have spent some more time with her.
No, I wouldn't have spent no more time with her. Because, let's just say they were trying to see if they were compatible, right? Why fool around trying to get, if unless we could say, listen, you're going to still give me some ass or not? But that's one thing. But the truth, all I'm just trying to say is guys stick around so much because he tried to lie at first. He said that, yeah, I was okay with it. No, I'm not okay with it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The point really is men don't, like you said, JT, men don't tell the truth at one because they want the best, they want the bonds. Listen, if a guy, and let me just get this point, I'm going to leave it right here. Most of us, and I don't even think I'm no Casanova, but even in my past, there's women I've been with, we can't stay in the same fucking room. No matter what. You know what I'm saying? There's some women that even if we don't have no intimacy, if you get together and the situation is right, you're going to be banging. You know it. I mean, I think most guys have at least one or two women like that in their life. They had any kind of sex life at all. So if your woman's probably kind of the same way. Whatever secret, if she wasn't a virgin, might be a guy. If the shit's right, so she got a whole bunch of male friends, little cocktail, little wine, or whatever. He's knocking that shit out, no matter what she say.
Hey. All right, Sharon, before you go, let me read the super chat. CJ Wilkins, $5. He said, a woman can never tell me about a man she ain't dropping. Coochie is easier to replace than a license plate. I'm gone. It's God, your father, and me, or I'm out. True. All right. I appreciate that $5 super chat, man. Let me give you a little something real quick. Here we go.
I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like fuck. Mustard on a beat, bro. Deep bird in rap. He a freak though. Man down, call like Amber Lambs. Tell him breathe. Let them boys to the cross street walk around like these.
All right, appreciate the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. All right, Sharon, what are your thoughts about the video?
That was a lot of information. I think if he's uncomfortable with him as a person, then yeah, he should just leave. He should have just said, "Hey, I'm not comfortable with that." Me personally, I don't think any man should be comfortable with a woman just hanging out with her ex. Like if it's baby daddy, husband, and maybe I could see they still speak to each other once in now and then. I can understand that. But just a regular ex, hey, there's no need for you to speak to your ex. Ain't no need for me to ever speak to your ex. I don't care how cool he is. I don't want to ever meet him, and I don't need you to be buddy with him. As of friendships, I would just have to meet him and see what kind of vibe I get from this so-called friend. Because I have female friends that call me. I don't do nothing with them, never tried to. I don't see nothing wrong with friendship if it's truly a friendship. But you'll have to meet the person, have a conversation with them, and see how they interact with each other while you're in the room. Do you see any weird eye movements, hand gestures, or any kind of little things that suggest anything other than a friendship? And that's the only thing you can really do about that.
I don't know about that, man. I don't think a man can be friends with a woman.
Not in all circumstances. Not in every circumstance. No.
Yeah.
I mean, man, the moon. If the moon is in the 7th house and shit, you get some ass.
I think women are better friends than men. To be honest, I think if men was honest, majority of the people that actually helped them out was one of their female friends. They're quicker to help you out with no strings attached. They don't want nothing from you, and hopefully you don't want nothing from them. And they're quick to help you out.
You mean if you're in the friend zone, though, right? If you're squarely in the friend zone. So that's the point. If you're in the friend zone, men tend to be, I call them random male orbiters. A man will be a random male orbiter around a beautiful woman for the rest of his life, waiting for that opportunity for her to just have that one sliver of weakness. And she might even give him a mercy leg, right? And so let you know, hey, man, this is a mercy leg. Get this shit out your system. And you're going to blow it, by the way, because you ain't going to last for 2 minutes. And then that's it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think if you truly friends, you're not a friend zoned. That's truly your friend. I think friend zone is you trying to actually be with that woman. She don't have interest in you, and you wind up becoming her friend. I think that's completely different.
I hear you, but I don't believe the man is sincere. I believe that I hear what you're saying. I see the distinction you're making, and it's not a really big disagreement because it's possible. I mean, I have a girlfriend that I never try to have with, but we ain't in no intimate settings all the time either, right? So the real point I'm saying is that most men, we could be cool. We could be cool, but I just don't think that if you're the other man, the boyfriend or husband, you don't want your wife having dinner with just a male friend, right? Even if he ain't going to do nothing, right? Just the fact that they're having conversations that you're not privy to. Right, he could be giving her advice that he shouldn't be giving her. He could be saying shit that might impact your relationship. I don't want my wife taking any kind of advice or any kind of input from another fucking guy that I don't know about. That's how I am. Maybe that's insecurity or whatever it is, because if he says the wrong thing to her and she starts to pick up on it, then we got a friction.
Antoine, what's your thoughts, buddy?
I don't know, Tyrone. Do you completely disagree with that or what?
Yeah, I completely disagree. I think if that's your homie, that's your homie. Me and my homeboys, we don't have any intimate dinners, so I do not expect my wife have intimate dinners.
Okay, I'm just saying intimate meaning just her with
a male friend. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just don't. If it's a friend, then it should truly be friendship type of interactions. Yeah, I was at work. We both was downtown. We had a drink before I came home. Yeah, that's fine. I don't see really nothing wrong with that. Co-workers do it all the time. But intimate and you asking for advice, that's the problem with. I think it would get a little misconstrued, and that's when, like I said, that's when your eyebrows gonna have to perch up a little bit. Like, oh, he said, what about? I should do what? I should be doing push-ups. That's what he told you, huh? Now I'm starting to. Now my ears are perking up to little information that you slipping up and giving me, and now it's turning into something else, and now I got to check that in a different way.
We're on the same page.
All right, Anton, what you think, man? Then we're gonna move forward. What's going on, man?
Black man, thanks for having me on. Oh man, Arcane, good seeing you. JT, as always, it's an honor. Mr. Bennett, Jersey. I gotta give a shout out. To the Garden State. I got to. What's going on to the news brother on the panel as well? What's going on?
Payne will be repping you in Jersey too, bro.
Yeah.
Just rise up. All right.
What? I did not know that, old man.
You can't tell by his accent and his attitude.
Yeah, give it away. I thought he said he was in New York. I figured he still was in New York. That's why.
Jersey.
I still say New York, but I've been here longer in New Jersey than I've been in New York.
Shout out to the New Jersey chapter of the bold and the beautiful, beneficent, benevolent ball brotherhood of the BNU Network, New Jersey chapter, standing up to you.
Wow.
Live here.
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
So, Anton, what's your thoughts, man? What's up, you
man? My thing is this. Is there a way for a man and woman to be friends? Yes, there is, as long as there was no sex involved. I have a woman, there's a woman that I know, we've been friends for 25 years. I did ask her on a date a long time back. It didn't work. We've been friends ever since. At first, my wife felt a little uncomfortable, but I told her nothing ever happened. But she understood and realized that this is someone that's looked after me for a period of time and a lot of things. And this woman, I call her my little sis because she's been there and helped me out and things, and I've helped her out to the point that she's my children's godmother. She's family, basically. Like, she is family. And I can honestly tell you, we have no interest in ever hooking up. We don't. We know for a fact that if it did, it will kill our friendship. So we like it where it is, and we keep it at that. And my thing is just, men and women can be friends as long as there was no sex involved. Once sex is involved, it just throws it out, and it's kind of hard to rebuild what you had. Plain and simple. So as long as you guys never were intimate or had anything serious or physical going on, if y'all were always platonic, then they can work, and then it can grow, and then basically y'all family. Y'all basically me brother and sister, and that's basically what it is. That's my take on it.
So your thoughts, let me ask you about your friend real quick, then we're going to move on. Is your friend attractive?
She's beautiful, yeah.
And you've been looking at that fine woman for 25 years and it never crossed your mind, I want to clap those cheeks.
Nah, man, I like what we got. I like the friendship we have. Like, there are things that we can talk about.
That's not what I asked you, Anton. I said, have you ever looked over there one day and said, ooh, why I tear them cheeks up?
Before I got married, I looked. I
knew it. You can't be
I looked, but then never went after that, man. I looked and that was it. After that, I'm good. That's why I said I like the friendship we have, and I'm going to respect those boundaries, and we've been respecting those boundaries ever since.
Oh, man. All right, we got some super chats here. Then, Coach Ferg, what's going on, my brother? We got CJ. He said, I don't have any female friends. That's lazy action to me. All my friends are male. You see a broad around me, I'm pounding them cheeks. Don't be an orbiter. All right. CJ came back with another $2. He said, women don't have male friends. They got insurance penis. So, yeah. All right. So, listen, I want to move on. Coach Ferg, welcome to the show tonight, man. Hey, listen, so Anthony Mackie had some things to say on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and the rest of those guys. And it's been mixed emotions about it. It's been a lot of things said. Sharon is one of the people who disagreed with him, but we're going to get into that later about why he disagreed with him. And so I want to play the first part. I'm going to play the part that I don't think a lot of people played first. And then we'll go from there. Let me play this one about when he said that we're lying to our children by telling them that if they work hard, they'll earn what they get. All right, so let's play this one first. Here we go.
And doing all this shit. And what I realized yesterday thinking about it, we're lying to our kids, dog. And I think that's a big problem in our community. We tell our kids that and this is fresh on my heart, like I literally just came to this conclusion last night. We tell our kids if they do right and they make the good grades and they go to the programs and they will become successful. If you work hard enough, your work will be paid off. And that's not true. Success is given. It's not earned. Because you can be the most brilliant motherfucker. If one person don't tap you, each one of y'all. There were people who could hit harder, who could catch better, who could run faster, but somebody said, you're the one. And the other 50 behind you fell off. You know what I mean?
All right. We'll start, Coach Ferguson, since you just came in. We'll start with you first. What are your thoughts? Are we lying to our children, telling them that they have to earn everything when in the success given?
How y'all doing, man? Can y'all hear me good?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
You know, I had a father, man, you know, and it's crazy. I love all y'all black men. I'm with y'all sisters. I'm with y'all, but can't no man tell me how to raise a son. Everything my father gave me, he taught me some stuff, and some stuff I learned as I became a better person and got older. You know, and that's pertaining to a man and a woman. But, you know, it depends on your level of success. He's in Hollywood, so they pick you in Hollywood. Everybody with talent, they can't run to Hollywood. But if they choose you, yeah. But if a man is raising his family, kids, you know, barbecuing on birthdays and shit, man, shit, that's a success to me. Got a good job, retired, nice car. Kids are smart, you know, pretty, handsome. That's real. But again, it just, you know, it might be some lies you have to tell because kids ain't supposed to be knowing all your grown folk business. But when they age appropriate, you know, let's go ahead and, today it's okay to go ahead and just say, hey, son, you know, hey, daughter, it is what it is, you know, but they looking for protection and guidance too. But yeah, I mean, people lie to themselves, being they lie to themselves, and that be the problem. Because a father raising his son, which we don't see, and now we see the result of grown men who haven't had that experience, and the grown women who haven't had that father sitting by the tub and bathe you and talk to you and hold you up in the sky like Kunta Kinte, some stuff like that. That's hurting. That's hurting the boys. That's hurting the nature of the man as a black man.
No.
And, you know, and this is my last thing. For that to happen, I think, you know, it's going to have to take a shift in the movement by both sides working together. Other than that, kids just going to be dumb as hell.
All right, I'm going to hop up to Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on what you saw?
I got a lot of what he said. I agreed mostly what he said. I probably would have chose my words maybe a little bit differently. I think I understood the heart of what he was saying. Is that when he says success is given, I would say opportunity is given. Because the one thing he said after all that, he talked about how much he grinded. Like when he went for readings, like, you know, they asked for 2 readings. He had 10 prepared. So I don't think he's saying for kids or that you shouldn't teach your kids not to work hard. But sometimes the opportunities that they get, as long as someone's in the selection process, we got an NFL draft coming up next month. Those kids have really a lot of those kids don't have any say in who decides to draft them. And you may think that you should be the number 1 pick or go to this team, and you don't get it. And especially in the business that he's in with acting in Hollywood, all that stuff is basically someone is selecting, and it has nothing to do with talent. I think he was saying that earlier, that you got a lot of people getting roles and opportunities that aren't half the actor that he is or other great actors. So I think opportunity, is given, is certainly given to you. But I think your hard work, earns you more opportunities. So I wish he would have said opportunities, if that's what he meant, that opportunities are given. But I think your hard work, does pay off. But at the same time, you have to manage your expectation also. Because again, especially if you're going for top positions, it's like a pyramid. There's very few selections at the top. I don't care if you're CEOs, VP, whatever position, corporate America, whatever, they're going to be positions that you think you're qualified for and you don't get. And so, you know, you have to be able to manage that. You know, when we tell our kids that, yeah, work hard so opportunities come, but I don't know where they're coming from. And some of the opportunities you may get may come from an area that you weren't even looking at. So I hope people didn't take it in such a way to say, well, don't work hard. I don't think he was saying that at all. Right. But yeah, opportunity. Yeah, that's something that, you know, I certainly agree that's something that people give you an opportunity. It's up to you then to make that choice, however it came. Make sure that you make that choice solid, and that, you know what, they can't replace you. Once you get in that door, you make the most of it.
Sharon, what are your thoughts? Are we lying to our children?
I don't think. I think he was talking about himself. I think that's one of those things when you are really actually talking about yourself. He probably has some kind of imposter syndrome going on because so many people came and left while he's still grinding, and he probably don't feel like he deserved this goddamn movie because the TV show didn't do so damn good, and now he's not getting really good views on this new Captain America. He should have took the damn super serum. The fact that just because somebody couldn't catch, they was hitting harder than the other, but it's still it's a whole lot of attributes that goes into sports and acting and all these different skills that you might have as an individual that make you get chosen. And so I think he's kind of negating all of those facts, and he's trying to maybe possibly send a message out to talking through that TV show or podcast to his kids about things that's given to him because he got celebrity and he's not really in the house of his young men. So this is probably one way he's starting to talk to them. And it's given in a sense, but you got to have, like Mr. Bennett said, you got to have the opportunity. If you are working on your craft, somebody's going to have to choose you and say, hey, someone at the powers of be is going to have to choose and say, hey, you do have that it factor.
JT?
So, yeah, I agree with Mr. Bennett when he says that it's the opportunities, right? Because one of the things I've learned was that when you are diligent, you work, some people like to say hard, but it's more steady and you're focused. Even though you may not get what you initially set out for, there's always going to be something that's going to deem you for success, right? You may not get that, like, with Mackie, the type of work that he goes through is acting. So a lot of that is someone that's picking you. It's luck, pretty much, right? But to tell you, to say that we've lied to our kids and say that hard work pays off, I don't agree with that. Hard work does, man. It's, the things that we've all been through in life. Like I took so many classes and I went to so many schools and I've done so many jobs and I've been focused on so much in my life where the thing that I initially set out for, I didn't end up doing that. I did something that was greater than that, right? So it's kind of like, no, hard work does pay. It does. But how do we define hard work, right? Is it that you just stay, because you got to work smarter too, right? But if you steady doing something and you get no results, they call that, delusion? They call that, what they call it? When you're doing a whole lot of stuff and you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. Insanity, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Right. So that's not hard working. Actually, that's more of being lazy. You don't want to get out of your comfort zone. That's what most people don't want to do. They'll do the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I get where he was going to with that because he is in the land of Hollywood. But for the most part, no, hard work absolutely pays off. It absolutely pays off.
Now, one of the examples they used, which was last week, Courtney B. Vance, the husband of Angela Bassett, he agrees that hard work don't pay off. He said he's watched his wife for 3 decades, put some of the best work in film on film, and they chose someone else with lesser talent to give the Oscars to, give the awards.
We continue to go around, so before we get off of that, I mean, I want to answer that myself.
Yeah, can I say one thing before you go in there? So then you have to start defining what success actually is then. That's the thing. And I ended with that. That's it.
And you can't have it as rewards as the success.
No, see, that's what I was going to say, JT. You said it right. And listen, I think he was somewhat irresponsible because the nuance of what he's saying is going to be lost on a lot of people. I mean, one of those examples, when you say anybody could become president, but you're lying to them because most likely you won't be, that's a different thing. Most likely you won't be president. That's different than the fact that if you're an American citizen and you took a path that got you there, you can be president, right? But it most likely won't happen, right? We're talking about probabilities and possibilities. So I'm just saying this, how do you, like you said, JT, how do you measure success? It's different for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, so for him to say what he said, you know, your success is I got an A on an exam. I graduated high school. You know, I mean, you don't always get your dreams. That's the thing that's not promised to you, right? So, but you don't want to have anybody thinking that you have a dream that's so lofty that why should I try? I think we have a whole black community of people who think that shit because of the wrong messages that's being sent to them. So what he said, I mean, it's not a kiss of death because if you catch the nuance, you know what he's saying. But everybody doesn't parse words that way. So there's some guys out there saying, shit, man, why should I try? Because most likely I'm not going to make it unless somebody's in the network that's going to get me through. Yeah, for some professions, that's true. But that still doesn't mean that maybe you can't be an actor, but you could be the best, whatever you choose to be that you can be. So I just think that we need to understand, we need to be careful when we tell people stuff like that, especially
our kids.
If you're sitting on a perch. Like
now, Mr. Bennett, I don't know who all watched the interview in its entirety. I think Mr. Bennett may have watched it in its entirety because he also went into the Black Panther, Iron Man situation where Chadwick Boseman got $2 million to play Black Panther, and Robert Downey Jr. got $75 million. That's a completely different, just a huge jump.
Yeah, but that's not fair either. Robert Downey Jr. was I mean, Robert Downey Jr. was carrying the whole franchise for a while before Black Panther came out.
Blade actually, Wesley Snipes actually.
No. I'm talking about when the franchise was hot. I mean, we're parsing stuff. Blade was a surprise, but he wasn't part of this whole MCU culture yet.
No, hold on. I just want I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying when Marvel was in bankruptcy, Blade saved Marvel.
That's fair, but that's also the story, right? So the story saved Marvel, not just Blade because it's Black. It was the character that he.
That money from that movie,
exactly. And it was the perfect timing for that type of movie in the time frame that was with the vampires and that darkness and kung fu. That character was perfect for that time zone. And the same way how Iron Man was perfect for the new version of this that started this whole new Marvel situation. So because what's his man, the one that's always sound like he about to cry when he talk, Terrence Howard. He got paid way more for the first Iron Man movie than Robert Downey Jr. did. But Robbie he kept going, and then so now they had to go back to the contract.
They doubled Robert's pay. And he made more than Terrence. And Terrence said, whoa, I'm not getting paid that. I'm not coming back. And they got Don Cheadle.
So that's what really happened. So we can't make it seem like, so also with the Black Panther, if Chadwick, if he was still alive,
Chadwick Boseman,
if he did part 2 and part 3, he would be getting upwards of ridiculous amount of money because they would have had to make that comic book because it was an iconic comic book with Storm coming into as his wife. And all these things.
Well, plus the
first it would have turned into a whole different situation where he is making that equal pay type of situation. It would have turned into that, but it needed time.
Yeah, Coach Ferg, what did you have to say?
Hang on, Anton didn't get in first. Yet.
Oh, my bad, Anton, go ahead.
Honestly, I hear what Anthony Mackie's trying to say. You do have to put in hard work. I think the other aspect, and I remember putting it in the chat, it's also about timing. It's not just putting in the work, it's timing. Because sometimes you can catch lightning in a bottle. You don't know who's paying attention, who's watching you, and what you're doing. I remember someone I grew up with, someone I knew, he was in the army, he was in Afghanistan, and he was putting in a lot of work while he was there, and he felt like he was being overlooked. He felt like no one was paying attention to him, and he was calling me up, and we would talk. And I just told him, just keep doing what you're doing because you don't know who's paying attention. You don't know who's watching you. Just keep doing what you're doing. Stay consistent. Don't get complacent because the minute you get complacent, that's when something happens. A couple weeks after that, he got recognized. He got awarded and everything else, and he called me up and was just all happy and excited. And he was like, yo, thanks for believing in me. Thanks for the advice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I said, that's all it is. Just keep doing what you're doing because you don't know who's watching. It's not just about the work. It's about the timing. And just like JT said, it's not just about working hard. You got to work smart. And something that JT, Ferg, and I heard during our time in the Army, always be 2% smarter than the task at hand. That's what you have to do as well. Sometimes you got to learn to think a little bit outside the box instead of just staying within the box. Sometimes you got to be a little bit creative. Sometimes you do a little bit different, but don't do anything, outrageous. But if you can, stay consistent and you know how to try something a little bit different that will work, do that. It's all about not just the work; it's all about timing as well.
Right, and I agree.
And I also want to say, BMU.
I
want to say this. Just in case if Anthony Mackie is correct, I need y'all all to choose me, so this way we can get to this bag. All right.
Okay. What you gonna play? What you gonna play? The Ant-Man, the Stick Man, or something? What you gonna play? What you about 130, 125?
I just, I think that a lot of people like looking behind the, most people look behind the curtain, especially in corporate America, where I'm at. I've seen a lot of people behind the curtain. I've been in a lot of meetings where people were like, they picked a person based on how they felt about them and not about their work.
100%.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
it's more like that's my homeboy, that's my homegirl, and this person over here worked their ass off, and they just overlook them because of how they feel about them, the relationship they have with them. They go have drinks after work, or they meet on the weekends and do throwing axes and shit, and they'll choose them based on their friendship, And Mr. Ben, he was shaking his head like, yeah, I mean, it happened.
I mean, look, the interview process, I can't tell you how many people that I know, because we all went, company closed and we all went out separate ways, and just hearing the stories of people. Some people were hired simply because the interviewer liked them better. It was like, we're about to hire this person. But I've been vibing with you and whatnot, and I think we connect or whatever. Boom, I'm hiring. I'm taking you. Some ladies get hired simply because they look better. Qualifications aside, if you look better than somebody else, if you have a look or an image that they're looking for, they're gonna pick you. So we can't, this idea that merit is the only thing that we go on when people are chosen. I think that is misleading to children, or certainly to adults also, that we're in this delusion. Merit has something to do with, at least it should, but there's a lot of people, like you say, you've been in meetings with leadership and management and whatnot. It's like, why is this person here? I mean, it's like, it's like, how did they even get here?
Yeah.
We all shaking
How
our
do you
head.
parse that, Mr. Bennett? How do you parse that? That even if let's just say you're true, and it's true what you're saying, but how do you parse that in light of telling somebody who's on the up and coming, okay, listen, you want them to work hard, you want them to work smart, you want them to do all the things it takes to give them a possible advantage. But and everybody else, do you add on saying, listen, while you're getting the knowledge, you need to build some kind of network. You know what I'm saying? So you might have the advantage. So, because for the most part, we know is who you know is a factor, but is it the majority factor? Is it if you don't have that network, that means no matter how good you are, you're not going to get ahead? That's not true. So how do you pass that information?
But I think it depends on the industry. Like law enforcement, exactly. I know several cops. It's all about nepotism there.
Yep.
So again, it depends on the fact that the region that you're in. But like I said, as I said earlier, your hard work opens doors. What doors that get open, and then you also have to be flexible enough, because again, I've seen it with my kids. It's like they had their heart set on this particular job, or they knew they nailed, like, I am perfect for this job. Okay. And they didn't get it. But I told them, still, you keep grinding, a better opportunity or another opportunity will open up. And it does. And it did. So again, my thing is, you can't control the opportunities that are put in front of you, but your hard work opens doors for you, and be willing to go through those doors. Even if it's a door that may not be necessarily the destination, your ultimate destination, but it's going to lead to something else. You're going to have to maybe sit here for a year or two, learn some skills that you're going to get from here, and then take that on to your ultimate destination. So again, that's what I've told my kids. But I said, don't get so caught up in this, or so focused, like I got to have this or I'm not successful, and miss everything else that comes through the work that you did, the character that you build, even when you fail, or even when you don't get the outcome that you wanted. that is building your character up so you're ready for the next one. So that's what I've done with my daughters as well. So don't get married to anything.
Yeah. It's just like I'll take it to football real quick and we'll move on. I just want to get a laugh out because I see a Dallas Cowboy fan just came in the chat.
Boo!
But it's just like Jerry. It's just like Jerry and Dak. It's just like Jerry and Dak. Jerry know Dak is not the answer for Dallas. He knows it.
The ghost of
He knows that he needs to get him another quarterback, but he will not move on from Dak because it's what he likes. It's not about winning. It's about what I like. Yeah.
Hey, man, hit the ghost, man. Hit the ghost of Sparta just popped up, man. Say, what's going on?
What's up, man? What's going on, my guy? Let me read this. We'll get right in here. He said, we read that one. He said he meant hard work alone isn't enough. You need favor. Thank you, CJ, for the $2 super chat. He said LL Cool J saved Def Jam and Snipe saved Marvel. That is correct. Kasim says $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, I know that hard work helps to overcome obstacles and to preserve through challenges. That resilience strengthens you to be better in handling future difficulties, which is essential in leadership. Appreciate you, Kasim. Appreciate you, my brother.
Kasim, what's up, Kasim?
What you gonna give him, bro? You gotta give him something.
I do. Hold on a second. I'm gonna give him this one because it seemed like all that singing and shit. Here we go. If y'all don't know who that is, that's Tori Kelly. That's one of the most. That girl is so underrated, boy. It's ridiculous.
It sounded like she was listening to Take 6, dog. Damn, that shit, boy.
No bunny. There you go.
I see how y'all get excited.
If you got children, you know that because she's on Sing and she did a good job on that as well.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That's how I knew it. My daughter watching it. So Ghost of
I never
Sparta in the
actually
building.
seen what she looked like though. That's my first time actually seeing her.
Yeah, she's beautiful. Yeah, she's grown into a beautiful woman. She's married and got I think she got some kids, maybe. But anyway, Ghost of Sparta, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you.
Long time, guys. How you guys been?
What's going on, boy? What's happening?
I kind of went MIA on this show for a little bit, so I thought I'll pop my little.
Hey man, hold on, bro. Hold on.
I'm good.
You know, Sharon, you know how on your show when you bring in your people and you have their own little listen. Ghost of Sparta's late tonight. He didn't come on time. And so for that reason, Ghost of Sparta, I'm so glad you're here.
You've reached your limit on talking. Shut the fuck up.
So and so it's so good to see him, and I just want to make sure that we understand that he was
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hit it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You better hit that shit.
So Ghost of Sparta, you go ahead and comment on this one, and then we're gonna get to the real video of him talking about how he raised his boys. That's the one that's really gonna spark some conversation right there. So Ghost of Sparta, what are your thoughts?
I think it depends who you know, or in my field, whose dick you're sucking pretty much to get into the position sometimes.
Casting couch.
Because I'll give you a great example. When I was at the hospital, we were three of us up for AC, executive chef. And the person who got it was most low qualified. The only reason she got it, she sucked the director's dick. And we all knew about it. And she bragged about it. It depends who you know. It depends what favors you did for them to call a favor back.
So what did you do to get in your position?
What I did for my position? Simple. I quit and got a new job.
You had options.
I didn't have your kind of options.
Right. You know what? And to add to what he just said,
He saw an opportunity and took it.
Yeah, you know, Jaguar Wright, they say she's loonier than she's crazier than a road lizard. But one of the things she said that it was eyewitnesses that Mariah Carey was very talented, very talented. She didn't need to do nothing to get nothing. She was already there.
I had a crush on her myself, bro.
Oh Lord, who did? Jesus Christ. And she and Jaguar Wright said when they pulled up to her listening party or whatever, when the window was down, everybody saw her pop her head up from between the producer's legs, the CEO of the company's legs. And
you gonna take Jaguar Wright's motherfucking word for that? Come on.
So I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But how many women? Because the girl from I can't think of the girl's name, yellow skinned lady. She was in a whole bunch of movies. Real pretty lady. I can't think of Yandy something like that. She said that's what happened to her. She said that there's a sex scene in the movie, and he told her lay back on the couch. We're gonna go through the scene together. She did. He said I have, and she said he started playing between her legs, and she was like, I don't like this, and he was like, hey, you want to be in Hollywood? You better go through this sex scene with me right now, and it's gonna be a real one. We're really gonna do this sex scene together.
Damn.
And she said that's how she got her start.
That's crazy.
A lot of people in Hollywood have done that. Me and Paul at Comic-Con, and we've seen a lot. Paulie would say a lot of those girls are. Let's put it this way: it's not a PG rated area, more like an X rated area. If you go to New York Comic Con, and we have interviewed people together, and we saw and I know firsthand a lot of these women do a lot of favors. And
the funny thing though, man, Spot, is like all these women who chose to give up some life for fame and money. But the real issue is not the sex part, right? It's because they were coerced and extorted into doing it. Because they've been giving up pussy for chicken dinners and steak dinners, man, for their whole life. And so now they're getting rewarded for it. But I mean, it's like, it's the one part of the Me Too movement, I don't want to go down that path, that's not telling the truth. Because they could have been hostesses for the post office. They wanted to be successful. And guys took advantage of that. And they're going to roast in hell for it, maybe. But that's the truth. But women always, women in general barter. Their sex is for barter, right? So sometimes it's more nefarious than others, but it's true.
And if you remember,
why do y'all only make it seem like why y'all make it only seem like it's the women that do it?
I was going to say the men, but Sharon, if I was on your panel, I would have said the men.
You said it. When Anthony Mackie took that role on Black Mirror, he was already a big dude, right? And he still had to take a position to kiss somebody on screen. So what you think he did?
Man, or did he kiss the avatar?
No, he kissed the man, and he kissed him for more than 2 seconds, right? And it was a romantic scene.
It was the end of the season, right? Because it actually it was a crazy ass episode, right? Because they were avatars, right. And they had that new game or whatever. But so then in real life, that's when the homeboy kissed it, and it was like, damn, dog.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? That's when I went silent. I said, well, this is fucked up, man.
Because it was weird enough when it was just on the video game and they was making it.
Yeah, they was having sex and shit on the video game.
I never saw it, so
to that point.
If he did that on
I never saw the movie. I never saw it.
It's not a movie. It's a series. It's a series
on Netflix.
On Netflix. Black Mirror.
Oh, really? No, I never saw it. Now you're gonna make me want to check it out.
Yeah, hold on, Anton. Go ahead and finish, Sharon.
Yeah, so if he was able to do that on a scene after he became famous, what did he do to actually become famous? Because this is after he is Anthony Mackie. We already know him. This ain't
that's Papa Doc.
Right.
8 Mile.
This is already, he had Academy Award nomination. He already played Dr. King, I believe, either Dr. King or Thurgood, whatever, at the Banks TV. He was there. It's Anthony Mackie.
But to entertainment level, though, think about the entertainment level. Even in the entertainment level, man, you can question whoever did what in that level to get to Hollywood.
But he actually touched the guy's lips on the screen.
But I'm just saying, though, look at what. Listen, Puff Daddy got you in the door some kind of way.
What
I'm saying is, as a man, right? We all strive. I don't think nobody's coming out of wherever condition they in said that I ain't gonna be shit. Now, if there's some dudes moving like that, yeah. But I think we all got to a point where we wanted to work hard. And then you get to a certain level, whether it's in corporate, you may have to become a supervisor or a manager. Or if you're trying to be in entertainment, then you might have to compromise yourself in the scene. How many of y'all up here go take $5 million to let somebody slob you down?
Absolutely not. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Some dudes that get chose, those dudes get chosen in Hollywood to do that.
But one big thing that Arpain said a year ago. Do you remember what you said a year ago, Arpain?
No, what I said a year ago.
Maybe you have it clipped too. Nobody can
resist.
resist.
I got you. Don't you worry. I got it right here. I saved this shit. This shit ain't never going nowhere. This is what I'm paying.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
I'm not even done yet. Hang on. I'm just getting warmed up. You're talking about
if the woman in charge, if it was a woman in charge,
hang on. Give me a second. God of War in 2005 was the first time that a game had a full-blown sex scene at a level. You go bang this woman, harder you bang, more points you get for your character to level up. You sit there and tell me sex doesn't sell, sex doesn't get you somewhere, you're on crack.
No, I didn't say that. I agree with you.
Not you. I mean in general.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, I'm not going to use my elders, so worry.
Yeah, I believe that too. I think that a lot of people have given themselves, women and men. I think Will Smith threw that ass back for Quincy Jones a long time ago. I think that, so, I mean, if you really think about it. But, even Tupac admitted that Quincy tried to have sex with him. He said, "You want my daughter, but I want you."
Hey, BMU, let's not act like it's just with entertainment as in Hollywood and rap or singing. It's also in sports as well. We know for a fact that a lot of those basketball stars, hey, those football stars, hey, we know. We seen the scandal that happened in college a couple of years ago. We seen he in jail now. Luckily, those boys was brave enough to actually come out with their story and say what that man did. It happens on that level.
Sharon, I can say this. As far as football, that's a one-off. You hardly would never see that. Because brothers that play sports like in football, you might have a few, like even in all the history, even the one that tried to say, "I'm coming out to the world." You see how they dismissed his whole career? He had no more career. In football, it's a little different. Now, what they do in their personal life, but in college, it was the coach. So you don't get that. Coaches ain't running up on Penn State. You ain't getting that in no.
Oh yeah, Penn State.
Hey, so what I'm saying, that coach that violated those boys for many of years, he did it to plenty of young men. Simone Biles, we see what happened. I'm telling you, it happens in sports as well. It ain't just happening to the young ladies. It's happening to the boys in sports. It's happening in the NFL, and they try to silence that one that try to be free about it, because once you got them free about it, more people are going to be willing to come out. And all these stories is going to start.
Not in no NFL.
But that's where it goes to.
You think it's going to keep Dwight Howard out of the Hall of Fame?
For a long time.
So, but hold on.
And JT, before you go, and I believe that's why he's getting married to that young lady. He trying to get in that Hall of Fame, and he know he need a woman to clean him up.
It could be all of that, but this is the thing. Sexual predators is definitely out there, and especially when you have, going back to what Mackie was talking about when it comes down to success, right? When you're into entertainment, they will hold that as the carrot. And what is it that you are willing to do to get that level of success is basically what they're saying. So that's why I said I definitely disagree with what Mackie was saying on that standpoint, where hard work actually does. It opens so many doors for you because you're focused. You know what I'm saying? That sex shit, I'm telling you, if my daughters had got to a point where they were going to get some type of fame doing the things that they did, where it came down to music or gymnastics and things like that, I would have ruined it. I never wanted my kids to be fucking famous or trying to be in that realm of fame, because I understand exactly what that world leads to. I would have ruined it. I ain't gonna lie. I just been a bad guy.
I want to say shout out to Ray J and Brandy's mother, because she made sure that they didn't get taken advantage of physically. Maybe contractually, she had to, let them do what they had to do. But growing up in the game, the reason why people didn't like her is because she's like, you ain't gonna interview my son without me being here. You crazy?
Hang on, brother.
You mentioned Ray J, but then you got the whole Kardashian line got launched because of that.
If you want to give kudos to somebody, give it to Stevie Wonder's mom. How about that?
That as well.
Stevie Wonder's mom was the one.
Because we cannot compare what Ray J is willing to do now after he
right.
Hey mom, I'm grown now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta remember that when they was coming up, when she was the manager,
Kardashian's own mama approved
the
video.
Hey,
mama approved the video.
But we forget, like Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
He's been doing it for years and years, and he just finally got called out on it after so many years. But the debate is who was really the rat. Doesn't matter. Like, he did it for years. He paid off millions of women, and women who are wrestlers are slowly coming out and saying, hey, I was the one who fucked them because I wanted to get the title. I wanted the big money. I wanted the millions. I want to be this. The only way to do it is to let him shit on my face literally and do what he wants to me. The guy was a perverted person. Beyond perverted. Like, I don't want to even your imaginations can go there. That's how fucked this guy is.
But if you don't tell, let me tell you this, and then we'll move on. If you don't tell your kids, like what Anthony Mackie said, I agree with him. Like Mr. Ben said, to a certain extent, if you don't tell your kids that, though,
you're muted.
For me?
No, he's not. I can hear him.
No, we can hear him.
You can hear him?
Yeah.
So the thing is, what's crazy is, like, being out coaching these boys in football, like we do, Coach Ferg, we out with these boys and we coaching these boys. Before I started coaching, I used to see the daddies will put their sons as quarterbacks, running backs, and they were garbage. Couldn't even get out the line of scrimmage. They're on the ground like, damn. But you got this other boy over here that can bust the line wide open and get 60 yards on the first play. They won't put him in because he's trying to uplift his own boys.
Yeah.
And he's choosing his sons. I call it daddy ball. You're playing daddy ball. You got your son up here knowing he garbage.
Those are the worst coaches ever.
And this boy back here can throw the damn ball 60 yards on his knees, and your son can't even get past the line of scrimmage.
And I don't know if I would say that's bad coaching. I'm not sure if I would.
Bad coaching, bro. Bad coaching.
That's bad coaching because, look, everybody said the same thing about Bronny. He just scored 17.
No, but see, listen. LeBron only had the opportunity to be in his son's coaching career is now, as far as the NBA. But understand, he didn't have to have his dad coach him on the field or court because he had his dad at home every day. You go see it in Jake. Now, for example, you want to see it going forward, watch Jason Tatum. Watch his son. His son is out there already going to the locker room out on the courts. So when he's ready to go, Jason Tatum goes sit on the sideline and cheer his son on, show up at his games like LeBron. So a father's position in that young boy or the young girl creates great outcomes like we see with the brothers on the panel, the three up top before all the girls coming to ask the daddy, can I have him come sit in the living room? Let me get my dogs, talk to the dogs, see how the dogs feel about it.
I don't know, maybe we haven't been paying attention to sports lately, but it ain't the poor kid that could do like what BMU said, that he could be on his knee and throw 60 yards. That ain't the people that's taking over the leagues. In all sports.
No.
In every sport, it is the kid that have a daddy that was a major sports player.
That's what we're getting to. Yeah, that's what we at right now.
It's like that in the NBA. You see that a lot in the NBA. You're definitely seeing that a lot in the NBA. You're starting to see a little bit of that in the NFL. You've seen some of that in Major League Baseball. You're also starting to see a bit of it in the NHL too.
Well, you got Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony just went off. Carmelo Anthony just went off on he went off on his podcast about his son is the #1 basketball player in New York. And he said, my son did not get picked for the McDonald's team, but they had me come in and shoot a fucking commercial the day before they did the picking. So now I'm doing the damn McDonald's All-Star commercials, and they ain't even picked my son. He's number 1 in New York.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's wild.
That's not
wild.
crazy. That's you not being a good manager of your son. You need to speak up. If you get the commercial, you're like, hey, there's something wrong here. Yeah. I don't care who kid you got to kick out. I'm not going to do the
known that
commercial,
beforehand, though.
And my son is number 1, so he put the time in the work in. No, you're not going to do that. We're not going to get it both ways. So he can't be scared to use his celebrity. Like, that is not the time to say, hey, I want everything to be honest. That is not the time.
Yeah, and I also will say this. I want to add this little nugget. Deion did agree with Mackie on his situation about his boys. So Deion Sanders agrees because Deion is going to experience that in this draft. I'm telling y'all. Listen. These people cannot stand fucking Deion Sanders. They cannot stand him. And they didn't invite his second son to the combine. And then when his baby boy went, oh no, he got an attitude problem. He got issues. He has character issues, right? They couldn't attack his game. So let's talk about his character. And Deion just like, hey, they hate me. Anything they can do to hurt me, they're gonna hurt my kids.
And sports is turning from that's the ghetto ticket. It's the rich ticket now. Yeah, it's going to be rich kids getting richer. It ain't for us ghetto. This is your way out the hood. Anymore.
Yeah, that hood shit is over with. That's done. That's done.
I remember this one.
Is taking over.
Yeah,
I remember this one content creator. I was watching his video on YouTube, and somebody actually put this on Twitter saying, where are those who come from the trenches? How come you don't see kids from the trenches anymore? And I remember watching that video, and it was about guys coming, and it was about the NBA turning into a daddy league. And he was talking about how you're not finding a lot of these kids. Excuse me. You're not finding a lot of kids who come from the trenches, who come from these places, who didn't have opportunities. You're finding a lot of these kids who are basically the sons of NBA players. Some of them the sons of WNBA players who have the money, who have the resources and everything else, who are playing AAU ball, who's been playing ball all year round. You hear about them. And perfect example, I remember looking at the list of some of the biggest names coming out, and I've seen all their dads play in both college and the NBA. I'm looking at like
it's going to stay that.
One kid named Boozer, one kid named, and I'm like, I recognize these names because their dads played. I remember. So
played that too. So Antoine, let me ask the question. So are we going to shame that? Are we going to shame these guys that now, because they got it out the trenches, they made it better for their kids to be able not to have to deal with the shit that they had to deal with? Are we going to shame them?
No, I don't think
it's all about timing.
But I don't think you're going to shame them. But I think it makes Mackie's point.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
It makes his point. So again, like I said, for the kid who had to grind up and whatnot, is he going to get invited to the camp? To the Nike camp or what have you? Is it going to go? Is it going to be more like an insider game? And in other words, your hard work, is it going to be rewarded because you still have to be chosen, not just to get into the league, but to get into all the steps that get there?
So the problem is that
every problem is you don't have a father in the league, though. I mean,
no, hold on, Arpain. But I'm saying, like, okay, so let me say this real quick, Sharon, and you can cook. Imagine this, Arpain. You work your ass off playing basketball. And then the NBA draft coming up, and then in front of you, you see Boozer, you see Anthony, you see Chris Paul's son, you see all these motherfuckers who daddies are Hall of Famers coming to the league. You think they're going to go down to the bottom guy who can dunk on everybody, jump out the gym? No, they're going to pick all the dudes.
Wait a minute, though. Listen, on those teams, you might have one or two sons of a famous person. The rest of the team is just regular guys you never heard of. Yeah, I mean, we can't just because 3 or 4 guys. I mean, listen, how many guys on the team? 15?
No, hell no. It's way more than that.
Wait a minute. I'm not saying the league. I'm saying on a
I'm going to let you cook, Sharon. I promise. I swear to God. Just imagine this. Arpain, but just imagine this, though. Even if it's 4 of them,
Okay.
Right? What if it's another player that's better than Anthony that got to, but Anthony got it because of his daddy.
But you can't ignore my point. If there's 15 guys on the team and 4 have fathers who are famous, that means 11 guys are in the team and their fathers ain't famous. I mean, wait a minute.
Yes.
I mean, and we can't discount the fact that some of those guys' sons are pretty goddamn good.
And some
they are. I'm not saying that, but there's some motherfuckers that come out the hood that can jump out the gym that ain't gonna get you.
That's always been like it. That's always
been like that.
But you know what it is also, BMU?
Go ahead. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I told Sharon he could go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My bad, brother.
And so I just want us to make sure we are paying attention to what's really happening. Is that it's been happening on the white side of things. Rick Barry, when his father was in, a lot of the white superstars that we know today, all of their parents was in the league. Every last one of them. When we go with Patrick Mahomes, we go with the Mannings, and we could go with a plethora of them on all sports. We cannot now that it's on us. And we finally get the opportunity to have nepotism that we want to critique it.
And we want it. Yes. Yeah, I agree. We gonna hate on it. We gonna hate on it.
You know what it is also? You're gonna have some kids.
Always been this way.
Right.
That's true. But you know what it is also?
Hold on. You know what I love?
Right.
I love seeing. I hope Dion go to the NFL and coach his boys again because I love to see the faces of them white boys when they like.
Yes,
I love it. I love when Dion on the sideline praying with his boys. They walking up and down the field. His son, man, I love it.
We can't hate on it. We can't hate on it.
I love it.
No, what we can't do. We cannot allow the hate to start creeping into this media world, saying that all of a sudden it's not earned anymore, right? Because also Shaquille O'Neal, both his parents was track stars.
Yeah.
They just wasn't a lot of the stars that we have that we all looked at as coming from the bottom. They just didn't have the social media to say that they was these successful athletes, but majority of them come from athletic mothers and fathers for real.
So Sharon, this is the thing though. This is where we have to get back. Because remember, we were complaining about the NFL, NBA bottlenecking a bunch of our athletes, right? So they're going to have to make sure that they can open up for the rest of these doggone leagues to open up, where it's not just NFL, it's not just NBA no more. They gotta have this shit opened all the way up now. Because you got the NIL, you got a lot of things that's really messing the market up for the NFL and the NBA now. These cats can be millionaires in college now. So what are they going to do?
Shadur Sanders made $5 million his last year in college. Guess what the rookie NFL quarterback made last year? $500,000.
And here's the thing that we put too much.
What about the quarterback for San Francisco? What did he made?
Yeah, Purdy, whatever his name is.
Purdy. He ain't got paid. He got opportunity to give. But I think we put too much into this.
He didn't even make $1 million.
Listen, fellas. Let's listen, because you got to think about it, man. I don't know if y'all ever coached, play sports, whatever, and BMU. Listen, the thing about this whole situation, as far as the NBA and they're doing this, what is it called, nepotism and all that? It won't really work because not every son is going to be a top player. And you have college players. You have thousands of college players. Now, again, it comes down to you being in the right position.
What he's saying, Coach. He's saying that what you missing is that we got to be able to gatekeep our young black boys that come from famous fathers, and we cannot allow the creeping in of media. We gonna start critiquing like how they did Bronny. We cannot allow that to be a new trend and say, oh, Carmelo's son ain't worthy because of a Carmelo. Because when Rick Barry son was in there, he won a dunk contest, nobody said nothing. So we gotta
he had 3 sons that play pro ball.
We gotta make sure we gatekeep and say it is okay for us to be successful already and make our sons successful and pass the torch to them to be millionaires.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, because
already millionaires. We got to protect that.
Here's the thing.
And not allow the media to creep in this nonsense that we are supposed to just come from the bottom, because we are not at the bottom.
Right. Okay. So, and it's great what that you said. We're not at the bottom, but wherever level you start out with your child. Justin Fields' daddy went to school with me. He's been a hard-working dude. I remember the day We played at 3 levels. We played at junior football. We played in high. Well, me and him played in high school together. And he went on to join the military. Then he moved. I remember the day he moved to Atlanta. And you see where his son is at, right? So it's not always going to be in that position where all of a sudden all the NBA when they retire, all their kids ain't gonna make it. All their kids ain't gonna go to school.
Well, there's a balance. But there's a balance in the conversation then.
Because even with Rick Barry, the last time his sons was in the NBA was over 10 years ago. You ain't seen too many white guys got their sons in there balling like that.
So there's a balance in the conversation because.
But it's only going to be about maybe 2 or 3. Like
it's not a lot. It's not a lot as it is right now, Coach Ferg.
No,
so I agree. That's why I said
it ain't gonna change over the next because we're talking. Sports.
No, it's changing already. This is the thing. It's changing already, and man, listen. Come on, bro. Us as black folks, but us as black folks, we always change the whole trajectory of all this shit. Once we get to a point where we got some type of
so it ain't gonna work.
No, it's working now. What are you talking about? The thing is that it's a balance, but this is what balances the conversation.
It ain't balance. It's like 1 in 10, 1 in.
No, we already understand that it's not a whole lot of people that go to the NBA and NFL. We already understand that part of it.
Some fathers that play too. It's always been a few like that since the league.
But it has not been. It has not always been like that for black men. Right. That's the thing.
King Griffey and his father played baseball together.
Yeah, but still, they were still the minority. They were the minority in the minority.
Even in basketball and football, it's still the minority.
But it made no sense for them to be the minority when you got, baseball, that's something different. But in basketball, when you got 85% of the damn players are black, and these motherfuckers, and you got all the white guys got their kids in there, and we still got to get it out of the ghetto. That's crazy. Now it's starting to change.
But you got some, ironically,
a lot of white NBA sons don't play basketball.
Bill Walton,
wait.
He played for the Lakers and then coached the Lakers, and that's all because of his daddy.
Hey guys,
it's more than one. We already named 2.
Ironically,
but let me tell you something. Hold on, let me ask you this. I'm going to say this real quick, Antoine. If Deion Sanders,
what we are really trying to say, what me and JT is trying to say, is that we cannot not all of a sudden put a microscope on it now and say, hey, this is wrong because Bronny and Carmelo's son is getting there, because that's the trend that is starting to happen with Bronny. They like, oh, he didn't deserve it. All of a sudden, nepotism is not deserved because we are doing it.
Yeah.
Now is the big eye on.
I agree with that.
I agree with that. You know, that's what I'm saying. I agree with. Listen, if you even make your son go to the NBA based off your pool in the game or NFL baseball, do that shit. I'm just saying, do that. Soccer, whatever. Do all that. And that means, again, from what I'm saying here, is that it requires us to work together. The mother and the father. So, not the mother working together. It ain't gonna happen.
But also.
So I don't know if you guys saw the news right now. George Foreman just passed away. So I wanted to.
No.
Really?
Yeah, he literally just passed away. So I just wanted to let everybody know.
Damn.
Damn, George.
R.I.P. George.
I'm gonna give you a grill tomorrow, man. Rest in peace, George.
One of the greatest, man. One of the greatest I've ever did it, man. I'm telling you.
I was going to say
40. What was he? 45 when he fought Michael Moore.
Yeah,
I think so.
He was in his man. Come on, bro.
I thought he was in his 50s, late 40s, early 50s.
No, he was in his 40s. He was in his 40s.
He was 50 when he won the
chip.
chip.
He was 76.
He was.
60
He was 50. He was the first person to do it at 50.
Was he at 50?
Yeah, when he hit him with that slow ass 1-2 and it said pap.
Yeah.
Hey,
no, I thought he was 40.
He was 45 years old.
He was 45. He was 45.
He was 45. Okay.
Yeah, he was 45. He was.
Man, you know what? Yeah. I'm so glad last year I took my son to see him, because he came and did a men and a father-son day or whatever, and I took my boys to meet him, and they met him. I got pictures and everything, bro. So I'm glad we got the opportunity to meet him.
And the thing is about him, man, this is the craziest thing. Well, even if you get a chance to see his documentary or the movie, that man, he turned out to be a great man. He turned out to be a very, like a really good person. You know what I'm saying? This man has did a lot of things for the greater of good. I was like, man, when I saw his documentary, that was crazy. to see that, and you know, he was more of a, what they call him, introvert. I don't really know what the fuck, but that man didn't like people a lot. He couldn't stand.
An introvert thing.
Yeah, he couldn't stand Muhammad Ali. And then when him and Muhammad Ali actually got a chance to have conversation with each other, man, they were like really, really good friends, bro. It was crazy to hear. And he was one of the most feared dudes in boxing. But at that time, didn't nobody give a fuck, because if you was a heavyweight and you was boxing, you wanted to win. You would take that knockout at that time. And if you fought George Foreman or George Frazier, or if you fought, you know, a lot of these guys that were, even the dudes that a lot of people don't know, man, you had some great courage, because these dudes was doing 15 rounds, bro.
Yep.
And they were taking shots to the head like crazy. But George Foreman, that man right there, was probably the only man that I know out of all those dudes that fought one another that had his follicles. This man didn't slur his voice, his words, or nothing like that. It was crazy. So, hey man, rest in peace to George Foreman, bro. Most definitely.
Yeah, and I want to, rest in peace to him. So I want to pull this other video up, man, because this is going to be the conversation of the night right here. Brother Anthony Mackie talked about how he raises his sons, and he got a lot of mixed words about what he said. So we're going to listen to it and then we'll discuss. Here we go.
I keep my boys humble. Like, my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like, your kids. And no, I don't give a fuck. I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Mm-hmm. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he gonna straighten the other ones out. Mm-hmm. So it's just that thing of, you know, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities, for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. Right. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always, since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night, this alarm is on, you text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, motherfucker climb through the window, that money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world, motherfucker jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different. You feel it when you go to Europe. Like, you see these and you're like, could bust your ass, boy. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You go to Europe. Tight ass pants. Yeah, tight ass pants. Going good, boy. You better lotion your ankle. Like, you feel it when you go to Europe. Even when you, like, I was just in Kenya and I was walking around. I'm like, yeah. Dude was like, you ain't from here. Like, nah. Like, yeah, I could tell. I know you can. I could tell I ain't from here. You know what I mean? It's just that American male masculinity is something I think is very important for boys. Because now our little boys are afraid to fail, so they don't try. You know what I mean? When we were kids, we did tackle drills. We would run face first into each other.
We just talked about it. They shot. Dudes don't even talk to a woman face to face.
They don't know how no more. Because, women they are so mean and so angry. Bruh, I saw this, my nephew was talking to this girl. Oh my God, dude, she just killed him. I mean, he was like, excuse me, how you doing? She goes, ugh. How do you come back from that? So he just walked over to me, I gave him his beer. I was like, there you go, bro. That didn't happen. Let's start over.
All right. So
can we go first on this one?
I want to bring Sharon in because he's going to spark the conversation of what he felt about this, and then we'll have the conversation with him about what his thoughts were. Sharon disagrees with this wholeheartedly. and I want him to speak on it, and then we'll all jump in and have the conversation. So, Sharon, what are your thoughts about what Anthony Mackie said?
So, first thing I would say, I understand and recognize black bag of talk when I hear it. Who the hell is he talking about? Is the American male? That ain't no black man. That ain't what we think of when we say the American male here in America. So, that was just him trying to appease to that part of the culture, because we see who won. He just trying to more appropriate this male toxicity situation, and the reason why we had to vote for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the masculinity representative, and now we see where it's actually kind of heading. It's not about if the person actually have any kind of merit. It also plays into the part of him saying that it's given and it's not earned, it's not merit based. Also, what Trump did, he took away all of the merit based situations, right? And now he's saying it's so-called merit-based, but we know what that really is a virtue signal for, this whole masculinity thing. And the idea that we gotta males gotta run at each other and hit each other head on, make sure a masculine man is insane. Majority of people don't even play sports. Majority of men don't even get into a goddamn physical altercation in their lifetime. I'm pretty sure his son's never had a fight, probably. And this other idea of you telling your 15-year-old son that he is the man of some household where you don't even live in that household is crazy. No, the mother should have all the reign in that household. She is running that household. When I leave my house, my wife is supposed to be second in command, not my oldest son. You ain't no man of my house. You're going to have to go and get your own goddamn house and be the man of that. You would never be the man of my house. I don't care how old you are. I don't give a fuck. You 50 years old and I'm 72. I'm not going to, when I leave my house, I'm still the man of my house. Not my son ever going to be the man of my house. So this idea of toxic masculinity is what he was trying to push out and push forward. And it was just a virtue signal so he could get another kiss in the face by another man.
All right. So Ghost of Sparta, you could go. You said you were gonna go first. So Ghost of Sparta, you can go, and then we'll let everybody else go. Go ahead. Ghost of Sparta, how are you gonna respond to what Sharon just said?
Growing up in Greece is completely opposite of what you're thinking, dude. Because when I left in Greece, growing up with my grandma, my father looked at me and goes, "You're the man. You protect her." So I had to go to the groceries. I got to do this. I got to do that. In Europe, it's different mentality. Like the whole gangster baggy pants. If you get caught with baggy pants, they're gonna rip you apart. And I'll tell you what Greeks say about that. You're a and you're taking in the ass so fucking well if you come in the house with baggy goddamn pants. I'm dead serious. In Europe, it's a whole different mindset that we left that so long ago, and we need to get back to that. If you go to Europe, it's different. You are a man. You still have your cigar. You still go out, have a beer. You still do things. You don't even go ask your girlfriend, "Can I go out, have a cigar with my friends and a beer?" And just give you permission. Maybe she needs to give you allowance too. Maybe she needs you, put a little talc powder on your fucking ass when you take it in. No, it doesn't work like that in Europe. In Europe is a completely different mindset. Kids are still playing and they know everybody in the neighborhood. To 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, and they come home all dirty. That's what we used to do. Our Payne probably remembers he was out there playing with his neighbors. What was it, like 1981 or some shit like that? Our Payne, whatever the case was, the mentality of a man is not in this fucking country. As much as you're going to sit there and argue with it, show me a man. Show me a man who goes up to a woman and says, "Hey, I think you're cute. Can I get your number?" So she's going to laugh. You're like, "Get fucked." That's most likely she's going to tell you, or slap you across the face. Like that, it doesn't matter. Guys don't even go up to him. It's so scared to go up to a woman. The old mentality, man and woman are living together, married. Keyword married. Marriage doesn't even exist in this country anymore. It's like a thing that if we feel like getting married, we do it. There's a protocol, a piece of paper. No, it's under God. And we lost that faith too. We've lost so much of being a man. Who remembers being a man, or like working on your own car, painting your Great example, paint your house. That is the best example. How hard is to paint your house? It's not that hard. And people need to hire somebody. Oh, I don't want to get my hands dirty because I'm like, I have nice clothes and a cologne and my Nikes, and like, seriously, like, get your dirty shit on, go fucking clean your own house. Go wash your own shit. Go paint your own shit. People don't fucking do that anymore. People don't dress appropriately. Like going out, to a dinner date and wearing a suit and tie, and people come in with a pair of Nikes and a graphic tee. Now that is dressing up to people. Like, I'm surprised we're at that point. What happened to the old dream, like being, a real man, a house, a wife, a dog? That doesn't exist anymore in this country.
So do you agree? So do you agree with Anthony Mackie?
Absolutely, 100%.
And and this is the problem that we see, right? Like, so the first thing that he is talking about manhood is about how they dress, and he got a goddamn graphic T-shirt on. That ain't manly, right? But if we're gonna go by his standard, the first thing that he thought of a black man is some baggy pants. I ain't never wore baggy pants a day in my life. Man. And so again, the problem is that when you hear men talk like this, it's just a virtue signal. It ain't really have anything to do with manhood whatsoever. What he talked about, cigars and alcohol, that doesn't have anything to do with manhood, right? That's regular. That's after you did all your work, you smoke a cigar. That's supposed to be your relaxation, but don't have anything to do with manhood. Manhood has anything to do with responsibilities. What you are take care of, things that you earn as a man. You do not get to be the man of my house just because. No, you got to earn your house and be the man of that. You don't be the man of my house.
So when you're away, who protects your wife and kids?
My wife protects the one that's protecting the house, not no 15-year-old kid.
Hey, get your mic, Mandrell, put your mic on your, yeah.
You train your kids.
I'll give you another example in Europe.
Hold on, go.
Hello, Mandrell. God damn it.
Yeah, you ain't gonna come speak.
The fuck?
Sharon, if you're a person who has a problem with anything that Anthony Mackie said, know this: you're a part of the problem. You really are. Like, how do you, as a grown man who claims to be masculine, sound so fucking feminine and disagree with what he said? I don't get that. It does not compute. I'm like, why would any man who's self-respecting and understands his role as a masculine man, as a protector and provider? Because protecting is not just about aggression. I hear that all the time. It's not just about aggression. It's not just about beating somebody up. Protection is counsel as well. That's why you hear me say men have to be competent. You have to guide that woman in the right spot. Now, if she chooses not to go in the direction you point her into, and she runs into trouble, that ain't on you. You've done your job as a protector. You pointed her in the right direction. So it's not what he's talking about is the all-encompassing thing of masculinity. Because masculinity ain't just one or two things. It's a whole lot of shit to it. Whole lot. That's why it has to begin at such a young age with boys. I say 4 or 5 years old, you should start little drip dropping things in. You know what I'm saying? But I don't understand how anyone, like the backlash that he's getting, I don't understand it. Someone has to please make that make sense to me. It says you're right here.
Go so Sparta say he agrees with it.
I don't go so Sparta.
I'm saying I just want to know what you think. So do you agree with him 100% as well?
100%. What was wrong with what he said? When I was a little boy, my dad used to go to drill or get deployed. Carlos, you're the man of the house. Now I knew that meant I had no power over my mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm a kid too. I knew I had no power over my mother, but like you said, you're the man of the house. You're supposed to make sure them doors are locked. You make sure that other shit is okay. The windows are locked.
Taken out.
You know what I'm saying? Trash taken out.
Grass
all these things that masculine men do. You know what I mean? That's what he's talking about. He's not gaslighting toxic masculinity, which doesn't even exist. Masculinity is not toxic. There's no such thing as that. You have some guys who get in their feelings and do something stupid, but those things that they do have nothing to do with masculinity. You guys have got you guys who are detractors, you got the definitions wrong, Sharon. That's not when you see guys do stuff, lose control of their emotions and do something dumb or cuss out women just because they got rejected. That's not masculinity. That ain't masculine. This is a dude That's just a dude who got pissed off. What he's doing ain't masculine. Masculine is be like, all right, and walk off. You approached her. She said no. You left. End of story. But since you're a detractor, you gotta make this make sense to me. How do you disagree with that? Because the disagreements, not only from you, but from everyone who disagrees with him, it sounds so short-sighted. Like there's a lot that's missing out of there. And if you took masculinity for what it is, there's no way to disagree with that. You should train your boys at a young age to look after women and open up. Did you watch the whole clip? Mm-hmm. The whole thing, he's talking about chivalry and everything. Mm-hmm. He's teaching his boys to be chivalrous. You will open a door. I don't care how big of a star I am. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Discipline, chivalry, respect.
Okay, so Andrea, so let's get Sharon an opportunity to respond to you. So
put a poll in the chat.
Yeah.
So checking the door. First of all, when I leave my household, I don't care how old my son is, right? If he's 15, because his oldest is 15 years old, he is not the man of the house. Again, the security is going to the second in command. She is the one that should know where everything is at, that need to protect the house, how to get the kids safely out of the house, because that's what you need the protection for. Somebody that's competent, that's going to lead the children out. Not my 50-year-old son leading his mom out the house. Chores is not a part of masculinity. It doesn't matter if he can take out the garbage. So because I work outside the house for 20 hours out the day, my wife is not going to wait for me to come home to take out some trash because she is living in the house. So taking out the trash doesn't have anything to do with being a man. Making sure a door is locked doesn't have anything to do with a man. A man being patient, right? When somebody when somebody give you the respect to that let out all of your words at one time and did not interrupt you one time, that is show of respect. That's masculinity. Somebody that has brevity, that is masculinity. Somebody that has responsibility, that's masculinity. Somebody that is you got to have a progression to be called a man of anything. You don't give that to somebody, say you are the man of something. No, he got to earn being a man, because we all born males and females. Females got to earn being the woman of the house as well. We don't give our young daughters, you the woman of the house, right? So no, we cannot give our son. He has to earn his rightful spot in society and be a man.
I get it. So I guess you took what he was saying out of context, because you're saying that taking out the trash, making sure the doors are locked, things like that, that has nothing to do with man. But it is. What he's saying is he's training his son now, and has been training his son to do these things so they become habit, because that is protection. You want your family to be in a clean environment, so take out the fucking trash. Some nights you're gonna wash the dishes. You want your family to be safe. Well, make sure those doors are locked. Make sure that alarm is on. So he's training his son at a young age, and these are the things that he's talking about. Now, we know that the son ain't the quote-unquote man of the house. Like, you know what I'm saying? He don't rule over anybody. Like I said before, he don't rule over anybody, but...
Hey, go to your settings and turn your mic on. Your mic is not off. You're talking to the computer.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Let me jump in so he fixes that really fast. Keep 1 second, because I gotta drop off really fast. So one of the other issues we're having, I think, like Europe has it, the draft. Men go and learn these habits: how to pitch a tent, how to tie a knot, how to clean a firearm. A lot of men don't even know how to do that. They learn respect through the military. I know a lot of people might say, "Oh, what the fuck is he sawing? He's like going on the computer and tapping away like they're warrior keyboards, whatever." I don't give a shit. End of the day, if we bring the draft out, you're going to see a different kind of man coming out of your society.
All right, test 1, 2. Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, it's still low, but we can deal with it.
Still low?
Yeah, I'm gonna get. Thank you, Ghost of Sparta, man. If you gotta go,
You're through your computer, bro. You're through your computer.
Yeah, go to settings, go to audio, and fix it.
Either your computer or your camera. You need to do it through your.
That's probably what it is. It's probably
JT loud.
I'm loud as hell. My bad, man.
Hey, so
let me turn it off.
I want to get Mr. Bennett in here because Mandela will get in a minute. We had a conversation with Mr. Bennett. What are your thoughts about what Sharon Bracey said? Do you agree with Sharon, or do you agree with Anthony Mackie?
Well, I think they make points here. I mean, I didn't see the core of what Anthony was saying. And I've raised this point actually several times on these panels.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to be raising children. We're supposed to be raising adults. And so the idea here is that, again, as Mandrell was saying, the lessons that you start with, first of all, respect for all. Which and I've heard a lot of times in these spaces, people talk about, oh, well, respect is earned. No, respect is given. So he starts out his kids with that. You will say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, no, sir, no, ma'am, and thank you from the jump. Certain people don't have to earn respect to get that, for you to give it to people. So he starts with that. Then he talks about putting in their minds the idea of, at some point, you will be taking care of your mother. Now, obviously, are they in a position at 4 years old to take care of their mom? No, but again, he's planting the seed as far as what your responsibilities are.
That's what he's doing.
And so that also includes, again, how to protect your household. And the things that he said, he didn't say you have to pay the bills or the taxes at 15 years old. The things that he gave his sons to do are things that certainly a 15-year-old is capable of doing, making sure that the locks and everything is on. So everything was age appropriate. Now, when you get to a point where you can understand finance and taxes and paying, property tax and all that, then that's another conversation. But again, everything was age appropriate, and he gives it to his sons as they come up. And I think this is certainly something that's missing. Now, I would agree with Sharon. Some of what we call masculinity, stepping in a guy's face, that's not masculine, and it's disrespectful. Or walking around with this attitude that I can go into another country and I can snatch all these people up. That certainly flies in the face of the masculinity that he's teaching. So I would agree, some of that stuff I could do away with. The pants that you wear, the skinny jeans or the baggy pants, whatever. I don't think masculinity should be tied to those things. But being, as Sharon said, being responsible, where he's teaching his kids how to be responsible, being accountable, he's teaching his kids how to be accountable. Those are things, and certainly those are things that what manhood represents. So again, all the other stuff, the fluff, whether, what you wear, smoking a cigar, having a drink, having a beer, I've never had
the bullshit right there.
Had a drink in my life. So if you're going to tell me that, drinking a beer is masculine, look, then I'm not masculine then, because I've never drank.
Me either. I've never had alcohol either.
So those things have nothing to do with it. But again, So I think we're getting in maybe a little bit into the weeds of some of the stuff that, again, I agree. Some of that stuff he could have left out. If he would have kept it just on that part that he said with him and his household, Paul dropped right there, that would have been sufficient.
Yeah,
but all the other stuff, the machismo, the quote unquote American machismo that he led with.
That's the confidence that he was talking about.
Okay.
Because let's be honest, when you grow up and you actually get that, and then that switch flips.
Yes.
Every single one of us on this panel, including you, Sharon, has had that switch flip where you're sure of yourself. That's what I mean by the switch flips. Your confidence comes in. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I can do this, I can do that. Now, I've been to Europe, I've been to Africa. If you follow my sister on Instagram, I've been to these places. She's been to these places. And we both, that's why I agree with Anthony Mackie. You walk around Europe, you're like, yeah, because as a man, you're sizing other people up. You are all this, and you're doing it all the time. Black man unfiltered lives in Texas. I've been around him. He sized me up when we met in person. And he didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't on some slash stuff. It was just instinctual. It's just in you to do that.
And then my son sized you up.
But I think we are missing.
Hold on, Sharon.
But the problem is, this is the problem that I'm having, right? We stray away from, we put our own self into what the man is saying. You want to aggrandize what he said. That little boy cannot protect from no grown ass person.
Yes, he
Bring
can.
her to the house.
Yes, he can.
That little ass boy, 15 years old. I'd rather my wife protect
like
my
this.
family rather than a
First of all,
15-year-old boy. This
He
is
didn't
just,
say, but he didn't say. Hang on, he
saying
didn't
that
say
we
little.
are saying that
Wait a minute,
this
Sharon,
young
he did not say little.
15-year-old.
He didn't say that. He didn't say little.
He
And my thing
literally.
is,
So what
he was saying 15 years old. What I'm saying,
15-year-old, especially if you're from the South, he's from
A
Louisiana.
14-year-old, a 13-year-old.
All those guys know how to shoot by age 8.
Yeah, he's from my home area. He's from my house. That's my house right there, Louisiana.
I
baby.
think
that sounds great. But if he really was worried about being the man of the house, he needs to show it through his own actions. That's how you teach a young man how to be a man of the house. And so for the fact that he ruined his own household, he don't live in his own household. He divorced his woman. He is not showing and being all this. I get it. You want to put all of this. You want to put all your machismo on him because y'all believe in this idea of masculinity is being attacked in America. Like he is the main culprit of them getting attacked in America. Because he is the man that is talking all this masculinity thing, and he is on camera kissing a man on the mouth. Well,
let's take him away from.
Hold on, one mic, y'all. So let's go, Mandrea, Anton, and Coach Bird.
Yeah, Sharon is. What he's saying is he's teaching his sons to do these things, to check the lock. You're saying that he can't protect. That's besides the point. That's not the point he's trying to make. He's trying to make the point that he's raising his boys to be respectful. He gave examples of the respect he talked about. He raises men to be dutiful to their families. He gave examples, making sure the doors are locked. Give me a call. Give me a call before you go to bed. Make sure everything's okay. Give me a call when you wake up. That whole thing, those are habits that that's the point. He's teaching these boys these habits so they can build in them. So when they get to be grown men, they continue to open doors for women. They continue to make sure everyone's safe in the whole nine. Now, you're saying that he destroyed his home by divorcing his wife. He filed for divorce. It's not fair to say that because we don't know why he filed for divorce.
But what we do know is we do know what he's showing his boys to quit on his family. I don't want to hear that he's teaching them one thing in masculinity and he ain't teaching them the other thing on the other side. This is a problem. I understand that you want to be the representation of it, and you look at yourself as a tough masculine man that's going to teach, and you have all the skills to pass that along to your children. I understand that's for you. But we are talking about what this man is saying and what this man is representing. That man is not you. He is kissing men on the mouth.
Okay,
this man broke up his household, and now he is saying that a young 15-year-old boy is supposed to be running a household when there's a whole grown-ass woman in there. It is not acceptable. This is that whole fake it till you make it situation, and this is a problem why a lot of boys, they have arrested development because at 15 years old, they think they're a man, and when they think they're a man at 15 years old, I know it for a fact that what they try to do, they go ahead and try to be outside and be a man. They start having sex early. They start having attitude. They start bucking up. They start to really believe that they are something that they did not earn.
Okay, here's the thing. Like, I guess you not only did you miss what Anthony Mackie said, you missed the points that we're making tonight as well. Because like it's like you go right past them for some reason. Like, okay, again, so using his examples to take it away from me, right? And anyone else on this panel. All right, the examples he gave. And I agree with him because I'm fed up with the soft nonsense too. The soft nonsense is not opening doors for women, calling them out of their names, beating on them, not being chivalrous, bullshit like that, complaining about having to pay for dates. That's the one that gets me. I'm like, you asked her out on a date, right? Yeah, I think you fucking pay. You pay the check. You asked her. So, open the door, things like that. I was raised on those things. And Anthony Mackie's saying in there that this is kind of a lost art because kids aren't being taught these things anymore. And you see it every single day. If I'm out, I'm a firearms instructor. You should see these numbskulls on the range. Just dumb. Like one guy ran out of ammo, right? So he pressed the slide release, it goes forward, and he does this with it. And looks down the barrel. It looks down the barrel. Now, his thing, these are people who are not used to following direction. They're not used to being responsible. They're not used to thinking. And what Anthony Mackie is saying is these things that he's teaching his boys to do. So take all his negative stuff out of the picture if you can. Separate the negative things you know about him from what his message is in this video. He's teaching them the right things. If this is indeed what he's teaching his boys, he's teaching them how to think, how to be responsible, because you should. I don't think you should teach someone what to think. You should teach them how to. Like in the Army, that's what like everyone on this panel, I can tell Mr. Bennett, even our Payne, even though we got to talk our Payne.
Our Payne with the Catholic school, man. He know what he doing. I was in school too.
Because that's the time too. I thought you was turning into Steven from Django. But but Coach Ferg, my thing is these are men who learned how to think and they figured it out. Because men, you know, your boys, you can't hand them everything, but as long as they're young, teaching them to be responsible with, okay, you're the man of the house. So here's what you do. So he's giving this boy ideas of what a man of the house does. So when he gets out of the house,
let's get Anton in here, and then we'll let Anton and Coach Ferg. Go ahead, Anton.
I don't understand that. I don't understand. I still don't.
I get what Mandrell is saying. Basically, what Anthony Mackie's doing is he's preparing his sons. He's preparing them for when they have houses of their own. He's preparing them when they have families of their own. He's preparing them to what to do when they get into that position. They're not ready at the moment, but he's preparing them. And when their sons get older, and when they get married, and they have their own families, and they have their own homes, now they're ready. That's what he's doing. He is preparing them. And I totally understand where he's coming from because I got the same thing from my father. And my father taught me and my brother and my sister that. But he was definitely on me because I'm the firstborn son. I may be in the middle of three, but I'm the firstborn son. I'm the namesake. I carry his name. So he was teaching me not only how to protect the house that I live in with my family, he was also teaching me what to do when I have a home of my own. How to do all those other things. I learned that from him. I learned that from my mother, and I got 12 years of Catholic school. And my family's from the islands too, so we don't play that nonsense. So I've had that stuff instilled in me from the start. He's showing them structure, order, discipline, foundation. That's basically what he's teaching them. All the other stuff, his private life, that's none of our business. I could care less. That's what he's teaching his sons. That's what he's been doing. And I got the same treatment just like that growing up as well. Structure, order, discipline, foundation. I got that from both my parents. I got that from 12 years of Catholic school. And I definitely got that when I joined the Army. So I've always had that. Always instilled in me. So I don't have a problem with what he's teaching his son. I don't. And
was
that's been the problem.
Was your father in the house past 15 years old?
Oh, my parents are still married. My parents been married
so that's what your father really taught you. So all this other stuff, I'm glad that you appreciate it. But he taught you a real lesson by never breaking up his goddamn family, being a real man and going through thick and thin, whatever he had to do, and show his son how to be a man by his actions, not by this bullshit ass words that say, "Oh, son, I'm raising you up to be like this," and even though I'm myself cannot hold up to this man standard.
You ain't being fair, Sharon.
Of course not. This is the problem with a lot of men. You don't want to be honest with men, right? And tell them, hey, listen, if you're going to be out there talking all this tough guy stuff, then you need to be a tough guy then.
But we don't know what
if you want to be a man, then you need to talk that man shit. You also got to live it. You cannot tell Kobe how to shoot if you ain't never shoot. One of the reasons why he said to his young boys, hey, why you shot so many shots? Because I was in a gym practicing, you wasn't.
But we don't know.
Again, you got to earn that respect as a man. You don't get, it's not given to you. Everybody learns how to be adults. We are raised adults. So it doesn't matter if it's the 15-year-old son, the 7-year-old son, or the 50-year-old daughter, the 7-year-old daughter. We all know in our household, the oldest is going to be the one checking for everything anyway.
You got a son, Sharon?
Yes. And he lives on it, and he lives on his own. 25 years old.
Hold it, Mandrick. I won't get close.
She lives on her own, right? So to see how quickly it is to come to me to say, how about you? Do you have a personal one? But when it's time to break down his own lifestyle, that he did not be the man of his own house.
I'm not doing that. What I was about to ask you is, you're telling me you would have a problem, and you telling me you didn't teach your kids what he was saying in that video. So I wasn't attacking you with it. With me asking you, did you have a son? I wasn't attacking you. I'm making a parallel.
Yeah, you won't.
You're telling me that you didn't teach your son to take out the trash, check the locks, and open the doors for women. Well, there you go. You taught your son the same thing he did. Why would you have a problem with what he's saying?
So again,
you feel me? That's why I asked that question.
For some reason, we cannot just be honest on what he is saying. He's not teaching them. Those are responsibilities and chores and how to be a responsible human being. That don't have nothing to do with manhood. What he's teaching them. And
yes,
and let's just be honest. Stop calling him a 15-year-old kid and telling this 15-year-old kid, yeah, you're a man now. You're the man of my house when I leave. Get the hell out of here. You're doing chores. You're doing what I tell you to do. When you get your own goddamn house and you raise up your family, then I could sit down, we could drink a beer together. Then I say, you know what, son? You became a great man.
Now, Coach Ferg, what do you have to say? What do you say about what Sharon is saying? Do you agree with Sharon or do you agree with Anthony Mackie? Your thoughts, Coach Ferg.
You know, I'm gonna say salute to my father, man. He was the ultimate teacher of me of how to be responsible as a young man. Even in my stupid time, you know, salute to him. You know, he told me one time to protect the house, and I've been locking doors and making sure the windows and shit been locked ever since, right? He showed me how to, you know, he didn't really show me how to cut the grass. He just said, here's a lawnmower, here, I'm gonna show you how to start. He said, push.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
But it was all age appropriate, right? You know what I'm saying? I grew up with him until I went away to college. So it's all age appropriate. Now, and I'm gonna just take it off the panel, you know, because we have fathers who ain't with the mother, because we're talking about a situation where a man would have to marry the mother. Now, we got a lot of situations where the parents are not married, and we don't have a lot of opportunity for the man to give information to their sons like my brother Mackie is. Whether he's in the house or not, he can say, son, protect your mama, protect your sisters. Now, again, if a man is in the house with his wife, it's not about come and protect and do this, because if we have more than one child, the son has to be understanding of the game plan. Like, son, if somebody come in, like I learned this from the little white kids, they buy their sons guns at 12. When somebody come in, you get that shotgun and you do what you do. So I'm gonna teach him how to do what he do. Mom can grab the kids, grab the important shit, and get the hell out the house. But the plan has to be taught. And it just goes to everything that I understand and need teaching young men, regardless of what your peers do, learn some self-respect. My father was big on self-respect, especially to the elders. I couldn't just say, you know, he made sure that I spoke to elder people. He taught me those things, and some things he had a nice little conversation. Some things he just told me to do it. And as I became my own little man running around, I did some of those things, and a lot of those things paid off. You know, if he's not in the home, that's one thing. He broke his home. Okay, cool. But he still has a legacy behind. And if men can have an opportunity to have those conversations with their sons or daughters, whether they're in the house or not, we wouldn't see a lot of this ass-eating behavior out here. People have more direction about what they want to do in life, because everybody ain't going to college. Everybody ain't going to military. Everybody can't get on YouTube and talk. A whole lot of people have low motivation to do shit because they're not getting the information. Say, hey, go be great. I don't think nobody here is not teaching their child, would teach their child, go just be a failure. You ain't shit. So those conversations have to be had with fathers, sons, mothers, daughters. Be better than me. That's what life is about. Be better than me. I want my son to be better than me, whether he achieved that or not. So it is what it is, man.
So, Sharon, did you want to respond to what Coach Ferg said? And then we'll move on.
Everything Coach said was awesome. And again, this is another man grandizer himself within Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie did say none of that.
I never mentioned myself.
You did. This whole story, this soliloquy you just said was about yourself instead of about the actual
But
video.
I was being taught by a man. I was talking about a man.
Video. I'm talking about the video clip.
Yeah, I was talking about a man. In my house, all my life.
I'm talking about something else. You're talking about what you did in your household. And we
Yes,
talk.
I'm a man.
Personally, I'm talking about what Anthony Mackie is saying. He's a hypocrite. He's saying it's attack on masculinity, and he's the one that's attacking it. He's the one kissing men on the goddamn mouth. He the one that tell his sons to be better though. He the one who left his own house. He's the one that's attacking it. I'm not. I didn't put myself into this.
But he can't tell his son to be better than him.
No, I'm not gonna act like that. This man is me. No, Anthony Mackie is his own person, and I'm attacking his words. He said the American male. It is not one black person up here that should be thinking of themselves as the American male.
Why
I
not?
know.
I'm an American and I'm a male.
I'm a man. I'm an American man.
Why did I not think about it? And here's the thing, Sharon. If you travel the world,
Boy, you
E-Man,
gonna claim
you've been
America.
outside. Hold on, E-Man. I know you've been outside this country.
Right, you gonna claim America.
This is why the cultures are so different in other countries. There is a different attitude from Americans to Canadians, Americans to Mexicans, and those are our neighbors. Americans to Europeans. There is a different attitude because they'll sit down and talk to you. The Europeans will, especially quick. When my sister and I were in Paris, they sat us down. Hey, what's with this? The guns. Why do Americans have guns? We had a whole conversation on gun rights, gun control, the whole night. They would sit down and ask you, why are Americans so crazy? Because that's the general consensus, even in Australia, around the whole planet.
That's because they watch movies, though. That's the point. Is they watch American movies,
right? And so
they
think
got nothing to do with them visiting America. Like
all Americans are crazy, right? They think all Americans are crazy.
So welcome, E-Man, to the show. E-Man, welcome to the show, my brother.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
I don't see E-Man. I don't see. Here's the thing, E-Man. I don't see a problem with Anthony Mackie said.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask him. Does he agree?
What's the argument?
Let me just start here because I want to ask Mandrell a straight question. Do you believe he lied to his 15-year-old by saying that he's the man of the house?
No.
All right. So as the man of the house, that means that I have the right to rule the house, correct?
No, you took that too far, bro.
No, I'm talking to Mandrell. No, Mandrell, I want Mandrell to answer my question. I'll talk to you in a minute, JT. In your turn. You've been quiet. All these niggas been talking.
I know goddamn well you ain't about to come up over here and think you about to run shit. Watch yourself. Watch yourself, player. Watch yourself, man.
I got a question to this.
Relax.
So the question that I'm going to ask you, if I'm the man of the house, do that mean that I have control over what happens inside of that house? Yes or no? Mandrell.
Not to a kid. Not to a kid.
Full control. Some.
Yeah, not to a son.
And here's the thing. And let me flesh it out for you.
Problem.
Let me flesh it out for you.
Hold on, Mandrell. I just wanted the problem with what y'all guys are saying. It is a lie. Because now when that little boy that you try to teach quote unquote a lesson, when he get with a woman, he said, "Well, I was the man in the house. I didn't have control as a child." What makes me all of a sudden, as a grown man, have this new control of this household just because I age? No.
You disagreeing with what Sharon is saying.
I came late, Coach Bird, because I let y'all niggas talk for a whole hour. So now y'all want to talk while I'm talking.
Yeah, man. Listen, hey, man. Either man, I'm giving you grace because I haven't said shit. I want my turn, goddammit.
Right, he just gonna come and just cut in the line and shit.
He just hijacked your spot, old man. That's what he did.
Now you want to talk.
You disagree with Sharon, then.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. Finish, E-Man. Finish,
E-Man got here. I do want to hear from E-Man because my thing is, I think I see where E-Man's going with it.
It's a lie.
I think I see where he's going with it.
This is what
I disagree with him.
We teach our kids how to live in La La Land, Disneyland, and we lie to them. That's what this is. This idea, you the man of the house, you this, you this. No, check this out. I'm the man of the house. I'm going to show you how it's done, and I'm going to give you my respect when you prove that you are the man of the house. That's how it should be. This idea that I'm gonna lie to you and make you think you got a title is that the same thing. You got a title that don't really mean shit.
Wow.
Telling the 15-year-old that he's the man of the house, he have no power whatsoever. He ain't got no power, no goddamn thief coming up, and y'all gonna talk about lock the door. I know thieves don't care about no goddamn locks. What are we talking about?
They care about that 12 gauge, like they teach their sons.
No, I let y'all talk. Niggas say taking out the trash is masculinity. So if my daughters take out trash, now they're being masculine.
You ain't got no sons.
We gotta stop. We really gotta stop. Because we're trying to say things that are masculine. It's not masculine.
Okay, here's the thing.
Integrity. Why y'all talking about integrity for the last 2 hours? Because integrity is what's masculine.
And so here's the thing, E-Man. In my house, my wife doesn't touch trash. I take out all the trash in the house.
About you, bro. Listen.
My wife doesn't touch trash. Only to throw it in.
I didn't come up here talking about what either man do at his house. Listen, what I'm telling you is we keep saying that this is a reflection of masculinity. I'm gonna teach you responsibility by you taking out trash. Why can I teach you responsibility by you doing your goddamn homework? Like something at your level. Like, this idea that I gotta teach you how to be a man by you taking out some trash when you locking a door, when we know that adults should be locking doors. We know that no kid supposed to be like, hey, check this out. Let me lock the door to protect the family.
Yeah, you missed the point too.
A 15-year-old can do all that. What are you talking about?
Isn't the difference between being a responsible adult? Because this is what I hear. Every time we start hearing this masculinity, I was like, well, that's masculinity. Should I not teach my daughters to lock the doors behind them? Like you really got to start understanding this is not masculinity that y'all talked about.
Eat a man. So this is the thing. Yeah, shit gets lost in translation.
Yeah,
I think
that's the other thing that's going on.
Yeah. So the thing is that
if I could just another cook. It's not necessarily what he's doing, meaning taking out the trash. It's why he's doing it. It's what like I take out the trash, so my wife doesn't have to put her hands on anything filthy. You don't take out that trash. You go do your woman stuff. I'll do this. Okay.
But she been taking out trash before she got with you.
So maybe he shouldn't have said you're the man of the house versus you're responsible at this time, right?
Thank you,
JT. I'm sorry, I got too excited. I apologize.
Shout out the dirty folks.
I knew we could get you on our side. Come on, we got
you silly man. Y'all silly.
Go ahead, JT. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's get our. Oh, go ahead, JT. Then our pain. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett.
Absolutely.
Hey,
So
but you know that, JP. He wanted to skip you when you came outside. He didn't want you to talk no more. He said, let's go to our pain. Let's use JT. Go ahead.
No, it definitely comes down to the point of being responsible, right? For one, I am a latchkey kid, the real original. I come from that era of latchkey, right? So 8 years old, by myself in the home. My parents worked until 8, 9, 10 at night. I got home. I also had, neighbors and things like that. Times have changed. So this is how it gets lost in translation. Because what happens is that... Okay. So what happens is that once you start having folks like my man Mackie, different lifestyle than the average person that's living. And he's still trying to teach the principles, right? Of being man, a man, being in manhood and things like that. So what happens is that when we're listening to what he's saying in an interview, it's gonna get misconstrued. But now watch this. What he's saying, there's no reason where we can be so hard on what he's saying and the premise that he stands on. How do you disagree with him telling his 15-year-old son that you're the man of the house? I agree with you guys. It should have been that you're responsible, right?
Well, I can answer that question for you, right? Because we on YouTube, we criticize women. I see y'all criticize women. I see y'all criticize everybody. So as soon as we start holding people accountable, now we got to dictate how hard we be on people. No, if we gonna give this type of smoke to people, let's be an equal accountability.
Yeah, but why would you give smoke? The question is why would you give smoke to him if he's trying to teach him to be greater than him?
Well, because he is a public figure who decided to share his opinions on the open web. And so since he decided that he wanted to do an interview, we got the right to critique it. Like this idea that this man gets some type of permit. Maybe because he's Captain America. Yeah, I think he gets some special type of attention. But no, he get the same work as everybody else. And JT, that's what we're telling you is that I don't know, man. Me and Schroeder got no personal opinion. We took the words that he said and we say, you know what? He full of shit, he lying. And now y'all upset about it.
No, nobody's. I'm not. So I can't speak on the other people, but this is my thing. It does have to be a conversation that's about it because for what I see, I don't see that what Sharon was saying, his premise was so far-fetched where we can't have a conversation about it. This is where it gets to a point where I'm like, okay, listening to what Mackie was saying, and now this is where I'm like, damn, you're right. Because that kissing a man on the lip shit is not my MO, period, right? So I don't care how much money that you're going to give me. I'm not kissing no other man on the goddamn lips. So that's where it gets to a point where I'm like, yeah, we need to have the conversation then. Because right now, like again, what he was saying, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with him saying that, listen, I'm teaching my boys to be men, right? What I don't understand is where's the because it's not just you guys, but I don't understand where the smoke is coming from what he's saying because his premise is correct. His premise is correct.
Because both E-Man and Sharon teaches their kids the same thing.
So no, JT.
Like you're not convincing me you didn't teach your son to open up doors for women.
What I'm trying to explain to you, never in my life.
Isolate just one thing and not take the man in total.
Right.
Listen, you said that's just like saying, oh well, this woman said something. We shouldn't talk that we shouldn't bring in the fact that she got 3 kids and she been sleeping around and she been doing all this stuff. We should only take the words that she said inside the interview. None of y'all would do that. Y'all would say, no, we gonna hold the whole woman accountable.
So that's why I said the conversation is there because at the end of the day, it's the message and the messenger, right? That's what we're talking about then. Because at the end of the day, once he said what he said, there's no way that I can sit back and say, well, this motherfucker is doing, he said some shit that's 100% wrong. Like again, earlier when he said that we're lying to our kids and we're telling them that, hard work pays off, right? And we're lying to them on that. I disagree with it, but I understood where he was coming from because of knowing what he knows. You know what I'm saying? In Hollywood. Now, in regular life, I'm like, that's where I disagree with that. Hard work opens doors. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. It opens doors, right? So when we're talking about him telling his son, what was 15 years old? You're the man. So this is the thing. Of course, yeah, with the semantics of it, I'll be like, nah, I would never tell my son at 15 years old, you're the man, but I would definitely tell him, you're definitely responsible and accountable for what happens when I'm not here. And then as they get older, when they get their own home, they will understand exactly what those principles are. So I understand that 100%.
All right, so let's pass the torch, man, because we're going around in circles.
No, it's on you, RP.
Listen, all I'm just trying to say first, I gotta say, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity, okay? Just like we never say there's no such thing as toxic feminism. There's toxic men and there's toxic women who have character flaws. So there's not your masculinity that's toxic. And the people who profess that your masculinity is toxic are actually male feminists and guys who've lost their way. But getting back to Anthony Mackie, right? He is hard pressed when he said that masculinity is dead. And the way you could attack him by saying that is because he kissed a man on the lips on the movie, right? That's the only thing. But as far as what he told his son, that's different. Now, we didn't hear the whole context of what he might have said because we are projecting a little bit. I would imagine he probably told his 15-year-old son, listen to your mother while I'm gone. I would imagine he probably said that. Like most people, if you leave the house and you leave your kids in the house, you probably tell them, listen to your mother while you're gone. That's a natural fucking thing. I know I used to travel a lot. I used to tell my daughters that. I bet you either man when you're gone, you probably tell your kids that. Because you expect them to do that, but you might say it to reinforce it. Now, I don't think he was the man of the house. It could just be a euphemism or something like that in terms of, hey, listen, you know what? Listen to your mother, but you know what? Be responsible for it. Watch out for her because she is a woman and you can now. And so, but yeah, is that what he said verbatim? No. So these guys have a point. That's why they're trying to stick on that, right? But I would imagine in the full context of things, you know, we could probably infer, because you're inferring a little bit, both of you guys, even though you violently think you're right. So let me just finish. Come on, let me just finish. You gotta get talking for hours and shit. Let me just say what I gotta say.
Let me him say.
Because I don't have that much more, and then y'all can go ahead and blast me.
I want to have
But this whole, I'm gonna come back. So whatever y'all believe about Anthony Mackie, that's great. I don't give a shit. But he's right. Masculinity is on the decline in America. We got fucking women talking up. Just look at the Fort Myers thing that just happened when they, you know, just look at that. 3 women on the council. They're crying like fucking kids, babies, when they have to make a decision, right? So sometimes we need to have men stand up and say, listen, you hold my balls and make a hard decision without emotion. We need more of that. They had a question on the panel. I'm not going to do far. Hey, where's the masculine men out there, right? Who are just men who look stoically at life without putting all this fucking emotional bullshit in there when hard decisions have to be made. We need some of that. But anyway, I don't want to digress too much. But just getting back on that, I can't stand fucking people telling men that their masculinity is toxic. Fuck all of y'all. You hear me? Man, being a man is not toxic. It's not. And we got to stop putting that bullshit trope out there. So if you got a bad guy on the floor, great, you're toxic. But your masculinity is not toxic. And stop telling motherfucking boys that their masculinity is toxic.
So, sir, do you agree with him or you disagree with him? I understand the masculinity is not toxic. Do you agree that he told the truth? So help him God, or do you think he lied?
I think I would say that he misspoke.
That's beside the point, E-Man, though.
That's a nice way to say
oh, that's crazy.
That's beside the point, though, E-Man. That's not a big issue.
But y'all are defending a lie.
He didn't say he tell his son.
Y'all hear that? He didn't mean to say that. No, let's just hear me out, guys, because I gotta go. Listen, just hear me out. Sometimes we just gotta hold people accountable for what they said. I haven't been in these spaces a lot, and people want to hold me. Well, you said this, not what I meant. They hold me accountable for what I say. And all we did is said he lied. Because if I ask any man who's the man in their house, do you need to listen to your wife? Do you need to do this? They were like, no, I ain't got to follow directions of my wife. I'm the man in my house. So it sounds double-minded.
And because those same men that tell their children, because we're talking about their kids, yo, listen to your mama. Look, there's no correlation. You're any man that's older than you is probably a boomer, and boomers are dumb. Don't listen to boomers. It's like listening to black women with clothes on. Like I don't entertain that. My dad's a boomer. All he does is try to destroy everything that other people build, so he feel like a man. But can't none of them help him with your homework at the 3rd grade because none of them have the emotional intelligence.
No, hold on, man.
You never off the battle, man. Shut the fuck up.
Because my mother is my father's baby mama. The same way that niggas don't give a fuck about their baby mama, my dad shouldn't have gave a fuck about my mom. Because as a man, I understand that men identify with men's issues. When a man finds a good wife, he finds a good thing, and I'll celebrate those men like, yo, bro, you got a good one. But everybody ain't got a good one. Even the married men that have fucked some fucking body else's baby mama. Y'all love taking care of other niggas' kids, right? And y'all talking to a class of women who I don't even call women. I don't think black women are women. But y'all
we start talking about women
who don't know what a good man is pay her bills. They all
how we start talking about women when we talk about raising men?
No, you're talking. No, I'm going off the example that you made, like, yo, because these men say such and such. I don't give a fuck what they say, because what they do is different. They say you need to work hard, study, get good grades, be athletic, and then you do that shit and they hate on you. Look, your group of older men ain't shit.
You don't agree with the man in the video. You said that he full of shit. Dirty folks.
What?
He your age, dirty folks.
No. Listen, I want
the greatest baby boomer that ever lived. Based on what you like.
Hello, I'm just trying to connect. So the question is, do you agree with what the man said, or you disagree, dirty folks, or you just talk?
Look, I don't listen to nothing actors say. But look, I know a bunch of 12-year-old boys who saying I got to buy my mama a house. Nigga, your mama 38. So you telling me a 38-year-old bitch don't know what you know at 12? Look, I'm not really agreeing with nobody who listen to anything the girl said with clothes on. Period. There's nothing that.
All right, so
Hey, man, how you doing, Lit? Hey, what's going on?
I want to hear Lost before I go, because I know Lost. He gonna come with the knowledge of how this the man of the house. I can feel it. I felt it in the chat.
You know what? I'm gonna add my piece to it, man, because I got a very different perspective than a lot of people, man.
If you disagree, Lost in Translation, please make it make sense to me. I don't see how any guy.
I'm about to make it make sense. I think
like Sharon hasn't made it make sense. E-Man hasn't made it make sense.
Yeah.
They just missed.
Maybe it's a comprehension issue. Maybe just something happened to you.
I get what you're saying, but you know.
I mean, it makes sense if you get what I said.
No,
I'm sorry, we derailed it. Go ahead, Lost.
Here's the
That's what y'all do when derail.
Like,
here's the situation, fellas. I think that a lot of times, sometimes we may be arguing two different things, and I think sometimes through our own rose-colored glasses, we see the world differently. Here's the situation. There are times where you train your kids up to eventually want to be men. It's like you guys talked about it earlier, pulling up the chair for a woman and open the door for, basically being a gentleman. The danger with telling men that they're the man of the house can do psychological damage. And I'm going to tell you why. My dad passed away when I was 18 years old. And right after that, man, I had to go to therapy. And because I thought I had to be the damn man of the house. You see what I'm saying? At 18. And what happened was, man, during therapy, it's just like something inside me broke. You know what I mean? And the therapist had to let me know to relieve me of that pressure and says, hey, you're a young man. You're not the man of the house. You see what I'm saying? Because that's a responsibility that should only be placed on the man of the house. You see what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, at 18, you still ain't trained to be a man all the way. There's certain things that you have to complete along your journey. Now, as far as him, telling the kids, hey, giving them little responsibilities, taking out the trash, that type of thing. But as far as being the man, that is a conversation that takes a lifetime to develop. And as far as him being the example of being a household, you can be an example from different places or whatever, but I'm here to tell you, it takes time to develop that. And of course, it's like Mr. Bennett always says, sometimes we want to make sure that our kids are better than us. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we make mistakes as grown men, and we have to let our kids know, hey, it's okay to fail sometimes. Because I don't think it's fair that we have to teach our kids and put that unnecessary pressure on them that they have to be perfect, because we're not perfect ourselves. You see what I'm saying? And we need to learn how to free our kids and people responsible from saying, hey, you have to be perfect. Because there are people in life, man, who have families, and they'll sit up there and they'll have a situation where they hit a bump in the road, and the next thing you know, they're offing themselves, or they're jumping out of windows and ending their lives because they weren't perfect. And I think that's a pressure that we put on men, sadly and all too often, that I don't think they really should have to care. Now, here's the thing. There are certain things that men are required to do, and we already know this. But at the same time, we really shouldn't put that pressure on our kids, especially when they're kids. Now, I understand he's giving them little assignments or whatever to do that says, hey, look, I'm giving them, confidence, say, hey, you're going to be the man in the house. But we already know what that is. That's basically telling them, hey, look, you're going to be responsible for the little stuff like making sure the door's locked. But here's the thing. If push comes to shove, I need you to pick up the phone and call the police and let grown men handle grown men business. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't think that I would want to put my legacy on the line, you know what I mean, to handle somebody who don't care nothing about them kicking in the door. The least they can do is get somewhere where they can call for help. I think that's probably something that they can handle. You know what I mean? I don't want them to be fighting some grown man coming through the door. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that should be reserved for grown men. But at the end of the day, I understand exactly where he's coming from, telling them, hey, it's okay to be a man in a man's world. But at the same time, I think there's a time and a place for little boys to remain little boys for as long as they can. And then there's a time and place for grown men to be grown men.
I don't I don't necessarily think.
We got you, Prototype.
All right. So here's the thing, right? When you're a small male child, right? Like let's say toddler, right? 1 through 5 years old, right? You only relax around your dad, right? Have you ever seen a woman who didn't have a baby daddy? Their 2-year-old kid will look at you like he a grown man and want to attack you for trying to talk to his mom. Absent of a dad, the boy will take the place of the adult man. But when the dad is there, the kid is the kid because men are awesome, right? Nobody tells men that. They don't tell you what you didn't do right. But men are awesome. That's Men are so awesome that women without a man try to be a man. But with that being said, you come in here and you say, I need to teach my son how to be a man when I'm not around. They in, they intrinsically already know that. Everything that people name what boys need to do to be a man are tasks and duty, right? You need to work, you need to take out the garbage, those are tasks and duties. Everything that takes intrinsically to be a man, you learn from other men, either from your peer group, your dads, your uncles, whoever the case may be. And boy, everybody needs a man. Everybody don't need a woman unless you want to bust a nut. Everybody needs a man. Girls need men, men need men. That's men without absence of men join gangs to find a man. Everybody need a man. Girls don't need nobody needs a girl with clothes on. Everybody needs a man. So when you start telling your son that I need you to be the man when I'm not there, but I need you to listen to your mama, because that's a part of the conversation nobody ever talks about. Listen to your mama, but be the man when I'm not there. You can't do both. Because either you're going to be the man and let her be the toddler she going to be, or you need to listen to your mama and hope that your mama is supervised by your daddy so that he can protect you from the bad decisions that your mama made. Because she's still a girl.
All right, so look, stop right there. Because I see Sharon is about to bust open right now. I'm pretty sure he has a rebuttal from it. After you, Sharon, we gonna get Mr. Bennett. Then Prototype, we got you coming through, bro. You good? You good, Mr. Bennett? Okay, so all right. Hey, salute, bro. And so after you, Sharon, we get Prototype to come up in here, and then we'll just bring it around and open it up.
I want to say, I think it is dope that me and Lost have the same thought pattern about it, but he was able to articulate it in a completely different way where it was acceptable by other people, right? And I just want to say I appreciate that because that language barrier is very important. Even though we had the same we had the same vision of what we heard. However, he was able to use language where it was palatable for people to hear. So I just want to give you your kudos and say that is a beautiful thing, that how two men can have the same ideologies, but the language barrier is what's the difference. And that's what happened with the video as well, right? So he using language that me and Lost picked up on, because maybe me and Lost just went through some things at a younger age, and we know that's that, you know. And so that language is very important for us men to really pick it apart, and it has nothing to really do with Anthony Mackie, but it was what he was trying to push out there, and it's dangerous for young men to become men too soon. So I appreciate that, Loss.
Anytime, man. Mr. Bennett.
No, Mr. Bennett is Prototype.
Come on, Mr. Prototype.
I think it's extremely important to prepare your sons to get them in the mind frame. Like, hey, when you leave, protect your mom. You don't. I understand. Loss was like, I don't want my sons, running to the door handle on the man. But I think it's a part of just preparing them in the mental state of, hey, I gotta hold it down. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot to do with like sports, right? Like I even tell my 7-year-old, like, hey, you're the leader of this team. You know, he the youngest, but I'm like, hey, you're the leader of this team, and I don't. He's not, but it's really just to gear him up to take on the role and get used to and comfortable with the pressure of the role of being a leader on his team in the house. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just I don't find anything wrong with what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? And his methods are trying to prepare his young. You know what I mean, for what may lie ahead. Now the hard work thing. If we're speaking of that, that is kind of like, of course, nepotism. You know, what is it? Nepotism is a thing, right? But at the same time, you can take somebody else's nepotism if you're working harder than that nephew or that son, or you know what I'm saying? You know, like a parent will easily be like, "Well, my son don't want it." You know, my son, I can't trust my son with it, and we've seen it in many cases, many movies, many scenarios where you know a child is just not ready, or you know what I mean, and the parent who created all this opportunity gives that opportunity to another hardworking, appreciation person who can carry on the business. You know what I'm saying? So saying hard work don't pay off, I think that's a lot, but I mean, to take somebody else's, what is it? What's that story in the Bible where the older son, the younger son took the older son's? I know Last know what I'm talking about. Birthright. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody squanders it,
Are
somebody
you
else.
talking about the story of the prodigal son?
No. I'm talking about. I think it was like Abraham or something weird where the older son was a hunter and the younger son was weak, but the mom manipulated the dad because he was on his deathbed or something wild like that. Like he couldn't. He was blind, so all he could do was like. We'll go over that later, but I ain't gonna. I'll land the plane.
Yeah.
Jacob and Esau. There you go. Thank you.
So to Loss, just so I can understand, because you have a unique story, right? And I think if I heard you correctly, at the time, unfortunate of your fortunate situation, you were not in a mental capacity to really take on that role by default. See, you was placed in it by default. But even up until that time, I would think that I'm right in saying that your father was instilling in you values and things to be respectful as a man. So now, as you sort of in that lane, you've always moved into lost in translation mode. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never gone too far out of whack and out of character. See, that's the point that I'm seeing from what he's saying, based off if my father was talking to me, he's telling me be respectful, speak to elders, do these things, right? And so when he left, you know, it just like I said, I grew up with a lot of sisters, so he wasn't telling me, you know, that I was the man of the house. And one time my mother said, "Well, you the man when your daddy ain't here." Okay, so and that happened for me early. So I've always been on mindset like I want to be able to protect anything that happens, and even in protection, to me, what I learned is making sure everybody in the house is informed. Making sure everybody, the kids know what to do in case of a fire breakout, everybody. But that comes with being able to be there, have the conversation. And I think that could change the dynamic because we can see what the worst of it is. If fathers can have those conversations with the mother as a family to the child. Listen, I ain't in this house, man, damn it, but you better listen to your mama. Because a lot of boys get to a certain age when they ain't listening to mama. So if both parents can allow to put their differences aside and pass that message, because there's always been single parents, but the parents was able to work together, you can see the results of those children, and the ones that don't, you see where children go to. Girls go to the strip clubs, guys go to games, drugs. So it's just a messed up situation on both sides, but communication just has to be there to me. So.
Yeah, and ultimately my thing was the reason why I didn't have a problem with what he said, because he was right. And the point I was trying to make when I asked you, Sharon, like, Sharon, don't you have a son? Is because Sharon, you never had conversations. I know for a fact you taught your son the things that Anthony Mackie was talking about teaching his son.
I did not.
You did teach him to take out trash. You did teach him to make sure the doors are locked, things like that. Just little responsibilities, you know. And again, that's why people saying it's age appropriate. As they grow up, you teach them to be more and more responsible for this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying? Pick up your clothes and take them, pick up your clothes, put them in the dirty clothes hamper, or go to the washing machine and wash your clothes, stuff like that. And that's what he's talking about. And that's that point there. I think that's the overall point you missed. That's what the question is tonight, at least. Now
So-
you disagree with him with whatever you disagree with him with, but I'm like, him teaching his kid to be responsible, leaving his language and the way he articulated it out of it. The overall point is he's teaching his kids to be responsible and on the lookout and things like and respectful and things like that. That's something you gotta agree with.
Sound like somebody was but so
Sure did.
Again, what you're missing is that usually you teach your son by your actions, right? So I'm taking out the trash. Son, I need you to go do your responsibilities. And as you get older, you get more responsibilities, right? So again, what he was saying, he is putting way too much pressure on a figure of he believes that he's the man of the house and somebody was to come in. He want to try to step up and one of the family members get passed away because he was trying to be the man of the house. That's going to have some long lasting effects on that young man. You got to let adults be adults. My wife is second in command. You are not the man of my house. You have to earn being the man of a house.
Yeah, but when I was 15, if someone broke into our house, I'd take them on.
That's fine, but we talking about Anthony. He's not okay. Fine. You a great young man for being able to do that. I don't know.
That's why I'm missing you. That's where you're missing me at.
No, the problem is that you think that you are the majority of men. Okay. You are not.
No. Let me help you out.
Yeah, I get it.
No. Sharon.
Is it that bad though? Is it that bad though?
Wait, Mandrill, hold on.
So yeah, I heard that question. How many men are not Mandrill?
Wait, Mandrill.
Right, it's a lot because majority of men never even had a fight before. Mandrill just gave us a story about how a man cocked the gun and he looked the gun dead and square in the damn hole. So we understand that.
I think
so all right. So therefore, with him just saying that, this is why it's a such thing as toxic masculinity, right? So you can take this whole masculinity thing and you can turn it on his head.
That's bullshit. That's not toxic.
Before we go full gay, right?
Right, because you don't understand what toxic means, right? So you
I
can
do.
actually
You're
be completely, if you just being masculine.
That's not toxic masculinity.
No. Before we go full gay,
You're talking bullshit. I'm not gonna let you do it. That's all.
It's not about you letting me do anything.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm just gonna say. I'm not letting you say
fine,
it.
but that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything.
One mic, y'all.
All right, so I'm
Sharon.
gonna say right.
Hold on. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Lane. You playing Sharon. You got it.
So again, what he is saying, what he is out there pushing out in the world is the thing that makes men feel like they have some kind of overpower over another human being because of a gender. No, if your wife is better at finances, she should be taking the finances. If I was to marry a goddamn female Marine and she was able to have all those qualifications, I should probably be trusting her to protect the goddamn house. Hey, babe, you need to look for this because she with Mandrell and kicked in the goddamn door before. I never did it. So we got to be able to move with reality of what you are marrying, what's next to you, and know what's your person's attributes. My attributes is X, Y, and Z. Hers is X, Y, and Z. She is second in command. I'm never giving it to my son at all. He is never going to be the man of my house ever.
All right, look. All right. First of all,
that sounds crazy.
No, that was crazy. But check this out. What Mandrill said was, yo, what's wrong with giving responsibilities like taking out the garbage, washing dishes, making sure that you got your own clothes laid out? He didn't say anything about the man of the house thing. He was like, yo, what's wrong with Anthony Bracey saying, yo, I need to build myself. Now, I'll address both though. As far as the man of the house goes, you say it's you, then your wife. I don't believe it's you and your wife. I believe it's your wife and then maybe you, but the kids don't listen to you. But that's my opinion. Look, but my, and I'm going off the fact that the whole chat, everybody agree with you as a woman, and I don't listen to women with clothes on, so I think you wanted to girl.
You keep saying that, my guy. Like, let that one.
I mean,
why do you keep saying that?
Sharon, look. Anyway, as the story progresses, my thing is, if a man is in the house, kids don't have to do the man's duty. I know a lot of 12-year-olds who've been called the man of the house is trying to get their mom out of wherever the situation she in. And that's not his responsibility for a 12-year-old to worry about what a 38-year-old person is doing. But y'all can't give me that we're equal because of age when a 12-year-old is trying to get a 38-year-old out of a jam. You can't give me that because you're telling me a 12-year-old boy is more emotionally intelligent than a 38-year-old woman.
Yes.
So
I would say yes.
I agree with that. But if we go with that route, then you got to say it like, yo, so heavy is the head that holds the crown. So he has to handle everything. And if he has to handle everything, if everything's his fault and his fix, then it don't matter what she say. Period. Because he got to handle it. When she handle it and it work out great, you give her credit. When it don't work out, it's men's fault. We need more mentors. We need more stepdads. We need more men to step up. You never see you need more women to step up even though they got a voice. So what the fuck they got a voice for? Men still gonna have to step up and clear it up. So I still believe that, and I'm a person from a 2-parent household, right? But my dad a boomer, so it's like having 2 moms. But I digress. Like when you come to because it's happy life, happy wife. Happy life, happy wife is your woman, your wife second in command. I'm not home, listen to her. But I already talked to her. She was at home. And it ain't resolute, so I went to the source. I went to the king, because heavy is the head. But once you say happy life, happy wife, you don't want the crown either. So,
Prototype, you got next.
Yeah, so a 20-year-old boy, a 14-year-old boy, a 15-year-old boy, you got to figure it out. And you've been telling them responsibility, take out the garbage, walk your little sister home from school to make sure she don't get kidnapped, put this key around your shoestring around your neck so you could be a latchkey kid and let yourself in and learn how to make toast or whatever and ramen noodles to feed your little sister. Once you the boy that's been put as a man in a house, you already doing better than whoever else in the house because you in a house. That's all I got.
Nah, but hold on. So that's not skip past what Sharon was saying, and I kind of agree with what he was saying.
Hey JT, when prototype next.
Yeah. So this is the thing. You would never be the man of my house. I agree with that. And your mama is second command of my house. You know why? It's because I'm grooming you to be the man of, guess what, y'all? Your house. So I agree with that part right there. He's in training to be the man of his own house. He can never be the man of my house. Now, as we get older, God willing, we get old and, people get weary and shit like that. And then the child end up being, in a different, but what we're talking about is, you can't, no, especially at 15, no, responsible. You're accountable. These things are what we're teaching them so they can be, these are the tools we're giving them to be the man in their own house. So I do agree with that. So I didn't want to miss that. I didn't want us to miss that in the conversation right there. So I do agree with that part right there. We go ahead, prototype.
The skills I teach my boys are not the same skills my wife had. I'm teaching them my skills. So I have a 16-year-old son who has the skills to protect the house. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I would, if I'm not at home, I do depend on him to hold things down with whatever force I've taught him how to handle force. You know what I'm saying? In his way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not expecting my wife to go jump into that. And even with what I equipped her to do, they can assist each other in getting the job done, because I have younger boys that need the protection on top of that. You know what I'm saying? So y'all thinking about it completely wrong, man. Like, because as far as when back in the day when people had farms, they was raising the kids to help with the farm, to help with the workload, to do the things that the man does. You know what I'm saying? So why is it it's only a modern thing now that we're like, oh, well, that I don't know how to say your name, Sharon or Sharon. That's the way he's speaking is a modern thing, and he wants to call masculinity toxic for teaching your kids just how to simply be men, and that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So no, my boys are in charge of the house. If I am not, to their capacity, if I'm not here, like I don't understand why that's just so confusing.
Because anything can have a toxic, like just the same way you can have a relationship, it could get toxic. You having a certain level of masculinity could get toxic. You have a certain level of whatever your femininity, it could be toxic. I don't know why we act like
when it gets to that point,
they act like things can't. Shit.
I'm sorry, but when it gets to that point, though, the point I always try to make is once it gets to that point where you would consider it toxic masculinity, it's no longer masculinity. That's just a person who's lost control. Like if my wife was awake, she coming here right now and tell you, I don't go back and forth with her. If she's upset about something, oh no, slow down, communicate. What's the problem? Okay, you go do whatever, I'll take care of that. You know what I'm saying? Masculinity itself is not toxic. I agree with Arpain on that one. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. It gets to a point where the guy is doing something else, something that's not masculine. That's why he's losing control.
I would say there's more guys like Mandrell, myself, than there is Sharons in the world. You know what I'm saying? But maybe that's just my anecdotal experience in my circle.
Same here. Like for me, to add to your point, prototype. To just add on to what you're saying.
So you don't think it's a such thing as a man could be poisonous?
Oh, a man can be, but
I'm not talking about the toxic thing. I'm just talking about.
Okay, therefore, we know that you can put something in front of it, right? So you can have a poisonous relationship, you can have poisonous masculinity, you can have poisonous femininity. We know it's women that take advantage of who they are as a female. Like, for example, the Me Too movement is a form of toxic femininity, right? We all understand it when we say that is a form of. What is the problem with me just substantiating my point?
Listen,
it doesn't matter if you disagree. Y'all said nasty things about me. I do not interrupt. It doesn't matter if you come at me and you say that I'm not this, I'm not that. I do not interrupt. What is the problem with me just substantiating my point? I don't understand. So again, if you have masculinity, you can absolutely use it in the wrong way, and that's when it becomes toxic. Same thing as a female. If she uses it as a Me Too movement, the way how I guess Joy Taylor tried to use it, that is a form of toxic femininity. Let's not act so obtuse about being so a man. It's okay.
I get what you're saying.
I don't get what I'm saying.
The point is when you're saying normal things of manhood is toxic.
Right. I just disagree.
Hold on a second, y'all.
I disagree with it. You know,
hold on a second, y'all. I want to ask Sharon a question.
And also, lost just this one point.
Go ahead.
Not too long ago, boys used to go to war at 13. Not too long ago. I mean, look at World War II and Vietnam and the Korean War. Men were 15 years old, lying about their age, going to war at 15.
Wait. Before you get to patriotism, though, Mentor,
you're
right. So, before you get there.
Hold on, dirty folks. I want to touch on what Sharon said. I'm gonna let you have it after this. Sharon, let me ask you a question. You said there's a such thing as toxic masculinity, right? Well, if there's a negative to toxic, then there must be a positive. Would you agree that there possibly could be a thing called premium masculinity, where men go above and beyond to be an example of masculinity? Is that a possibility?
They call that a gentleman, but if you want to remix it for the new world, and we got to put some extra on it for the men, because gentlemen starting to get, like, I guess, watered down for the new people. But it used to be called gentleman, and premium is a good substitute to make it new again. I agree.
Okay. So what you're saying is that we should probably focus more on men being better men. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's like, just like there are certain elements of being a toxic man, what would be something that we could point to that would say, hey, this is somebody who possesses premium masculinity? In your example, could you give us some examples on what that would look like?
Right. It's kind of the things that we was all already talking about. Man having integrity, right? He being honest whether somebody's watching him or not, right? Like those type of attributes. A man that is willing to do everything he can to provide and protect for his family, for real, provide and protect, not just talk it, but actually put steps in front, like how Proto is attempting to put steps in front of if something happens. We know that is a big case that it would never happen, but at least he has some kind of mental fortitude to do something. Those are the type of things that we could say is premium. A man that's willing to deal with his partner and listen to her. So this way it's a back and forth and they have respect for each other, because a woman's supposed to be beside you, not behind you. So those are some things that I would say off the top of my head as a premium masculinity.
Well,
where is it noted that women are supposed to be beside you and not behind you?
Hold on a second. Prototype. I'm gonna turn it loose. Now, Sharon, could you give us something in the middle? Because there's a premium, then there's a middle, and then there's the bottom, the toxic. Could you give us something, an example of just the base minimum masculinity, something that would not be considered above or below masculinity?
A man that is respectable, he's honorable, he's out of the way in society. He is doing, he's not doing anything wrong to nobody. He's able to take care of himself, and he's not taking advantage of the weaker vessels in this world, children, women, older people, so on and so forth.
Okay. Would you think that goes above and beyond, or is that something that's just across the board mainstream?
I think that should be, we should have at least a standard. We got to hold people to the standard, right? And then, like how you said, and start really speaking on what is the premium version of men, the mediocre version of men, which is okay to be an average man, and then what is, a dirty folk toxic man.
You know what's really crazy about that? Because I know I was going to be the example. Yo, Robert Platinum, that's funny as shit. You talking about what's the platinum definition? That was wild. You know what's crazy? Integrity. Do you stand by your words? Do you stand by your beliefs? Right? That was your first one, right? Integrity. Have y'all ever heard me switch up? For those who on YouTube, I've been on YouTube 2 years. Have you ever heard my message switch up?
So integrity, you got the definition wrong. So integrity is someone who holds a moral standard. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what. You misunderstanding what integrity means.
No. Because everything about your integrity is feminine, and I don't give a fuck about you sucking dick or want to be a woman that suck pussy. What I'm saying is nobody has ever said that I've robbed, raped, maimed anybody. Nobody can say that my message switched up. Nobody can say that, man, I did something today when I got a cash. I was like, I hated you on Tuesday, but Wednesday you sent me $5. I love you, bro. My integrity is not in question. Second thing was that you said was that men have a duty to protect people. I'm the tribe of dude. I'm the dude that ends every show. Love your brother as you love yourself. I have never switched up on my belief that I should defend my home, my tribe, my gang, clique, crew, frat, Masonic lodge, whatever the case may be. I'm riding. I'm a protector. I get money. I sell my little soap. I work. I do all shit. So I'm a provider. So I provide, protect, I have integrity, and I defend what I believe in. So, but man, then you do a third one in. You got to listen to girls with clothes on. And that's why I started laughing, like, I never listen to a girl with clothes on. I can't be a great man. So I can't be a platinum man because I can be a great man because I never listen to a girl with clothes on. Your whole thing is you can't be a man unless you listen to these goofy ass bitches with clothes on who contradict themselves in the same sentence without a comma. I want my friend to be my husband to be my best friend, but I can't marry my best friend because it'll fuck up the friendship. You listen to girls with clothes on. You the girl in the relationship. I understand my dad a boomer. He the girl in the relationship too. But what I'm saying is like, nigga, I would beat you in an alleyway and then walk out and get a Dairy Queen fucking Blizzard and not care because you are contradicting yourself. Everything that makes a man was the first two things you said. And then you said, not like dirty folks, who represents the first two things you said, because I don't worship bitches. You dick-sucking motherfucker. Look, anyway, but go ahead. I'm finna just laugh. Let me just laugh. Go ahead.
Yeah, nobody takes
Sharon, you want to respond back to that? Or
no? Nobody really takes them serious. So
no, you don't want to respond?
No.
Okay. So let me say this real quick because I was listening while I was.
Can I just say this one thing, BMU, before you go? Listen, everything that Sharon says when a man is toxic, they are attributed to toxic masculinity. The reason why I have such a problem with it because we know it's been used to emasculate men over the decades. When a man does something that's untoward to a woman, a child, anybody else, it ain't because he's masculine, it's because he has a character flaw. It has a character flaw. So when you have character flaws, you don't have to attribute your masculine because women can do it. Anybody else can do it. So when you tie those two together, it has meaning, and it's been proliferated throughout society. And it's been, and we had used to have like stars. I mean, big Hollywood people coming up and say, because you're masculine, you're toxic. The guy, Captain America, had a couple of public service announcements talking about what's his name, the white boy.
Chris Evans.
Yeah, I'm saying, wait a minute, man. So you're telling little boys this, right? And it's a bad message to proliferate. But yeah, there's bad men out there. We all know it. But it's not because of their masculinity that makes them bad.
So
period.
The reason why you got to put it on there because he was attaching it to a pair of jeans, and then somebody come up and said, if you outside wearing baggy pants, right? So it is a form of it, and we understand it. Maybe you would like to call it hypermasculinity. Fine. If you want to change the word,
I think we should call it what it is: character flaws.
I'm talking, brother.
Well, yes, you interrupted people plenty of times, Sharon. I'm just saying we should call it what it is: character flaws.
Yeah, maybe I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't interrupt nobody tonight. But regardless,
you're talking over dirty folks for a second. I mean, come on.
Again, I don't understand.
Right, man, go ahead, man. But I hear you. We're gonna disagree on this, man. Go ahead, go finish, man.
And see, like that's very disrespectful, right? That's not manly.
I said finish, right?
Jedi Mike.
So this no, real quick before Jedi goes. This is what I was going to say when I was coming back to the house. It's good to have somebody on the panel that has been around me personally, like Mandrea. Like he met my family, he met my kids, and I think, and like for me, I grew up with that same thing. I think that my grandfather used to say, hey boy, if anything happened at this house, I need to teach you how to do this, 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 and this. And I need to teach you this. And my dad did the same way. When Mandrea had this, he's seen it with my sons. And for me to put my sons in boxing and jujitsu and, take them to, gun tactical classes to learn how to, because what got me, Sharon, is this. I remember we were talking earlier about how white people bring their kids in and they do all that stuff with their kids and we don't. And they own Bronny James real bad, but they don't talk about what the white kids, what they do with the white kid. It's the same thing. I went to a gun. This will change my whole perspective. I went to a gun show about 7 years ago, and I was standing in line, and I was looking. I said, "Damn, these kids 5, 6, 7, 8 years old picking out guns and shit. What the fuck is going on? Nothing but white kids, no black people to be found." I said, "Oh my God, wait a minute. Am I missing out on something? Is a war coming?" So what I did was I said, you know what? They kids not going to be the only ones hunting my damn kids. So at that point, my oldest had to go. He had to go do boxing. He had to do hand-to-hand combat. My Mandrea talked to my youngest boys. They were doing jujitsu, right? Because Mandrea does jujitsu, right? So he was, talking, trying to, and then like me and my 17-year-old, we can clear this house in 30 seconds. I mean, he takes the shotgun tactical class, the handgun tactical class. If I'm not here, and that's what I was raised on, Sharon. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you guys are wrong. I'm not saying you guys are right. I'm right in the middle of that because that's what I was taught growing up. I think when you taught by your father and your grandfather to do a thing, that thing sticks with you. And my son, like I said, right now, if I'm not here, my 17-year-old son can clear this motherfucker and get everybody out of here.
Also, but because I believe Mandrea is a firearms instructor, one of the first things they teach you is to not use your weapon. Get yourself out of the situation.
Get everybody safe and pointed at the door.
In reality, like what Anthony is saying is still wrong because you would tell your 50-year-old son, no matter how much skill you got, especially when you grow up fighting, they always teach you, hey, you need to get yourself out of the fight because you know what you are capable of doing. Right. This is the first thing they teach you when you start boxing, karate, or anything. Hey, you need to get out the fight because you're gonna hurt the person. So that's what he's about, his language. The same way how Lost was able to clean up my language, he needed to clean up his.
Right, yeah.
And I think what BMU and people like myself are trying to say is, yes, that is what you teach them. That's the first thing you do. That's my first option, especially if I'm with my wife. my first, because we were downtown one night and some weird old shit started happening. I said, all right, come on, let's go. First thing, let me get her the fuck out of here. Now, if I was by myself, I'd dick around and see what's going. Because I'm stupid like that. I know I'm touched.
You an asshole,
right,
no doubt.
I know I'm a little touched up.
It's disgusting.
But
Mandrell, but see, that's
but the first thing is to get. Let me get her out of here.
No eyebrow, light skinned nigga. Look.
So what my thing is like, what we're saying is, yeah, teach them that, but don't stop there. What I see a lot of people doing is stop right there. Just get out the situation. So now they're full grown men. You come to a professional to learn how to shoot, and you don't even know how to think when you're on the range. You're a full grown man. You don't know that you never looked down the barrel of a firearm. He didn't even know. He thought it was okay. I'm like, bro, you don't know. No, you're a hazard now. Okay, so it's like that's my thing. You know, people stop too short, especially when it comes to boys. Like I noticed it a lot in the women because they don't want their boys to go through pain. They don't want them to go through hard stuff. They don't want to see their kids struggle. Fair enough. But the struggle is what forges men. We have to do hard things to become immune to it or to adapt to that environment.
But light skinned dude with no eyebrows. Here's my flip side on that.
Hold on, let Sharon respond, then go dirty. Go ahead,
And
Sharon.
also we gotta make sure that when the person that we are reviewing, he said what you said. Because if somebody was reviewing what you said, and then they disagree with that, and then we'll all be like, "Hey, you tripping, bro? He ain't saying what you said." We gotta treat the language of what the person is saying, not put ourselves in it. Or the skills that we hone in on ourselves, the things that we taught our children, has nothing to do with what the BS that Anthony said and what he is pushing out to the world, especially when he says the American male. And if any black man here thinks that when other human beings hear American male, they think about somebody that look like me, you're delusional.
All right. Here's my thing. I got my first black eye in my life. My first black eye from a 22 rifle scope. I was out shooting with my grandfather. My father's father. He was the president of this gun club in the Cook County Sheriff. And he took me to the gun range and I was ski shooting. And I put the 22 rifle looking at the scope, the kickback gave me a black eye. First black eye I ever got was hanging out with my granddad shooting a rifle. And during the course of all of that, he never told me, look, don't shoot people in the streets, though. I'm just showing you this. The first thing he told me was gun safety. But more than that, how to protect myself. And then the second lesson is, once you can protect yourself, trying to find some type of form of conflict resolution so you don't have to go wilding out everywhere. Right? And when at the end of the day on that still didn't make me the man of the house. That was my dad's dad, but I lived in my dad's house. So I got two other generation of men. If black women didn't spend enough time trying to find a lesser man so they can get a Sharon ass nigga that can't fight, and then blaming the world for not stepping up, they'll be all right. But once you become a man, you can read above a 5th grade level, you can fight, you can shoot, and then you don't have a parole officer. You might not get married to a black family. You might not have a black nuclear family because you don't have a parole officer. And what ends up happening is you have these skills, and now you're protecting yourself and your brethren, the people that you love, your sister, whoever the case may be. But that's not a generational thing, and that's not toxic masculinity. So on one hand, you want me to be able to fight, shoot, read a contract so I don't get ripped off, make money. But if I do all those things and say, yo, I ain't tolerating no dumb shit, then all of a sudden, hey man, don't be like dirty folks. Y'all is wild. But go ahead, Sharon. I see you raising your hand.
Sharon, you want to respond? Okay. Mike, Jedi Mike in the building. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, listen, Jedi Mike, first of all, before you say anything, bro, congratulations on all your success, man, interviewing all these celebrities. You interviewed my crush the other day from Found. Oh.
And Shameless, yeah, Shanola Hampton, yeah.
She is gorgeous. But anyway, man, and Halle Berry, I just can't get over to Halle Berry when you just hooked up with Halle Berry like y'all know each other. I just, you had your arm all around and taking a picture. I don't. Anyway, man, congratulations on all your success.
When he interviewed Zoe Kravitz. I was like, what the fuck was that like?
Hallie and Lenny? Oh, he doing big
Hey,
things.
hey, Mike on it, bro. Hey, but you know what, though, Mike?
I got Jonathan Majors last
because
week. Yeah,
we have to uplift we have to uplift each other as men. I'm
Mike
gonna say,
doing his
Mike.
thing.
I
Mike doing
remember
his
when
thing,
Mike and Mandrell, we feel like papas or something right now. We remember when Mike was a freshman in college.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sophomore, junior, it got hard on him a little bit. Then he shook back, and then he graduated. Then he pledged, and then he crossed over. Like, we was there for all this shit. So I'm like, to see you where you are right now, bro. I just want to say that I love you, brother, and I'm so glad that you are where you are right now. I even know your wife. Listen, man, your wife. Y'all used to come on the panels together. Then y'all end up getting married. Ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, man, I'm proud. I just want to say I'm proud of you, bro. But you can go ahead.
No, I appreciate y'all. No, and actually speaking on that, kind of with this topic here, because talk about men of the current generation about this mindset. And I was hearing what everybody was talking about, which I got on the panel, because it's just like, because I'm like living like testament of, what positive masculinity, if you call it whatever, because you have to understand when you use the connotation of toxic masculinity, that is reprogramming of thinking that masculinity in itself by default is bad, and that it is not a common thing. Like, well, that's a very masculine thing to do. When you hear that now today in 2025, that does not come out in a positive conversation in the mainstream media, right? And now Anthony Mackie, when he said about the American male, you have to understand this is as PR as well as a pivot. Before Captain America: Brave New World came out, he was talking about his thoughts about America, and then everybody went left and right, about what did you say, blah, blah. So instead of not saying something that applied to all, not just making it just about black people, whatever, that's why he said the American male. As a journalist, I can tell you that is just PR saying the American male today in America, right? And now when he talks about certain things with his children, now, yes, he's not with the child's mother, but it's still at the same time, he's still actively involved in those kids' lives, and she allows him to still raise those boys in terms of, even if you're still staying with me, that's still your father, you still respect them, right? What he said, to me personally, I do not disagree with a word that he said in that at all. As a the young man, under 30, 35, right? I'm gonna be 30 like in what, 2 or 3 years. Can you believe it? But what I'm saying is that in this current generation, there is an attack on masculinity because it was planned. It is planned. It is planned in terms of system, in media, entertainment, music, even in the food we eat. Why we have a increase in estrogen in males and lack of testosterone, because of the food we eat, right? All those things are part of that. Now, we're talking about saying that the masculine and the feminine, both are quintessential parts of society. I don't care, if we're all colors of rainbow, whatever. I'm just talking about a basic human condition, right? And saying that today, when we talk about the rise of the grown male, not the grown man, right? That's what it causes the increase of what we call the term the incel. I don't want to go mow the grass. I can just get somebody to do that. I don't want to, go change my oil. I'm gonna go take it down to the Shell while they overcharge me, because I'm just too lazy just to get an oil bucket and get the car jack and do it my damn self and go to AutoZone, pick the oil, right? No, I'm just using just basic things. Some things now as a married man that I'm not allowing my wife to do, not because I'm telling her I'm the man. She's not supposed to, submission, right? No, there's certain things that in my presence that she does not have to do, and that just should be not things that are given should not have to be explained. So I understand what Sharon was talking about. I feel also there's another part of that, conversation that's very dangerous that I feel like a lot of men are not doing, understanding, because I seen a lot of men on social media getting mad what he's saying. It's like, why would us men gotta be blah, blah, like this and be forced the way of the world? Listen, my father, who's 65 years old, pastor, retired Navy, he told me this in one of his favorite films of all time was The Godfather. And one of the lines in those films was, women and children can afford to be foolish, but men cannot afford to be foolish because it costs too much. And then when people, we cannot afford to be foolish. And we have seen that with us, we have a higher responsibility. We don't, and hopefully not just by fathers, even the lack of fathers, whatever, but brotherhood, being around other men to know how to solve your problems. But at the same time, I'm not going to reject how things are now. We're evolving in times like therapy, like counseling, and things that were back in the 60s, 70s. We weren't really a big topic and stuff, saying that men can't cry. Yeah, you can't cry in front of me, and I'm not going to look down on you like that because it's hard out here. But what I'm saying is that the people are blowing his comments way out of proportion and making it what it is when simple say, hey, I teach my boys how to take care of themselves and their mother, even if they're not grown men in their 30s, whatever. Hey, make sure you check these doors a lot. Make those skills never leave you. I don't care if you're a father, just a human being caring for, being the brother's keeper. And those things are not being taught today. And yet our society is suffering for it. So that's where I feel there's a huge part that people are missing, but yet trying to blow out proportion what Anthony Mackie is saying. It's like Kevin Samuel said it, other people said it. You can take the format and whatever. It's the same meat, just different seasoning.
You know what's so crazy about what you said? Bars, by the way. I agree with everything you said, 100%. You know what's funny, though? When you said, like, yo, men should be able to cry and go to therapy. You know what's funny? Is men cry around other men. When your parents die, you lose the love of your life, your first love, whatever the case may be, your cousin, gets whatever. You cry around your guys, and your guys comfort you and give you a shoulder to cry on. You're not supposed to cry around women. That's why I started laughing. Like, yo, even your most emotional things, women like, show your emotions. Intrinsically, naturally, that it'll be turned against you. But men do cry. The whole world cried for Kobe, and what did black women do? They went on the route and said, "Oh my God, I can't believe that man crying over a dude. They never met this dude." Like, there's no time that you can open up your feelings to a woman, but men cry. That's why I was laughing. Like,
so Dirty Folk, let me tell you something. I almost made history tonight. We did. We almost went a whole show without saying anything about a woman, and I was just allowing the show to flow.
I didn't say it.
I was allowing it to flow. And then Dirty Folks, you done broke history. We almost had the Guinness World Record. Dirty Folks,
I rebuke you in the name of the Lord. I rebuke you in the name of the Lord. I just said big cry though. That's all I was saying. I remember crying at my little cousin Mensa got killed at 15 years old, and I remember being at the funeral crying on my boy Keith's shoulder, and girls like, you got a sensitive side, and I remember looking at them so crazy because they just wanted to sleep with me. They thought I was vulnerable and wanted to sleep with me. But I remember crying hard as hell on my boy Keith. My brother-in-law got killed. I remember crying to my cousin, crying on his shoulder. Like, I can't believe he's gone. Men cry all the time. They just don't cry where the public can see them.
So Sharon, you got something you want to say? You shaking your head.
Hey,
speak your mind.
I think sometimes this is the problem. We are not checking language. A woman needs to be responsible for her actions. She can make a very tremendous mistake in life. This idea that women could afford to make mistakes and men cannot make afford, that is insane. I would never teach my daughters that they can afford to make mistakes. We are raising adults. This is the problem that we have. We're not willing to check language. Men should have a hold on their emotions. They should not be just crying for no reason. It should be something usually when people are crying is because they don't have no way to figure something out. That's usually why people cry. When a baby get hit, they don't know how to control the pain, so they cry. You have a lost one, you overwhelmed with emotions because you can't do nothing to bring that person back, so you cry. So we cannot say that we are meant to not be able to navigate through life, so they just out here crying in the confines of men. This is craziness.
Wait, so Sharon.
Wait, what's your problem? So
what I said. We're not going to try to change my language. I'm trying to look deeper into what you're saying, and you try. No, I said exactly what I said. I meant every word that I said. We don't need to try to change it.
Right, I'm not. My question is, what's your disagreement?
Yeah, what's your disagreement with what I said?
missed it. I think I might have missed
That's what I'm saying. It gotta be a
He said
complex
he would
problem.
never
My
tell his-
disagreement is that I would never teach my daughter
There
that
you
she
go.
can go outside and make mistakes, and my son cannot. I would never teach an adult person that, because we are raising adults. We're not raising children. Children are allowed to make mistakes because they are growing. We don't chastise our children for dropping the goddamn milk on the floor, right? We say, it's okay, baby, you need to hold it like this. We put them in a space. That's why we put them in boxing, right? We don't want to teach our children how to fight outside in the street because it's not controlled. But in a boxing gym, it's controlled. So this way you're not going to put them at a level that they are not at. You can tell them how to jab, how to do this. You can stop the fight. This is a controlled space. That's what you do with children. But when you're raising adults,
I think you're misconstruing what I'm saying, sir.
No,
I mean, like what I'm trying to say is that, and now you can have your own viewpoint about what you believe in terms of masculinity is. I'm just coming to the point where I was raised, not also from my father, but also my mother as well. Now, the position I am as a husband, a woman who has my last name and having children around the corner, is that when I made the comment saying that women and children can afford to be foolish, but men cannot afford to be foolish, because I am put in the position of covering my entire family. And I'm saying that, hey, the children can make a mistake or something, they can be taken care of, where the mother can take care of, or I can take care of, whatever. The wife, I'm her covering. Bill, I'm coming from a biblical perspective. You can come from me if you don't come from that religion. I'm not combating. I'm just saying from my perspective what I was explaining. But yet for me, I also have a higher weight and responsibility that I also know that the woman that I chose views me in that position and also trusted me in that position to be her husband, to properly cover her. And I have God to cover me as well as other people, support system as well. Those are things where I was saying is that it's not just black black and white as much as everybody's saying that it is. Oh, my camera cut off, but you can still hear me. But what I'm saying is that it's very frustrating that that I see a lot of people in the media taking things and just basic values that have been here for recorded history and misconstrued it and try and make into their own narrative just because either have they weren't trying to connect dots that don't exist, or wasn't the message that the person was saying is not what you think he this is bad, whatever. He didn't say it that way, and he wasn't meaning to say, I'm just a father raising my 3 boys, and he has 3 children, and doing a damn good job about it, and just saying, yeah, I think we don't teach boys how to actually, be functioning adults and men, and that should not be controversial. It should be a fact.
So
yeah, because you gotta admit, like him teaching his boys to open doors for women and to be respectful. Yes sir, no sir, that whole thing. You gotta agree with that, Sharon.
Who cares about that part? We are not talking about that point.
The big picture. That was his point in that whole conversation.
No, but that's not the point of what we are. But that's not the point of what we are talking about. Y'all are doing exactly what Jedi Mike said not to do: misconstrue words. Right? I never said men do not hold the bigger burden in a relationship. Never said that, not once.
Well, I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just I'm still on you disagreeing with the things that Anthony Mackie said. Now, I do understand what you're saying about him being a hypocrite, him kissing the guy on screen, stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Sharon. I want you to make myself perfectly clear.
I don't know why y'all think I don't understand why y'all think I'm confused. Because I'm not. Clearly, y'all are the ones that confused. And I even gave Loss a very big round of applause for making the language that I was using why it was because he understood what I was saying, and he turned it into a language where I thought y'all understood. And for some reason, y'all want to try to make it as I'm saying something that I am not. I'm saying that we should not be putting so much pressure on young men. We should not be telling them that they are grown-ass men of any household when they did not earn the right of a household. So start putting in their mind that they are men, they're going to start moving like it. This is why in our community, a lot of young boys, like Dirty Fro was saying earlier, they want to be 12-year-olds and try to take care of their mother. And they go out there and do grow things, get themselves hurt. They go and get themselves into situations where they most likely cannot defend themselves. We know what Dirty Folks is talking about. A lot of young boys get themselves in trouble because of that I'm a man of the house mentality. And we are, and I'm trying to, Jedi, I understand that you're young and maybe you didn't get the chance to experience those type of situations, but you should be able to recognize what I'm saying, that it is dangerous what he is saying. It is dangerous for our community. It is very dangerous for our young people. We have a issue in America where people look at us and they think that we are older already. This is why when police get into the situation where they all seem like they are attacking us, right? They always look at the young black male as much older than what he is. They don't treat them like children.
I
Our
absolutely
daughters,
understand what you're
they do not
saying.
treat them
I
like
kinda like
young
what
girls.
you're
I
saying
don't
right
know why when I'm cooking up, all of a sudden that you have to talk. So again, we have a problem in America where they treat our young as they are adults. And we cannot allow this man to get ahead and push that out there into the world. He is talking this MAGA BS. It's okay if you don't understand it. I just laid it out for you. This is a problem that we have in our community, that they look at our children as adults, from the little girls to the young boys.
Right. And I think I have a part of it that we're not addressing. So this is for everybody on the panel, for the entire group. I think what we're running into now, we have this Kobe and LeBron effect in men. If something were to happen in my family, or only my mom's house, and something were to happen to my father, there's that dog inside of me, or that thing. There's that thing inside of you that don't force you to do nothing. That's that thing inside of you that automatically puts you in that position. You don't put yourself there. Don't nobody force you to do it. So if your daddy closes his eyes and as soon as he takes his last breath, you automatically just fall into place. I gotta help my mama. I gotta make sure my mama good. I know she emotional right now. I know women are emotional creatures. I gotta make sure that the funeral home don't fuck over my mama. I gotta make sure the family members don't come over here still at the house. I gotta make sure my brothers and sisters good while my mama mourning my father. I gotta make sure, like, you just automatically get it. We have that. Some men, I ain't gonna say all, some men have that instinct that as soon as something happens, it's just something that's in them that just makes them go. And I don't think we're talking about that person, because there's a lot of men that are not pressured into those situations. They just know, hey, I got a responsibility and I need to take care of it.
And that's why that's why when Loss explained this situation, you speaking to what Loss situation is. A situation happened and instinctively he took that and owned that situation. Now, to some extent, it could be a little overwhelming once you really get into it. And I appreciate your Loss. He said, I went to seek some other counseling outside of in my head. So a man understanding that, and I would think that it's unique for this panel. I would ask, how many of you guys on this panel grew up in the house with a father? Every day you went to bed, you smelled his drawers and everything, right? So he taught you a little different. But what I'm saying is, Sharon, I hear you saying about the man in the house. Yes, but you have to compartmentalize it. That's what I'm saying. A father living out the side of his home with his sons, and they're living with the mother. Sons, you have to be more responsible with your mama. Now, as far as the details, we can assume. I would assume the way he's talking to grown men, he wouldn't talk to his son specifically word for word. He would probably break it down. You the man of the house, but damn it, you're gonna listen to your mama. You're gonna go to school, you be respectful. Because a father that's engaging, come on, I don't again, I salute to my crack era generation. Yeah, it's been a long time since we had that consistently. But there were times when brothers like JT and Lost, the father, when he was there, he gave your ass direction. And with that direction that he gave you took it and you built on it.
So that's where it gets lost in translation at.
Yeah.
It gets lit, right? Because this is the thing. You have a brother like myself that'll sit back and say, I understand exactly what Mackie was saying, right? Because my father, again, and Sharon, that's why I was saying that it was the semantics of what he was saying. My father never told me I was the man of the house, right? He told me I was responsible. And somebody else said it earlier. When it comes down to it, these are tasks that you have to get so you could be up under your own and you can create your own umbrella. when it comes down to it. This is the thing. It's going to get lost in translation because we have a group of men that was raised with just mama, and then we have a group of men that was raised with dad and mom. Right? Very few of us was just raised with dad. But what I'm saying is this. When we're talking about this thing called masculinity, I agree with Mandrell. I don't think that it's toxic masculinity. It can the message it comes to us and it just clicks in for us to say I got to be a man. Just like what somebody just said it. I got to get my mama a house. I think Sharon, you was the one that was saying it. I got to get my mama a house. I got to take care of my mama. I got to do these things. The reason being is because the message is just being misconstrued. That's all it is when it comes down to us. We got to figure this shit the fuck out. As men, we got to figure it out. This is where it comes down to us having the conversation with one another from all walks of life. The greatest thing right now that we have right now is that we could talk not only just because we have different walks of life, but we from different states, different providence, countries, all these different things. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do now, we're trying to get our younger folks to figure it out. All of us, I think the youngest motherfucker on this panel is Jedi Mike.
Yes, he is.
He's like our kids close to their age, right?
Our son's age.
Yeah, I'll be 20. I'll be 27 this year.
Yeah, I got a daughter that's 28 that's about to be 29 this year. So what we're doing is we're figuring out. This is why it's important for us. And people keep thinking that this is some bullshit, but it's not. Having these panels, it's very important for us to have it. It's the reason being is because shit is so goddamn cliched and twisted. We have to have honest conversations with each other.
You know,
we have to do it.
Right, hold on, dirty folks. And again, I don't want to misconstrue anything about what I said earlier. I want to make sure I'm clear. What I'm saying is there are certain boys out there who was raised a certain way and they have lost their fathers or lost that uncle or that grandfather. And they instinctively say, hey, I want to be like granddaddy. And you automatically say, you take that responsibility on. Not saying it's healthy or not healthy, but some young men take on that role. And that's why, back in the day, when I was driving back, I heard somebody say something about living on the farm. And I'm like, wow, that is amazing because you do. At a very early age of 8, 9 years old, you're wrestling with goats. Yeah, you flipping over pigs, you shooting wild dogs, keeping from killing the calves, that they just had. They just gave birth to. So you learn a lot of things. And I think that now in 2025, we no longer have to do that. And so now a lot of stuff has shifted, guys.
And also I want to say, Zach,
Go ahead, Sharon.
I think we got to really pay attention, right? So when we brought up the toxic anything, me and Lost, we came up with new analogies. We broke it down. We had a whole conversation about what it actually is and how we should be using it. And we cannot just throw that out because our feelings. We are men. Once you get new information while we having a conversation, we need to implement that today, not tomorrow. That shit ain't on the goddamn calendar.
I'm only going to adjust that.
So once Lost was able to clean it up, I mean, he did a masterful job of what man of the house means. It is nobody that can refute what he said about the man of the house thing. We should not be giving young people the responsibility of adults, because if you are able to give your 50-year-old the responsibility of adult, what is he gonna look at you now? What did you earn? Somebody must have gave it to you too, Dad. You just gave it to me. So again, because we keep trying to make it seem like young people don't have their own idea. This is the reason why kids buck up. Not only to mention, we never even brought into the fact that he's not in that household. Well, you telling your son you the man household.
He took a long route, but I agree with
Let me respond to Sharon.
What if that woman brings a man in the house? Now we have 2 men in the house?
So, no, right, Sharon. So let me tell you this. I was talking. I know you guys were talking about that part where you're telling him he's the man of the house. I'm talking about the actual young men that just take that, just feel like they have to do it, right? But let me say this, and because with my nephew, and shout out to him, My brother-in-law passed away about almost a year now, maybe.
Yeah.
He passed away. And my nephew, he is 14 years old. And that instinctive thing I just talked to you about, it happened immediately. When his daddy passed away, he was at the funeral. And I'm telling him, hey man, that's your dad. You got to let it out. You can't hold that shit in. It's gonna make you sick. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling him, you gotta let that shit out. I gotta be strong for mama. I said, no, you don't. You gotta let that shit out because you're gonna be sick. You're gonna be sick. And I said, you gotta go up there and see your daddy. I'm gonna walk up there with you to see your daddy. He said, I need to walk with mama. Everything was mama. I need to do mama. Everything about mama. So what we did was I talked to my sister, and my sister said, hey, listen, we're gonna just start sending him out with his young cousins so he can be his age, right? Be around people his age. And it started to, it works. Even now it works. And I try to talk to him every day. All right. Because he's so far away from me. He's in Louisiana. I'm in Texas. So I just try to talk to him every day, but he still have those moments where he feels like he need to be the man of the house. And so I agree with, I'm not saying I disagree with anybody. I don't disagree with the loss because loss, you did, like you said, a masterful job of explaining that. Yeah. But I think, we didn't with a LeBron and a Kobe situation. I think that you had some men 40 years ago and counting that had that dog in them, like Kobe. Then you have the LeBrons who are good, but hey, I need some help getting there.
All right. Look, number one, credit to Sharon, man. He took the long route, but I kind of agree with his synopsis. Here's my thing, BMU. Besides the fact you were on a death row poster, I don't know why your head is floating on black. But besides that, though, bro, anything that I did for my mother was really for my father. I understand that my mother is my dad's baby mom. That's his wife too, but y'all sleep together. That's your baby mama. She's not my mother. Is not my responsibility. But that's because my father did, right? If my father wasn't there, I don't know what what the ratio would be. But my father's always been there, so I don't concern myself with it. That's your baby mama. You deal with her, and y'all be all right? When hierarchy comes, when you get off of titles, right? At a certain age, your mother and father stop being your mom and dad. They start being John and Jane. And the day, whatever, 30s, 40s, whatever, when you meet your real parents, like who they were when they met each other, not mom and dad, the title, but you meet who they are as a person, then you get to reevaluate. Like, yo, would I choose y'all to be my parents if I could choose my own parents? You know what I mean? When you're young, you go off the title. That's my mama. I gotta react. That's my dad. But you don't really react when it's your dad. Like, there's no grace for being a man. None. People tell you only get one mama, but shit, anybody can be the dad, whoever mama choose, right? You can get stepdad, real dad, mentor, coach. Anybody can be their dad, but you only get one mama. When I watch men disrespect manhood, it hurts my feelings. You minimize yourself to excoriate a woman to a higher position, like that's your mother. And she is, but she's my dad's baby mama. And once you do that, then you put yourself in the position of doing all the things that other people tell you, whether it's your uncles, whoever, tell you that a man should be. But that's not your role. Your role is to take out the garbage, wash dishes, make sure your homework is done, and pick out your clothes for tomorrow for school. That's your role. That's your job. Anything other than that, you're doing somebody else's job. And you will never be able to do somebody else's job and your job at 10 years old. You can't work two jobs efficiently. So that's a whole different issue.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Dirty. Everything in life, if God is willing and he has grace, it's going to come to 360 degrees. It's not going to come to 180. I'm living at 360 degrees right now. My father took care of me. He taught me how to tie my shoes. My mama, she taught me how to do certain things. He taught me how to do certain things. they older. My father passed away instantly. My mama had 2 boys. Either one of us could cover her, right? I covered her by saying, nope, you come into the house here. My brother covered her in other ways, right? She's covered. My mama, from 18 years old, she went from her daddy to her husband. She went from her husband to her kids, right? That shit right there, that's not something that you can teach somebody. That's something that you learn from life. Yeah. What I'm seeing right now, my mother has been covered her whole life. I said, well, God had grace on her. He had so much grace on her where she went from father to husband to sons. If I pass away, she still has another son. If he passed away, she still has another son. You dig what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing. We just like our father. I'm a man. I stand on everything 10 toes down that I believe in. But I'm also a generous guy. Like we talked about that before. I'm not a nice guy where you could pet this nigga on the head type of nigga. I ain't that dude. I'm just good. You could get along with me. But you say some crazy ass shit to me, it's on and popping. You dig what I'm saying? And I got that from my dad, and he got that from his dad. He didn't know his father. He made sure that I knew him. My father he stayed as long as he could. Let me tell you one thing about us as being men. We do we stand against shit, but it's a time in life, man. Especially because I had to deal with my father had dementia. Once we had to take his license away, y'all know how hard, if you don't know this shit right here, you know how hard it is to try to tell an adult that they can't be adult no more? That shit is hard as fuck. Once we told my father we had to take his license, 10 days, he was out of here. There was no more fight. Your mama all right? That's all he had. Is your mama all right? He didn't care nothing about if we was all right. He knew we was all right. He knew we was all right when we was 12 and 13, 14, 15 years old. He knew we was all right. This is why what Mackie said, I can't disagree with it. Because what he did was instill a form of manhood in us at an early age. When I fell and I hurt myself, when my teeth got knocked out, my father was like, he looked at it and was like, you gonna be all right. You dig what I'm saying? You gonna be all right. You gonna be all right. And he taught my mama, don't baby them boys. Don't baby them. Now I understand now why he said that. Yeah. It was easy for the transition. My mother, to this day, my father died 2 years ago. My mother she still hurts, but it ain't the hurt that she can have if she ain't had no covering. She got covering right now. It's the same thing that we try to instill in our children, right? With our boys, this is what's fucked up. Sharon, this is what's fucked up right now, bro. We don't have that with women and men being in conjunction with each other anymore. So we gotta survive a different type of way. So we gotta have a different type of way thinking. And I'm talking about the next generation and the generation that comes after that, right? Mm-hmm. This is where we have to have these conversations now because times have changed drastically. So being a man and being a woman is very important. Hey, somebody got
That's dirty, folk. I told him to get that Family Dollar ass microphone and turn it on.
I'm gonna end it with this right here, y'all. What Mackie said, it absolutely was true. Now, him being in the world that he's in, that's where it gets to a point where I'll be like, So now we have to talk about the message and the messenger. Sharon was not far off when he was like, nah, but this nigga was on, he was kissing another man. The reason why I can sit back and say, yeah, I can smoke a bag of that is the fact is, how much would we as men sell ourselves for? How much? You remember that thing as a kid when you used to ask a person, what would you do for $1 million? Would you suck a dick for $1 million? Would you kiss another man for $1 million? All these different things. All I'm saying, folks, is this. The conversation is rendered for us to have it so we can figure this shit the fuck out. That's all I'm saying. And I end it with that, bro.
All right, we welcome Savage Red Recovery to the show. What's going on, man? You got anything you want to say?
Salute.
Yeah, and Sharon said he got to pop out of here, man. Let Sharon get his last word.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. My bad, Sharon. Go ahead.
It's like I want to hear what Sarah said before I leave.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah. So as a man that's married that has 5 kids, working on the 6th, and having 3 boys, there's nothing wrong with teaching your boys at a young age to be men. Unfortunately, as the gender that we are the expendable race. It is our job to protect. Protecting means that you're going to possibly lose your life. There's no reason to teach your boys to have some sort of childhood or not be men, because if you shelter them, unfortunately, when the world comes, you're not going to provide them the ability to protect themselves from women or the court system, or when it comes down to just the normal day-to-day lives of being a man. So to say that this man's wrong for telling his child to protect the house, even if he's 10 years old and he really can't protect the house as a 10-year-old, it's good to instill the fact that he needs to when he gets 18, has a wife and has a family. Because at some point you're hoping that your child's going to have a kid or have children and a wife, and that he's going to have to protect them. So giving him 18 years of not understanding this or not instilling this in him is not good for him. It's not good for his family. It's not good for society, just in general. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Awesome. And yeah, and I think that's the part that I think we are giving him an overarching point instead of using what he's actually saying. And I understand that because we met, so we like, hey, I get that part. But that's not what he really said. And we got to take apart what he said, not what we are instilling in our children and in our lives. And I think that's sometimes where we get messed up at. And this is why a lot of young men get misguided, especially the ones that's looking for guidance. We got to remember a lot of times the young men that are watching us or listening to us or possibly taking in what we are saying is because they're actually looking for guidance. And we got to make sure we are very strict on what we're saying. And this is why I absolutely love, and I'm going to implement Lost in Translation's movement of his language. I'm going to rewatch it, and so I could work on that, so I could get better at it, because he was able to make it palatable. Sometimes I'm not, because I'm very old school. Slap you over the head. Shut up. What you know? So I got to get that. I got to get my philosophy on. I got to practice on that. So thank you for that today. That's what I learned from today. I appreciate all the men here.
Hold on, Sharon, because they told you today. See, I'm glad you showed up, because they told you today in your chat. You really want to go over to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, because when you go over there, they're gonna jump on you, man, disrespect you, call you. They're gonna do this and do that. Come on now.
They did.
And them gorillas been over acting wild too.
I mean, it was just one. Come on now. You had one person. But
So,
I'm just saying, overall.
2. I had 2, but the thing I had 3, but I had 4. Goddamn. Let me keep. Yeah. So,
what
but
happened when I left, nigga?
the thing is, I don't learn my lesson.
It wasn't me, hey, black man. I had last week was when you had me. I'm good this week, bro. I'm good. I'm good.
So somebody just Sharon, before you go, somebody sent me a cash app. Thank you for the $20 cash app. She said, why didn't y'all have the same energy for the young man, the 14-year-old young man who killed for his mom in Chicago a year ago?
No, we did. I was the number one person that said it. When it came down to it, that young man was protecting his mama because I knew the whole story.
Right.
That shit was something, and it was something where the mom was not being aggressive, first and foremost. A lot of people, they were trying to put that out there at the beginning. No. She didn't tell him to go out there and get the gun and all. They were trying to put that shit out there. He just clicked in. At the end of the day, that's what happened. If I was 14 and I put myself, we had to talk about it. Black man.
Yeah, we did.
Mm-hmm. I was there for that talk. Remember?
Yeah.
In GT, and I was saying the same
thing.
thing.
Nigga, if my mama, I'm 14 and my mama sitting there and a nigga talking to my mama, you say one thing, I'll pop you in your mouth. Nigga, I'm going to the car. I guarantee I'm gonna lay that nigga the fuck down. At 14, we ain't no stupid ass kids at 14. Dog, they calling these niggas YNs, right? At 14. These niggas that's out here in these other neighborhoods that's out here, they call them YNs, bro. We got to cut that shit the fuck out. Just like we tried to cut out the whole thug shit, we got to cut this YN shit out, man. We got to have a different type of way. When that young man did what he did, he was protecting his mama, and his mama was not out of pocket, bro. I put that on everything. She was not out of pocket.
Yeah,
let me explain something to y'all, man. I don't think we're having a full conversation here. We're talking about, Anthony Mackie is talking about the physical side of being a man. There's also a mental side of being a man too. Mm-hmm. Just as much as we like to think that being a man is all physical, sometimes it's a mental aspect of this thing too. And what I mean by that is we have to teach our men. I
appreciate you, my brother.
Appreciate it, Sharon. We have to teach our men how to negotiate and to be those type of people who can resolve conflicts. You know what I mean? We have to learn how to be master negotiators. And I don't think we've actually taught our children how to do that, how to be masters of conversation and how to negotiate in situations like this so you don't have to result in violence. That is the part of masculinity that I don't think we discuss as much. And then on top of that, we have to teach men how to be leaders and how to teach other leaders how to be leaders. That's the other part of being a man that we don't ever discuss. Mm-hmm. We always talk about the physicality of being a man, but we rarely talk about the mentality of being a man. And I think we really have to start doing a better job at making sure we talk to our sons and say, hey, look, before you put your hands on somebody, make sure you try to negotiate first. And if all else fails, then yes, you handle business, but at least you tried. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing. So I don't think that we really covered the whole full gambit of being a man sometimes, instead of just relying on the physicality of being a man.
Facts.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Because I've had this conversation several times in my private life too. Most guys, yeah, you're right. Number one, I'll agree to that. We do need to have a much more conversations on the mental side, but most men don't know how to navigate that themselves because they never.
Let me ask you this: how do we teach them, man?
You got to learn first. You got to be.
How do we teach them?
Teach them what? How to deal with the mental part?
Yes, it's important.
Yeah, it is.
How do we teach our brothers that, man?
But let me ask you a question, because I think it's circumstantial. But
because here's the thing, you have to teach them. It's like I said earlier, Lawson. You weren't here yet, I don't think. I'm not sure if you're watching or not.
I'm always watching all the time, man.
You have to teach these young men how to think instead of what to think. Because if you're teaching them what to think, you're just giving them the answers, and they're not learning anything. You have to give them scenarios, teach them how they should look at it. Like for example, tonight, Sharon was here, and I told him, I said, "Oh, I get it. You're stuck on the language." And stuck on things he done is, like on another TV show, We Kiss a Man and stuff like that. But the question tonight is, what do you think of what he said in this clip? Mm-hmm. Sharon was so distracted by the other things about Anthony Mackie that he went off topic and didn't realize he did. So teaching us how to think is like, first of all, listen to Black Man Foot's question. Mandrell, what do you think of what he said in this clip? I agreed 100%, and I stuck right there. And a lot of times, and then he came in and said what Sharon said, but in a different way. You know what I'm saying? But thing is, recognizing the differences and recognizing the question and the point of the question. Then let's look at this video. What was the point of what Anthony Mackie said in the video? Recognizing the point of it. This is how to think. This ain't what to think. You're not pointing anything out to me and say, hey, like take Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance. So much messaging in that thing, man. Every time you watch it, you see something different. But people who don't know how to think, they just see one thing and it's linear. Oh, it's woke, it's DEI, it's black. It's like, no, that's no.
It's super woke.
Right. You miss all of the things. Did you even watch the performance? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of people, there are people who get it, some people who get some of it, and people who don't get it at all. So teaching these boys how to think is crucial because then they can actually navigate life.
That's word.
I agree. Go ahead, Savage Red.
Go ahead, Savage.
Shout out to Savage.
So the problem with that is, unfortunately, if you have a family that has 6 kids, not all 6 kids are going to be Elon Musk.
Right.
Like, so at the end of the day,
I got 6 kids, Sam, so I understand.
Yeah.
He's
some like from birth, some of your kids are going to show behaviors that are just their own behaviors.
You preach.
So like, all you can do is give them the knowledge. We can't talk about things as if like if you do a thing, then it's going to work out with A for all the kids. This is not how it is.
Right.
Like anyone that's a parent knows that you can try and instill as many principles into a child as you want. Some of those children are going to take it and some are not. So trying to cater a conversation or a learning lesson into a way to catch everybody, it's just not realistic. That's just not how it works. It's not what's going to happen. Unfortunately, some people are going to fall. Some people are going to fall through the cracks. It's just how life goes. Everyone has free will and everyone can make their own choices. And some people are just pre-wired to not do those things.
That's right. And some people are just lazy, Savage. Savage is right. Savage is right.
You know what?
Some people who do it, some people don't get it, some people are not.
And with Mandrell meeting my family and my children, he knows it. I have a son named Kobe. I have a son named Jabari. I have a son named JJ. Kobe is he's the thinker.
That damn Kobe, man.
He's a thinker. So Kobe's going to think everything through before he does anything. Violent, fight, anything. He's going to think anything too. JJ?
No thinking. No thought at all.
If you piss JJ off, he hit you in the mouth immediately.
There's no
He's
thought.
not about to do no talking. He don't want to do no talking. It's a phone call from the school. Hey, we got JJ in the office. He didn't hit a kid in the nose. So it's like they're like he said, when you having multiple children, you see that. Even my girls, Marlena, laid back, thinker, smart. Maya, laid back, thinker, but like JJ. And that's the thing. I'm like, Maya, baby, you can't be this. So I'm telling her every day, baby, you're beautiful. You got to stay in your femininity. You got
that wig is short. She got a short ass wig.
And so her and JJ are just alike, but her and Kobe are the twins. So this shit's crazy.
Well, you already know twins are with their personality is polar opposites.
Yeah.
They're definitely opposites. Yeah.
JT, we're talking about with JJ, man. From brain to fist, there's no filter there. It's just
I would only say he's got that gene from his dad. He probably is younger. But I'll say this to the whole equalizer to everything, really, to the messages that I hear everyone speaking from that have understood, I guess, throughout their lives and things. The whole equalizer is the father. the message of the father. Despite how many children we have,
I agree.
yes, we're going to teach our children to be confident, competent, and have courage. That's what a son is going to do with a father. And if a father could give the message, whether Mackie did it, regardless of him being with the mother or not, if fathers had an opportunity to give those messages to their son and daughters, a lot of the behaviors from the younger generation have changed. We're looking at 35, 40-year-old people on the internet who've already walked the damn gauntlet. Had kids early, teenagers, baby mama, baby daddy, had a job, lost a job, gained 60 pounds, lost 60 pounds, smoked weed, drank. So the message is going to get a little misconstrued.
Went to AA.
Yeah, see, then I had all the problems. But this is what I'm saying. I think Madra said, as far as the message, I think the message that some people have, it's not made for the 30 and over. It has to go to the younger generation. But nobody's because I'm seeing that people in their 40s, their kids are 15, 16, and they're crashing out a whole lot earlier. They're giving up on life. They think 30 is old. They out here just doing so much wild shit in the streets. Then everybody say, well, the greatest default that we can give any of our children going forward is the father or a righteous man. Don't have to necessarily be the father, but we have to get out of our feelings about what he did to us or what she did to us and allow the children to have both of our dumbass energy. Right, because regardless if I'm around the kids or not, the kid's still dumb and slow. And if they living with the mom, the kid's still a little slow. And I'm being facetious when I say that. But the default is if both parents are allowed to give the message, they're going to encourage their children to be better. So 10 years from now, y'all kids will be adults too. Will you still want your kids to be struggling? Not have a determination about what they want to do? Do you want a grandchild at 30, 35? I don't. But, everybody's different. So salute to the fathers, man, and the mothers that understand, man. So this shit is ridiculous.
All right, Savage, go ahead and finish what you was going to say. Sorry to interrupt you, man.
Yeah, so my oldest is 11 years old, hopefully 12 this year, and my youngest is 6 months old. At the end of the day, you'll come to realize when you have a bunch of kids that they just have different personalities. Like, like when it comes down to genetics, like you might have a kid that looks like your grandfather and doesn't look like you at all. And you might have another kid that looks like your wife or your wife's dad. Like that's the weird thing about genetics is when the genes are pulling, they're pulling from the group of all of you. So like you might see similarities between your kids, but then you're going to see something that's completely outside of you and your wife. A lot of these things are lightweight predetermined.
Appreciate you, man, Drew.
Like I have blue eyes. My wife got mad at me that our first child didn't have blue eyes. Nothing I could control. Like at the end of the day, all you can do is give them the best information that they can possibly have. And then once they hit 18, that's it. Like they can choose to do whatever it is they're gonna do. There isn't a 100% fix for all these situations. But the most important thing is being a father and being a part of their lives. You're gonna win the majority of your kids over by being in their life and being there. But it's not a 100% success rate. Nothing in this world is 100% success. This isn't communist China. Like we can't guarantee or use physical force to ensure the rules that we want. So to some degree, all you can do is have morals and principles and be there. At that, after you do that, you've done your part, and that you get to move on. They're gonna make their own wills, and hopefully at some point they're gonna learn that what you instilled in them was important, and they'll correct themselves.
All right, thank you.
Like,
so
man,
much
I got a question for you, man. Before
Yeah,
we wrap this up, quick question for you: if a father being in a home is so important, then why don't we make the home more hospital hospitable for him to be there? Why is it a hostile place?
Hey, lost. You
come on, man.
Listen, you don't.
Come on. I need an answer, man.
Lost. You are absolutely. I agree with you 1,000%. I think the house should be hospitable. I think when we look at phrases when people say and women and men say it together, that pressure is made for shoulders and not for hips.
Yeah.
I think that then the person that has the most pressure, their pipes should be regulated often. Because if you go to a gas mining place, they have gauges on all the gas to regulate the gas and the pressure. If too much pressure, it blows up. And I think men are those gas. I think men are those gas facilities, and we're pumping all day. We pumping all day. We pumping all day, and we pumping all day. And when it's time for us to get into rest mode, somebody comes in and hits the wrong damn button, and now boom, and now we're the bad guy because we blown up. I think a lot of men are under pressure. I think we don't have any gauges that relieve that pressure from us, whether it's from a wife, whether it's from your children, whether it's from a lot of men are not respected in the home. I just seen Alec Baldwin's wife completely destroy him in public. I don't know if y'all saw the video, but she just emasculated the shit out of him in front of everybody.
You know what?
Crazy.
You know what it is?
Our Pain over there grinning. Come on, Our Pain.
No, I saw it, man. I mean, it's crazy, man. I had nothing much more to say other than I saw it,
Now, Antoine, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You better not ever in life go back to sleep on my panel, because normally, if you go to sleep on my panel, I screen record you and put you.
It's not gonna be nice.
And I put you on one of my clips.
I was looking out for you, man, because you was actually snoring, man.
We took you down because out of respect, because we didn't. But if that was Black David,
oh man,
if that was Black David, shout out to Black David, his ass would have been on the panel now
with church music.
Yeah, with church music. Yeah. So, but yeah, man, I just want to say that. You're right. Lost in translation. Why don't we make the homes more?
Got you, Savage.
For the king.
Go ahead, Savage.
So the reason that houses are not more hospitable for men is because, unfortunately, you had capitalists that funded the feminist movement to destroy the family movement, because they were communists at the end of the day, and they got more taxes. The government and them got more money from the wages and production and the lowering of the income for the wage of the person working, because there was more people working, and also the government got double the tax base. Unfortunately, we live in a garner-centric system that, unfortunately, men are expendable. So we haven't been in war in a long period of time. And at the end of the day, they're not sending us to die, so they're just sending us to be useless in society. We also have a lot of men that weren't raised by a proper father, and we also have a lot of men that are raised by their moms. So unfortunately, you have a lot of emotional men that make poor decisions. So you're not going to end up seeing these stable, well-making decisions men from a portion of the community in general. Most people are raised like 50%. I hear stats from 50% to 70% of people live paycheck to paycheck. So 80% of all household goods are bought by the woman. So unfortunately, the whole purpose was to destroy the family unit, because if you go and look into Marxism or communism, destroying the family unit is the most effective thing for control. And that's been going on for a long time. So, like, you can even see in a lot of the most liberal places, if you don't agree with some sort of treatment for a child, to take your kids. So the system has been made to make it to where you don't have any sort of power when it comes down to your children and your family. You can see that with the divorce laws. You can also see that with when it comes down to child support and the way the court system works. So it's going to take a lot for the system to actually have to self-correct because of the destruction that's gone. That's the whole reason they were importing so many immigrants, because the birth rates are down so much because so many women are bought into the feminist mark.
I appreciate it. Now I want to say this too before we get out of here. I know Black Men Unfiltered told y'all. Matter of fact, I told y'all a year ago. Matter of fact, I told y'all almost 2 years ago. How long has it been since Ovid? I ain't gonna say that word.
Almost 5 years, man.
5 years.
Yeah, man.
Ovid was almost 5 years ago?
Yeah, it came
5
out
years,
in
man. Yeah.
January.
It's 5 years.
2020.
2020.
So let me say
Yeah.
something about Ovid. When it first came out, you can go back and watch my lives. I said, guys, do not go and get them shots. I said it, and I said it. I posted it on social media. I posted it on Facebook. I posted it on Instagram. I posted it on I did shows on YouTube, and even my family members, nurses in my family, said you are spreading misinformation, and you're gonna be responsible for a lot of people dying if they're listening to you. She said you need to be quiet and allow us, as the health professionals, to handle business. I said okay, and I still posted. Right. Well, today something happened. Today I happened to be watching the news, and then someone sent me something today. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. And I want you guys just to hear the audio of it. Okay. And I'll have a video later. Listen to this. Now, the person who sent me this put the news anchor telling everybody to go get the vaccine, the vaccine. Okay. And then after that, they show what happened today. Listen to this. Hold on. Let me turn my Bluetooth off.
I got my shot. I'm so excited. I got the Johnson & Johnson one-shot vaccine. Can I just tell you about it for a second?
The FDA has temporarily halted the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
For the FDA to pause it because of potential health concerns. I got the Johnson & Johnson one-shot vaccine. Can I just tell you about it for a second?
Something called a cerebral venous thrombosis. That's a blood clot in the veins of the brain.
6 women who got the vaccine and then ended up getting this blood clot.
6 cases of venous blood clot.
Can I just tell you about it for a second?
While we're on the subject. Did I get straight? I got my shot. I did. I'm so excited. I got the Johnson & Johnson one-shot vaccine. Can I just tell you about it for a second?
The FDA has temporarily halted the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
For the FDA.
They're not even producing it anymore because it's causing alarming problems in the people who have taken it. Lifelong problems that they're going to have to go to the doctor for frequently to get medicine to maintain that health or poor health for the rest of their lives. And I've been saying it. I said it time and time again. I said it time again. Anything that they call warp speed, for you Star Trek fans, knows that it's something that's very quick and instant. You don't have time to test it. You don't have time to do anything. You just threw it out and made millions of people guinea pigs. Just like you did the syphilis incident in Tuskegee. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Fair. Hold on a second. You know what, Black Man? I'm from Alabama. So if anybody knows, I know. Here's my situation. The first time I saw that nurse take that shot on TV
and pass out,
and she fainted. Buddy, you ain't had to tell me no more. And then when they started paying people to take it, I sure as hell ain't finna take it now. Y'all paying somebody to do this? No, I'm good, player. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to know when somebody about to shoot you the sugar. Let me explain something to y'all, man. Sometimes it takes 10 years for them to pass a medication. You know what I'm saying? By the FDA. And you mean to tell me these people already had millions of doses ready to go in a moment's notice?
Yep.
How did you already know? You see what I'm saying? How did you already know what to make? How did you make it so fast? You see what I'm saying? Those are the questions. Did you already have it ready to go before this thing broke out? Those are some of the questions that you have to ask yourself, man. You have to use your critical thinking skills. And I don't think a lot of people, out of fear, they just ran out there and did that. So I just think it's a shame, man. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people that's having ailments after the fact. I've had family members who have been sick almost a year in the hospital, behind that mess. And I think it's probably going to be some other things that come out over the next few years where it's going to be worse than what we think it is. But at the end of the day, we have to start using our minds, man, and just say, hey, something don't seem right. Go ahead, Savage.
Before Savage goes, I also want to say this. Guys, we talk about relationships, we talk about family, and we talk about what we talked about tonight, manhood. But there are some other things we need to talk about that's weird. And I think we used to talk. We definitely talk about USOs. I think we used to talk about USOs. I think we used to talk about UFOs. I think we should talk
UAPs.
about UAP. Man, today they discovered that the Mariana Trench is not the deepest place in the ocean anymore. So because they sent a robot down to the bottom of another part, under like another trench, and the damn robot went down 48,000 fucking feet.
That's higher than a plane flies up in the air.
Before it disconnected from its robotic remote control, that motherfucker was almost at 50,000 depth. And when they were there, guess what they discovered? The man said they discovered a new species of killer whales that you've never laid your eyes on before.
Guaranteed.
I heard about that. I remember being you. I remember when.
But the ground, I'm gonna say this, and you can cook. Then the ground shaking up too on Earth in Egypt, 6,500 feet under the pyramids of Giza. They found a whole fucking room. They sent a robot down there and found a whole room full of gold, whole room full of fucking shit they ain't never seen before in their life. And guess what happened the next day?
It was gone.
No, they closed it off. They sealed it. Google it.
We would too.
They said, the people in Egypt or something said they sealed it and they won't let nobody go in there.
If we had control over it too, we'll seal that bitch off too.
Go ahead, Sam.
Everybody black can have a gold chain.
So unfortunately, if you look back at what was going on in the 19, they were saying that it was going to take 10 years to get a vaccine. So either they came out with a crappy vaccine that allowed people to come out of their houses, or you were going to be locked down for 10 years.
Yeah.
So, like, regardless if you like Trump or not like Trump, Trump never pushed a mandatory experiment.
Never.
So, at the end of the day, you have a lot of different factions of the government and factions of power that are doing certain things. Like if you look back 10 years ago of Bill Gates was talking about being able to eliminate 15% of the population through vaccination. So like, a lot of the things that we hear and we see are not necessarily it's deeper than what we think it is.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think that the Egyptian satellites seeing the information that was like the fact that the pyramids go a mile underneath the sand, I think that that's just something to lead people away from what's going on outside of it, because right now is a crazy time. You have the FBI who hit the rolling 60s in California. You've got multiple rappers that are being arrested. You have people that are being deported. You have low-level justices that are trying to stop Trump from deporting people, which, like, you just have a lot of things that are going on at the same time. So, like, I just wouldn't put too much emphasis in the media. At the end of the day, if you're not hanging out with Bill Gates or hanging out with Elon Musk or hanging out with billionaires, you're a pawn in the wheel just like everybody else. And unfortunately, if you look at what's going on with like Europe has pretty much become the Soviet Union that America fought against.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. I don't think those fighter pilots are lying when they say they had an unidentified object flying through the fucking airspace, and they went up and chased that bitch. And when they got in front of it, that bitch disappeared, ended up behind them. The pilot, you could hear the pilot say, "Oh shit, it's more than one, it's a whole fleet of them." He said they were just sitting there. And he said all of them flew back over the water and went right back down under the ocean. They all went underwater. Out the sky to the water. And think about it. But listen, bro, I'm gonna say this. I don't want to be weird tonight. I'm gonna be weird Tuesday. Listen, as above, so below, man. I think I'm gonna say this. I know people gonna think I'm retarded, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think that looking up, I think that space is a reflection of space. I think space, what you see it up here,
it's in the bottom
down there.
As above, so below.
Think about it. You go under the water, it's dark. You go in space, it's dark. You get too far under the water, you freeze to death. You in space, you freeze to death. Underwater, there's no gravity. In space, there's no fucking gravity.
And in both there's hell of a pressure. That's why you can't go too far up and you can't go too far down.
Too far down.
See, I think they're trying to get me now.
Yeah, but I'll let Savage go after this. What I say? A lot of this shit right here, it does rely on us having better. We have to have a lot of technology that just enhances itself, right? But because we don't have it, the world has been here way before any of us, and humans are old as shit. But the world is older than humans. Now, when it comes down to it, the only thing we can do is discover. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. We can just discover it. We don't create it. We just discover it. And this is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? So,
every week I try to come on and give y'all a question. Every other week, probably. I try to give y'all a question my son asked me that I can't answer. And he said, "Dad, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Yeah, son, go ahead." I said, "I'm going to need this for content." He said, "What makes a wildfire go?" I said, "Fire." He said, "No, what keeps it going?" I said, "Oxygen." He said, "Absolutely." He said, so you said to me that you need oxygen to make the fire keep rolling, right? I said, "Yeah." He said, He said, "There ain't no oxygen in space, is it?" I said, "No." He said, "But the sun on fire." I said, "Yeah." He said, "But you need oxygen for the fire to keep going, but the sun keep burning, and it don't have no oxygen." He said, "Is there another way to burn something without oxygen, Daddy?" I said, "I'll get back with you." So if anybody can answer that question, just answer the motherfucker and send it to me. I don't know. I don't know. Because he got a point. He got a point. Then his little twin sister gonna come behind him and say, "Daddy, how far is the sun away? 35 million miles, something crazy?" I say, "Yeah." "And it can give us cancer?" I say, "Yeah." "And it be 110 degrees here?" I say, "Yeah." She say, "So if I'm in space, I'm closer to the sun than I am on Earth, right?" I said, yeah. She said, so why the astronauts not burning up? And when they showed a picture of the space, why you can't see the sun? I said, I'll get back with you.
All right, so after I did this, and then Savage, you could go.
Dude, she right.
The answer is perception. The up is the down is the up also.
Bro,
so
the sun, man. We ain't talking about up and down.
No.
I'm about the sun. Yeah, think about the sun. If you in space and NASA taking these fucking pictures and the sun is 35 million fucking miles away, 60 million miles away, and that motherfucking give us skin cancer and burn us and cause us to be dehydrated, why? If you're
so how long?
Yeah.
So then you have to do the math though, and then you have to say how long does it take for us to get into orbit? Is it millions of miles? Is it millions of miles?
No.
Salute to science.
You take your suit off in space, you freeze to death. Why the fuck are you freezing to death when the sun right there?
Man, this shit is a motherfucker, ain't it? You gotta ask those what they call them NASA people. You gotta ask them.
Salute to science.
Go ahead, Savage.
Go ahead, Savage. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go ahead so we get out of here. God damn, I probably got another turn.
Yeah, that's some shit right there.
Yeah, it is some shit. I'm gonna tell them that uncles didn't know either.
Right.
I know. We just gonna talk about it out in the back.
Yeah. We just. No, let him go ahead. Let Savage cook right for
me. Me personally, I don't believe in UFOs. I believe that UFOs are just angels and are just demons disguised in themselves. To be honest with you. If you look into people that do UFO research, they'll tell you that there's a very good amount of people that call out to Jesus when they quote unquote get abducted, and it stops. Also,
hey Savage, can I tell you a secret?
Yeah.
You ever read the book of Elijah?
Yeah.
You remember when Elijah was sitting there? What did he say he saw? He said he saw a circle of fire.
A wheel within a wheel.
A wheel within a wheel. But when it landed, the people that got off that motherfucker had elongated heads, wings, hands like humans. I said, what is he describing? An alien?
The cone heads from Saturday Night Live.
But just for clarification, just so you know, the word alien.
Well, it didn't exist. Yeah.
The way that we use the word alien just means a being that's not from
exactly.
Earth.
Yeah, I agree.
So technically, by that definition, then angels and demons would both classify as aliens.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look into Aleister Crowley talks about contacting beings that are outside of this world, and
you talking about do what thou wilt?
Correct. So
okay, I got you.
So Aleister Crowley talks about him channeling a being when he was in Egypt. If you go and look into the Freemasons, if you look into Albert Pike talks about at the 32nd degree, they then tell the initiated that they worship Lucifer. So like, if you're not religious, I can understand you not believing this, but unfortunately, if you are religious, the problem that you're going to come into is a lot of these things are not like, when it came down to the 19, as a Christian, I didn't believe in the 19. Like, that wasn't a thing I was worried about. When it comes down to like my family, we don't get my kids don't get vaccinated. We don't get any sort of those things. We live a very simple life, but unfortunately, when it comes down to the kings or the emperors, the princes that we get, or the presidents that we get, those are ordained by God for whatever his purpose be. So I don't put too much weight when it comes down to the stuff that's happening these days with in the media. It is going to be what it is going to be, and I'm unvaccinated. I don't have the COVID shot.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And
Because shit, when I got the shit, Savage, when I got it, they told me, "Oh, sir, since you got it, we need to go out." I said, "You put that needle in me, I'll choke the fuck out of you. You do not do nothing. Don't touch me with no fucking needle. I'll choke the fuck out you." You know how, boy, listen, she talking about, "What you doing? You ready to take some blood?" "No, we're gonna give you the vaccine." Shit. I said, "Not today. I'm finna go." Bye.
That's what I know. Savage, I have a question for you, and this is just, so we're at the end because, based off the topic tonight, we had a black man speaking of his sons being the man in the house, being, having certain responsibilities in the house. So in your situation, let's just say you have to go on a job 6 months outside of your home, right? And now your son is now 14 or 15. Would you feel comfortable telling your son, be the man of the house and sort of take care of certain responsibilities?
Well, so my two oldest sons, because I have two sons, my oldest children are sons. They're mixed, and yes, I instill responsibility in my children. I don't put so much responsibility on my daughters because I'm raising them to be wives, so that they don't end up having to be a part of the malarkey of being a single independent woman these days. But yes, like when it comes to if I'm outside, because I live out in the country, we have 5 acres, we have chickens, we have
Man,
fruit
sell me one of them
trees.
chickens.
We have
Hey, look,
chickens.
to get 5 dozen of eggs a day, all you need is 12 chickens and 1 rooster. That's it.
It's too many eggs.
I have 23 chickens, 1 rooster,
How
22
many
hens.
dozen you getting?
Damn, the rooster is knocking.
I get 16 eggs a day.
Yes. There you go. I told you. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I need 2 chickens.
Shit. hey, JT, think about it. Go get them chickens. Them chickens don't cost that much. Invest in the chickens, get you 1 good, healthy rooster. Shit, you can sell eggs in the neighborhood. Them bitches $10 at the store. I got them for $7.50.
Yeah,
Damn.
so
Shit.
I live in
Chickens be gone
Ohio.
every morning.
I live in Ohio, so I sell my my cartons in Ohio for $5 a carton, and they're free range. But the rooster's pretty much there. Like going back to the role of being the man, the rooster's really the only thing he does is he's there. He bangs the hens all day, every day. Like he's just jumping on them and attacking them, just going in on them 100 times a day. But when it comes down to there being a predator, he runs up and he fights and dies for the hens. He calls out when there's food. He calls out when there's a predator, and he stands in between him and the predator. So, like, you can here in Ohio, you can get chickens for $15. If you buy 50 chickens, you'll pay $15 a piece. If you buy over 50, it'll be like $14 a piece. And if you buy like over 100, it's like $13 a piece.
It's too many damn chickens.
God damn.
But you gotta
But that shit, hey man,
fence them in because they shit like a motherfucker. You gotta fence them in now. You gotta fence them in.
costs-
Shit everywhere.
yeah, you gotta
It
have a
costs
coop.
me-
You gotta have coops like a motherfucker over there.
Yeah, so if you build your own coop, it'll cost you about $700, and you can feed them for about 13. Like here in Ohio, you can feed them for $13.50 a month. So it's not super expensive to keep them. It is a big investment when you start doing it, but like my wife makes sourdough bread. Like we don't drink out of plastic. We cut a bunch of we don't eat out. We cut out like a lot of
bullshit.
plastics and a lot of bullshit. We're in the process of changing all of our clothes to cotton linen and silk because we don't want the oil-based products of clothes. It really comes down to what you value.
So you're a survivalist.
But that's what people
Shit,
can be though. But that's what people can be though. Because I'm sure he has his sons working in that chicken little upkeep too. So that's the dynamic word that a father brings to a son, man. He gets them engaged in overall protection of the family, and they can ask those thought-provoking questions that have the father sitting over there looking at them like, where the hell did you get that shit from? Because they're thinking forward, and that's the beauty of the father having those relationships with the son, man. So salute to all the fathers. Shit.
Well, to be fair, my oldest is 11, my next son is 7. He just turned 8 actually. Um, they're kids. They don't, they're kids.
Yeah, kids gonna do kid
He's
stuff.
8 years old.
Yeah.
He's not the most helpful person you're ever gonna meet.
Oh no, he's doing over playing games.
But
He's in the mud.
But at the
But
end
a
of the
14-year-old, yeah, they know all that.
But at the end of the day, the reason we live this life though is because my wife's a Christian, I'm a Christian, and we don't really value material things. Like my wife drives a 2017 Chrysler Pacifica van that seats 8 with a family of 7. We paid for it in cash. I drive a 2019 F-150. Nothing crazy. We don't travel and go to Disneyland or go on vacation all the time. Like family is more important than like material objects. So like it has nothing to do with being a survivalist. Like yes, I have 4 years worth of food stocked up. Like that is true, but it's not based on the simple fact that I think that that Russia's going to nuke us or something, and I just have food saved up. It's just when you live in the country, or like my family's from West Virginia, that's what they did. They stockpile food. Like we have a garden and stuff where my wife makes sourdough bread. We don't eat bread from like the store. We try to cut out as many additives and all the bullshit that they sell us as much as possible, because our family is the most important thing. That's why we're working on our 6th kid. Like being fruitful and multiplying is the first commandment that's given to Adam and Eve. So yeah, a lot of people these days worry about the materialism. Like at the end of the day, when you're 40 years old, or I'll be 36 on Sunday, I don't really care if I pull up to work in a 2005 Corolla. Like, what is the people that I work with really going to make my life feel about me driving a car that is dependable and I can afford?
Yeah.
Like, too many people worry about dumb shit. Like, I don't live my life on the internet to where I have to worry about, it's not high school. Like, a lot of people these days live as if like life is high school, and it's just not. Most people are in debt to their eyeballs and they're living paycheck to paycheck. We're not. So like I don't really care what other people think.
All right, Black Man Unfiltered. That's it, man.
All right, man. Well, listen, I'll see y'all guys next week. No, we got not next week. What today is? Friday. Shit, I don't know. What's today? Saturday.
Saturday night.
I'm so discombobulated. Yeah. So Sunday, y'all check in on the plug. Hey, listen, man. If y'all didn't see the plug Sunday, not only was the woman on it, she was drop dead gorgeous according to Lost in Translation, not me.
I saw something.
She really did a great job breaking down raising kids who have disabilities like ADHD and dyslexia, things of that nature.
My oldest son has lead poisoning.
Huh?
Whoa.
Yeah. Be careful wearing jewelry that you buy at pawn shops, or like when you're traveling at a souvenir shop. Just be careful, because a lot of that jewelry is lead.
Lead in it.
Yep. All right, man. Well, y'all be good, man. I'll see y'all later, man.
Sure.
Y'all know I love you, man. Shout out to Sharon. Thank you for showing up tonight. Shout out to Mandriel, Anton,
Eat a man.
Eat a man. Yeah, man. Jedi Mike.
Dirty folk.
Dirty folk. Praise that.
Prototype.
All right. And we'll see your old ass on Monday, R-Pain.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh shit! What the hell was that?
You okay?
Was that a 19?
Whoa.
It's a cough, man. It's just a cough.
Watch yourself. You too old to be doing that type of cough.
Get you one of them peppermints.
Get your peppermint in it.
You can find out eat ass for the first time.
You need a lozenge.
You didn't ask for the first time. You see how healthy you look. I told you.
Hey man, hey, before we get up out of here, I gotta say this, RP. I really do, bro. Personally, I respect everything you represent, bro. Just listening to you, it is a joy for me to learn who you are, bro. So most definitely, man, you have, it seems like every damn week a new gain respect for me, man. I mean, from me. You know what I'm saying? So most definitely, bro, I love the things that you're doing. I be watching you, even though I be in the clouds, man, I work a lot. So please believe me. I watch each and every one of y'all, man. Most definitely. But I have to say that to you, bro, because it's just certain things that you show me where I just be like, that's how it's supposed to be done. So when I see you go on these panels and you're speaking the way that you speak, you're not preaching. You just speaking. And I'm like, but he has the, you know what I'm saying? He has the end results to it. Yeah, wake your young ass up. You too fucking young for all this shit, BMU. with your young old ass. BMU is young and
I beg your pardon.
Y'all be getting Baptist long with it, man. He been trying to hit this button for an hour, man.
I know he been trying to do it. Damn it, that's what you get. Yeah. We got some shit we need to get off our chest sometimes, man.
Man, get it off your chest in the back chat, man. Let's go.
All right, boy, y'all be good.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the words, JT. Everybody.
Yes, sir, man.